saw him do this the other day too. On his way toward Blink. Great early start. Lions 2K lead already. Tomato's getting good farm, but
This could be a heavy one to carry.
it could be.
We have seen him do so. He's on a great hero to do it, as long as he's the one getting the space.
He's gonna need. I feel like he's gonna actually need to carry pretty hard because they're gonna have Blink so early on Sand King. Invoker already automatically makes your team get on top of Lina because he cold snaps and tornadoes so you can get to her. So does feel like it's gonna be a pretty uphill battle for Undying. After these lanes have played out, Legion Commander fully shut down too, and they took top tower very early on. So now they have easier access also into this triangle. If Nico maybe wants to like peek his head in there, check out if there's any stacks. There is a triple right now in the hard camp, but I imagine 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼's gonna go there very soon and clean it up.
She's a rewarding mission.
Fine.
Of course, so farm these stats, quite a few around it. Nico baby, he's had enough of sort of farming as deep as he were. Head back to the safety of his half of the map. His armlet done.
FNG jungling the enemy side. Sure, nothing else happening, so might as well. While his Sand King finishes up Blink Dagger, and S4's pretty much got it. After that bounty, he does. Very early. One of the earlier Blink Daggers I've seen on a Sand King. With boots, Ring of Health, Soul Ring, Blooded Blades, he is rich.
That's 4. He did have a very good start in the last game as well, with the 3 kills in the lane of the Doom. Down the round, it's hitting the creeps. 82 CS, 9.5 minutes in. Top net worth, nearly by clear 1,000.
Tomato has to ditch out this lane. I don't think he can be done here. He'll die. He'll die to an Epi Burrow with the Disruptor in the area. Moving toward mid. Flame.
Oh.
Actually walked right at
Tomato.
Tomato.
It's close. Tornado's off the mark though.
That was very off the mark.
Now FNG might pay the price. Turn back around in onto the tide. Moon is dying.
It's a tanky tide.
It's a little bit of an awkward duel. They won't get the bonus damage. Will they actually get the kill? Well, they will. FNG does still end up going down. A 1-for-1 trade. And one S4. Doobie, looks like he'd try and make the move with the epicenter. Wasn't enough damage. Just going to have enough here with the Burrow Strike of the Sandstorm with Lim stepping over. He certainly will. Cold snap. Dubu cannot get out of the Sandstorm.
Continue. Good deep aggressive vision too. I think they're realizing their good early timing here with these 2 aggressive wards too. They're going to be able to keep capitalizing and keep making these early aggressive moves to hunt the Spectre.
Hearing your laugh and holding your hand.
Moon nowhere near a Blink Dagger. So if they can keep applying this pressure on these lanes, it's going to be hard for Moon ever to find that. He's got the Tome just chilling inside his inventory for now. He's still more on Shaker though.
Slow start.
Slow start for both supports.
Tower now. Let's see who's going to need to hold this in. TP coming in from Saberlight. Lim, he's watching from the side.
Let's just put the 3rd point in the news. Okay. That I usually don't see. Usually it's 2-2-1. It's usually 2-4-1. His glimpse range, his catch is going to be much weaker now. He potentially could have gone for Tomato there, but
Saberlight.
Duel. Tornado.
Is able to stop the duel for now, and that will give FNG the chance to get the Ravage off. Catching the 2 of them will allow them to set up back onto Saberlight. So a trade, and trade they'll take, really. They'll take down the offlane there, Alliance, only lose the support.
It costs them a lot, though. It is a Static
Ravage.
Storm and a Ravage, is both of those ultimately on the supports. But with the pace of the game right now, sure, why not? It's not like Undying's really looking to make much happen at all. Lina's just farming, Spectre's trying to farm to get his item.
Not again. I don't know if you miss me too.
Midas after the urn, not finishing the Spirit Vessel. I like it. The most of the Invokers we saw go straight to Spirit Vessel and then into Midas, and I feel like they delayed their Midas too much. So I like to priority up a bit. Trial, he sees him for a second though, but it doesn't matter.
S4 gets the jump. In with the Burrow Strike on top of the Lina. 𝙈𝙁𝘿𝘄𝘼's gone.
That feels bad too. He sees him revving the Epi as soon as the smoke breaks, and he's like, oh no.
Not a lot he's doing anything. He's got to be careful there in time. Saberlight He's going to go for the duel. Does hit the backup of
Son.
Tomato.
Oh, he can't win.
He doesn't get the bonus damage.
He can't win.
Oh, unfortunate 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼. 3 times now with these duels, and they just haven't quite got them in time. The kills not being there.
So used to
One hit.
what I thought would be forever.
Poor lad. Oh, and it's a 5K lead already. And there's now going to be a minus coming out for Limp. This is pretty crazy already for this early game for Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, Nico, baby, and S4 are just super fun. Yeah, the bots is pretty close to being done on S4. 30 minutes in, Nico, baby. They have the full Sanj on top of the armlet. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼's heading over, but no duel for 5 seconds. And Nico, baby, knows that.
You see him thinking about going back in with the Summoner. His team is walking over. S4 and 𝙎𝙀𝘾 in the area. 𝙎𝙀𝘾 maxed the nuke. Holy. So not really many glimpses that we're going to be seeing, but...
Oh, look at the jump on 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. Mana's burn, Static Storm out. They will have the stomp out onto the 3 of them, but 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 won't be saved. Striker Raid down onto S4. Slam as well. They'll kill the Sand King.
Holding the tower for a moment as well, but the Alliance continue for it.
And there's still a Ravage. Ravage up in a couple of seconds for FNG.
Nico Baby's doing well though. Back away. Yeah, minus coming in. So they did just fix that a little bit there with that kill on S4. A nice big fight. But space for Tomato. He was the whole time just farming all of the lines. So he's got 2 components.
Taking some space at the top.
Then 4 points in his Kraken as well. I like it. Very surviving.
Make sure he can get off that Ravage in the team fights.
Make sure he doesn't get dueled and die. A little bit of extra damage, but more so it's obviously above that threshold. Damage threshold 450. Able to get it off most of the situations. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. Oh, the ward.
This should be a...
Oh. Splitter. It's off the... Oh, he did not get him into it.
Splitter's not hitting. They've got...
He won.
He wins the duel.
But not Bryo.
S4 tries to go for the epicenter, but the dust is already out. Now for the 2-man burst, tries to set things up first. Bryo, he's dead. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, can he get away? 𝙎𝙬𝘾, he has got a glimpse available. Could drop forward down and trying to use the Sunstrike to get that vision.
Level 2 glimpse though. It's max the nuke as I was mentioning before, so he should get that range. Didn't have vision.
Got the duel.
With those, how many ults do they use for that duel? Laguna, duel, plus a splitter. And when Alliance is back up with the Tidehunter, he still has Ravage. And he's even farming. He's down. Yeah, he's fine. If he had a Solar Crest too, then he's going to have a steroid for the Lifestealer's going to have double steroids plus Gush on his team, which will look really nice. While Spectre doesn't really have much of anything. He has Crest the attack, but he's not the most useful hero, I guess, with comparison to a lot of others.
This stage, even with the action, Tomato's going to be in sort of clean-up mode rather than straight kill mode. We have a duel.
Another one, but another unsuccessful one is now.
Is he going to be in trouble for this 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼? Got the stomp, trying to hold them back, but Alliance don't get caught from it. I think she's still trying to head in.
Limb's connecting with an Infest.
By Tomato. They bring down the Spectre, cold snap. They have damage though. They don't. By the looks of it, oh, the glimpse that
Glimpse, though.
gets it back over, and that will catch him. 𝙎𝙬𝘾 drags him back in range, and that attempted Fisher to save him from Moon doesn't end up doing the job there as they bring him straight back over.
And they instant smoke. So they're looking for another play perhaps. Epi's still on cooldown, but Ravage is still ready. They just want to keep playing fast. Buzz the top, back ready the catapult. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 trying to get in for the duel.
And they have it, the
what an
setup's
angle.
there. Fisher comes in, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼's able to wrap around through the trees and Limp. Just hitting the tower, was not ready for that whatsoever.
Maybe playing a little overconfident as Owen click on him. Oh no, the minus.
Still with that lead though. 5K up, but 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 starting to get the dual damage. Off the armlet, ready for the next one. So.
And I guess he felt safe because his team was all on the right side next to him, and there is like a million sentries in the area, so he's like, there's no vision over there. Like, he's just gonna walk up blindly to go for that type of play, but a very successful one for Team Undying. Not slowing down Nico Baby though. Look at him go. 2,200 above the Spectre. He's gonna have really good timing on that Deso after that Sage as well too. And for like a long time, for like all time of Dota, is Lifestealer versus Spectre. Lifestealer has very good timing versus Spectre. So you just eat him a lot. If you do like this nice percentage heal, you stick on him very easy, and you hit hard. This range always works really good versus dispersion and stuff. FNG.
Look at the catch on a mid. Happy's dropped there. Minus 4. Another initiation. They'll now start to move towards the top. I mean, once the Deso's gone, do you think they'll go straight towards Roche? Can they just walk into the pit and take it in alliance with this lineup?
A little bit harder this time around because of Shaker, ET, Spectre. Easy ways to get information in there. Maybe they'll have to get a kill first to walk in, but they do kill it quickly.
Oh, I think she's a little light. They say, but like...
The Axe is ready on Spectre, so Alliance better be ready for the heat to turn up.
FNG, he's been caught. Another nice sneaky movement there from Saberlight coming in from the trees.
And now they know, right? Now they know that that Axe is online for Spectre. So now I think for Alliance, it's going to be more about playing together. At least with like 2-3 heroes, just playing kind of buddy system. I think Limp can maybe play a bit more on his own still because he has the boots to travel. But yeah, they have to play more together so they don't just get picked off now because of just shadow stepping again.
Top area of the map. Rather scary for them, despite the fact they have this ward down. Saberlight a couple of times just been able to walk up and duel. Good enough to get a kill if Undying step up.
No blink on Moon Meander still. Very poor this game. 19 minutes and still it's 500 away. That is one of the later blink daggers I've seen on Shakers. Has been a rough game at the start here. Nearly 20 minutes and 7,000 gold lead. Just efficiency from the Lions way higher. And just map control too. Like, look, they pushed all 3 towers. Undying has barely even touched the tower. Limp. Shadow set. Quick tornado.
Rebound it. Initial jump. Oh, just more space for Nico, baby.
Is huge. They're pinging out the rush. Saberlight is already calling it. Saberlight knows that they're going to go for it, though. So with Undying, with Gush and everything, I think Undying's going to be able to fight this.
Yeah, this is
They've
definitely
got
a little spooky.
Lina is running out of the base right now.
No blink on the Shaker. Even so, Alliance, they back out with smoke.
Bluffing.
I know that Undying's going to be drawn towards the Roche pit. S4's ready to lead him for play. And he'll start things off on Dubu. You have the counterplay coming in though. Dubu does go down. Lovely line on the tornado there, catching the 2 of them. Ravage as well onto Saberlight will allow Nico to get the second kill.
But he goes
bursting down there. Brawl standing his position here, popping the BKB. Will hit back and hit back hard. 2 dead on Alliance. Hansken also going to be run down here by Tomato and Brawl. Get the glimpse up onto Brawl, but Tomato and Moon will stay on target. 3 dead on Alliance. Undying are prepared to fight back.
Brawl in perfect position. Absolutely seeing why they do want to be first 2 grabbing it every time. Just sits back, waits till Lifestealer shows. Just full auto attack. Should look at this fight recap. 31-64 for the auto attacks. And then just stick on it. BKB to dodge the Ravage. I see that. Duel may be a little ambitious with the timing that he did initially, but ends up getting the kill anyway.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Forces Alliance to stick around for the fight.
Yeah. And they still will have Echo Slam for the next fight. Moon now level 13, so at least his Echo Slam. At least his Echo Slam will be level 2, so lower cooldown. And yeah, Blink Dagger finished. Solar Crest. Nico Baby is very strong. He's got the SY, gonna be going for AC next.
Tomato, 3-1-5. He usually carries the games.
Yep.
If he's in this sort of position. I feel like he's going through the tough bit of the game.
And he is going through this Orchid build, which is very useful versus Nico Baby. Nico Baby actually went Halberd. Okay. I thought I did see that. Wow. A little bit of extra miss rate. Status resist will help a little bit versus the silence, but this Orchid, the timing that Tabato's going to have on it in a moment, is very impactful. Versus both the Invoker and the Lifestealer. Liv is about to finish BKB though. That could be a pretty clutch title for him also.
For them the most.
Yeah.
They're still going to have to walk in, but as we've seen, they have good stuns to set up. Fisher, Light Strike, buy time for SaberLight to charge in and get the duel off.
SaberLight will soon start becoming a glorified support.
Ready to sit on the shot.
So take my hand.
There's no trading with it. The question just is mana. Like, how do you have mana?
That's why the mango's idea.
Yeah, mangoes, null talisman, Basilius is good. You just want to like max out on that. I even seen people go like null talisman, Basilius, and then Oblivion staff components. They'll just go 2 Sages masks. So I've even seen an inventory of like 4 Sages masks. Back when it was like Necro Book was a thing. Necro Orchid.
But Basilius, when people don't call it that, it's the ring. It's a little ring that gives mono.
I started buying those. Listen, scrubs out there, don't go to lane with 5 clarities anymore. I've learned it.
No.
The Ring of Basilius.
It's actually very good as well because they improved it so that now it gives you a lot of mono reach to yourself. So it's actually a huge improvement for the over the stage match.
This panel is way too much going to each other. There's too much agreement.
Yeah, that's right. I'll start
How he
being...
slacks here and he's not disagreeing with him.
I mean, what do you want from me? Look, you look like the black and white picture of a Giga Champ. I'm not gonna disagree with you. Look at that jawline. Look at that hair. You're a spitting image. I'm not gonna argue with a Sigma male for Christ's sake. You're right about many things. Jenkins, there's no point. It's like arguing with a dog. He's gonna look at you.
Right.
Don't hurt Jenkins' feelings.
Marcus Aurelius said.
Insaniac here. What the hell?
What did Marcus Aurelius say?
He said that you wouldn't, engage with a dog that's barking on the street. And so if people are giving you a problem in life, it's just nature. Just be one with nature and accept it.
One with
Was
nature?
that Marcus Aurelius?
That was Marcus Aurelius.
What is Marcus Aurelius?
Stoicism
Meditations.
of meditation.
Page 57.
My wife listens to all that headspace stuff on Netflix. It drives me crazy. It makes me crazy. Stop telling me to be calm! Sorry. But yes, as we look in the game again. Now, okay, a pro player once said to me, when I asked them why they didn't play Invoker anymore, he said, Invoker is worthless after BKB. And everyone buys BKB now that's serious about Dota.
Who said that?
I don't remember.
I don't think that's
Maybe it was Kyle,
anymore.
but at any point, is this hero actually viable? Because it seems like just a rare occurrence to see an Invoker these days in these pro games.
You have Ags now, and that pierces BKB.
Well, yeah, but you'll see, like, the Invoker Faceless Void combo, of course, but that's like this straight-up matchup here.
It has a 33% win rate so far over
Exactly.
How many games?
13 picks. So
So it's
Exactly.
quite a chunk of games.
it's getting picked enough. It's
That's
getting
pretty
picked enough. Yeah, it's
33%
pretty bad.
win.
Yeah,
No.
actually, it's 30%. It just lost one.
And it's going to lose this one, too.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the 20s.
You know, Jenkins, we were discussing this before in the previous Invoke game we actually saw.
Yeah.
One of the issues that we're seeing with the hero is that they sometimes pick it where they just don't have enough kill potential. And the quasi-wex speed that we're seeing just kind of falls to the wayside. How are you supposed to be drafting Invoker these days? When is it a good Invoker?
With Visage, I mean, I love the Invoker Visage pairing because you're going to perma proc the Cold Snap with the birds.
Good.
You can also Alacrity one of the birds, and it sounds really stupid, but it's actually not. The birds attack so quickly, it does a ton of damage, and probably the best thing about it, actually, I would say, is that, like, you can siege towers and poke by Alacritying the birds, and you're not committing a hero in there. And the cooldown on the Visage Familiars has been lowered, so if you want to throw them at towers, you can do that now. To a degree. Yeah.
I would really love to agree with my friend, but I'm looking at Luna on one side, Vintage Bird on the other. Which one will I? Which one
do I elect?
You're right.
do I
You're
elect?
right. That's why I said you're poking. All right, I was very clear.
I see.
Tiny baby bird.
Poke it a little bit.
Yeah.
Listen, don't get me started about birds. I'm with you there.
Yeah,
I don't
birds
think you
are
should.
definitely not real.
I don't think you should enable them in any way. They're horrible creatures. They could be replaced by 3Ds easily.
Government surveillance drones, you mean?
Crows
No, they-
are great. If you give bread to a crow, they'll talk to other crows and tell them that you're a good person.
That's not great. That's greedy. They just want to eat.
Narcissists.
Yes.
Crows.
A bunch of crows are called a murderer, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. A murderer of crows.
VSJ told me that actually.
He's so dead.
He was petting his crow?
Yeah. Well, actually, you have one crow who's saying something about murder. I don't know.
Yeah, but we'll see how this one works out.
The stream that we were watching earlier, Aster was T1. It's a GG. It's T1 who took the second game.
Hold up.
Wow.
They turned that one around? And Aster had the bear, right? The bear in the wick. Wow. That's
Wait,
pretty
Aster
impressive.
lost 0-2 to T1.
I mean, T1, you know, they're a team that will boys. They're really good.
You cannot count them out.
Ever.
You can never count them out. And I'm glad they're proving that to be true still. Because sometimes, TI season comes, the nerves hit, and all of the, stereotypes for your team, it's how they never give up, they play these late games, whatever. It just goes by the wayside because of the nerves. So it's good to see that they're, it's good to see that they're informed. And
Look, they have a 12K MMR player on their side. So, when that happens, MMR is obviously the most important thing in this game.
Yes. And they have Master Ku, who has the title of Master, which even goes above that. In fact, to talk about his confidence, that man will analyze games on his stream in Tagalog all the time. He doesn't care about revealing strats at all. I've heard him, well, I don't understand it, but I've been translated some very interesting tidbits about him. And that shows a really, really confident person.
yeah, that's Chad.
You know what really impresses me about that team, and is kind of a prudent point after that last series, the kind of change in the Southeast Asian meta. It used to be this region of just like ferocious dogs that would just run at you and bite you. Like they were just crazy aggressive. But now, T1 especially, I believe on average they have some of the longest games, and they like that late game, they like that patience. There's such a change in that kind of meta.
Yeah, the pubs are still the same, but they realized eventually that they need to switch up the strategy that they're using.
Yeah, the pubs are exactly.
You just need a couple of players that get some sort of experience from international lands, these puppies and these boomers that have been around forever, and then it slowly but surely changes.
And we'll see. We're moving from C, go up a bit, make it to China. And that's the match we're watching right now. CT versus CSP LGD.
Yeah, the grudge match, if you will, but LGD doing what everybody expects, dominating what many consider the second best VT gaming. Some really fancy analysts are saying VT is the prediction they have for winning the entire tournament.
Name them.
I know.
It's Jenkins and Trent.
That is true.
It's all they talk about.
It is.
Is there some weird
Hey, Insania. I'm taking your place.
Hello.
Oh!
Hi, Insania.
Insania Prime.
Oh, that's interesting that you're taking my place. It must be because we're so similar. I'll leave it.
Must be it.
An easy swap out for you there.
It's like nothing changed.
That's a very interesting hoodie.
Yeah. This is the LTV
Yeah, chill it.
something.
Great job.
Welcome back, Insania.
Thank you for having me. It's like I never left.
Is that a Snuggie?
No, it's like a Jedi, like, hood kind of thing. Look, I feel like a Jedi whenever.
Wow.
I just made the sword.
No, that is now Dark Insania. That's very good. I love
Can you do me a
it.
favor? Can you do this?
No, that is stupid.
Whoa, what would the blank you mean?
I don't really stupid.
Get back to the thing. What's wrong with you?
I know what you're talking about, but I really just love the movie Hagen. Oh, wow. Look at that damage that we were talking about. The Visage, as you said, big build boy. He's going to take it out the watermelon.
I'm actually surprised they're taking him down. The birds are dealing absolutely no damage. But just the magic. The fissure plus the full something.
and farming stuff, or you have to make it? What do you think of it? Do you think that's reliable?
We play a little bit of Visage and Liquid, like I like that hero quite a bit. I think, yeah, the key thing to making it work is you need to have spells that give soul constant damage to the range. And that's usually when it's time fighting. For us, that's like usually when we can get it. If you can get soul constant to deal with heavy amount of damage, then we like that. It seems like in this game, like, they don't really have any great ways of getting on top of the Million. You can see it being pretty strong there. So they played as a 3?
Yes.
Okay. Did they filing? No, right? Just dueling?
No, just dueling. And they were discussing that Invoker and Visage was a nice little killing combo. We were lacking a bit when we saw the earlier in the game.
I think the Shaker Invoker is like pretty much together.
Yeah?
Because you get like the stun into Invoker spells.
No, he did it exactly that. The thing is, you want to give Visage as many
Oh yeah, you're a Visage spammer. I forgot.
Thank you.
Why are you asking me?
Remember.
Oh, because I already asked him.
Oh, I see.
Wasn't giving me a whole.
I'm a filthy Visage spammer.
That makes a lot of sense now.
I don't think there's anything filtered about that hero. That's a very wholesome hero.
Is it?
If you get to play Visage, it's nice. You're not going to carry games like Meeple,
so
but it's hard to play.
Look, Visage used to be a decent hero, like not a hero for people that are, I don't know how to describe, just hate everyone around. But the moment Visage became a hero that just stands in front of the tower and takes it with like a hood and blades and you can't do anything to him, he became, you see a Visage picker and you don't want to play with him.
Right. Is that how you love it?
I think there's a pretty easy definition of what makes the hero filthy or not.
Yeah.
And it's self-play. And if the answer is yes, then it's filthy.
When Lone Druid is filthy as well. Of course.
It's really good to have one of these players on your team, though, right?
Yes, it's great. Thank you so much, Max. I love having you on my team.
Great. Ooh, that was a good prediction. He's alive? Not me?
Yeah, that's the other title right there.
Great.
Ooh, that was Tom.
Oh, also another point, Mr. From the Vici Gaming is one of the best teams I've seen at losing. I've seen them come back from absolutely crazy games and still control the tempo from behind. Similar to somehow EG does it sometimes.
Yeah, for me, Vici Gaming is also a bit of a smooth step.
It is.
Right? Like, you know exactly what they're going to be doing. They aren't really making any aggressive, flashy plays. They're not your OG. They will not be too crazy and make different moves all the time. You know what they're going to do, but the problem is they're going to do it so effectively that even if you respond to it, it will not work. That's why they're very out.
So you think that this game is looking bad for them, or would you be?
I'm not sure yet.
It's 1-8, dog. It's looking pretty bad.
It's looking pretty bad, but you're playing versus a Visage, right?
I think these lizards not bad.
Huh? Freaking animals are insane. I feel like I'm losing my damn mind up here. Oh, okay, there's this smoke, but yeah, you think it's more even than it looks?
Perhaps. I feel like consensus and Visage might fall off a little bit.
It's probably strong for me for now. I think for now, the LGD draft is going to be strong. And it's kind of, for them, it's going to come down to how far ahead can they get Luna ahead of Visage. And if the Luna gets ahead enough in the game, then it won't matter that the Visage kind of dips off a little bit later. So they got a free Ravage. This is actually a pretty good timing for them to reset back and then look to re-engage in a better fight.
That's a fantastic idea.
Holy moly. Well, again, both these teams know each other so well, so.
Do you think it's right to say number one, that they are
Prime?
That they're involving Luna so much in the fight?
I mean, they probably, so I would say this is probably like a stereotype thing, because Ama usually is very good about just leaving his team alone and farming, but they probably know how Vici plays so well, and this is because they play so much against each other, that they feel the need to bring him. They know that, like, if he's there, then they will have damage to do all these things.
So they're feeling maybe Ember isn't there, Titan isn't there, if Luna was farming somewhere else.
He might get picked off, but I think it's also the fact that Visage birds with Luna Aura have like crazy yeah, the synergy there. So like, even if Luna's not actually outputting damage in fights, you just need to be present and just give that aura to the bird. It's already having like massive amounts of damage. I think it's almost double damage in level 12, right?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There were a couple of things there that really worked well with mass units. I remember the Sven, when he gave the ulti to everyone, you had Meepo around.
Oh, with the old bags.
That was ridiculous.
Those were the days.
Now the days when people start experimenting with support span again, which I haven't seen since Dota 1.
Speaking of which, multi-stream after all, I do want to ask you two big brains about Team Alliance. How are you feeling about that right now? They're in a series right now against Undying. I believe Undying took the first game, and it's...
Can we get a quick checkup on that series so we can talk about it?
Oh, if you want to, I was just bringing it up.
They go to stream C for Undying versus Alliance. Let's see how they're doing. Thank you, Slack.
I'm not trying to take
the essence of the multicast.
Okay, well, you know, I mean...
you ask and you shall receive.
Okay, wow, very kind of you, but yeah. This Undying game with Alliance in it, it looks like they're wrapping it up here. Or it looks like it has been started growing. Oh,
the ad spectrum. Luna is spectrum. Wow, let's see how this will hear
Also an engine, but you probably wanted to get on top of that light stealer, right? Pick him off before the raid.
I would assume it has to do with how the hero works, right? So light stealer is fairly tanky and so is Titan, and so is tanking. So overall these heroes are like, they're not really gonna die to auto attack damage that easily. However, 2 damage, that's great to first getting, like, you just eat these heroes. So the attack speed, I would assume it works on the map they're using as well, right?
And also not bad.
Yeah, so you're actually just eating people up with the best one. And you have a mini haunt, right? So you're going to people that are alone.
Vortex plus Dagger is like the ultimate kick off for effective. And you can risk the warfare too. Before you get any defense fight, you get on top of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't understand why people are picking in this.
Oh, really? You don't like it? I think it's pretty strong. And the right
It has a 30% win rate right now.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I think it's strong on paper, but in practice, the momentum in the team fights in the current meta are just like too strong. It seems like people are just running at the base and getting everybody together in these very plump up battle heroes before Invoker is able to get off the ground from what I've seen so far. But you're the guy, you know, who's on a pro team, so you tell me.
For now.
That's just a genius. So you tell me.
Being something that's taking your spot.
Oh, God. Something. There's a hostile takeover right now.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
I can't search for it anymore on Twitter. I can't find it.
Thanking face over.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some stupid tweet at me by a guy with the thing on the phone. I was confused last night. Then I realized who it was.
I just keep getting DMs.
The pictures.
This Undying is really showing up in this group.
Yeah, and I think that they're like, for me this game is important because I think it's a test for Alliance to see how hot are they, how good are they in this tournament. Because I think Undying is like maybe not the strongest opponent here, but they're playing well. Yeah. They seem to understand the game pretty well, and they seem to know what ideas they want to go in with. So this is like a test for me at least to judge like how good I think Alliance is, and I think a 0-2 is a pretty bad sign for them.
For sure.
For the rest of the tournament. Just more than the 2.
As you said though, Undying is this really hot team right now, and I'm really surprised with how they've been doing in comparison to Quincy Crew. I mean, people were saying Quincy was like EG. I mean, they were right up there. In fact, they took several spots from EG in the season, and man, I don't know what's going on with the group stage, but Undying is like replacing. Look at Centaur getting the greatest stomp of his life.
Sometimes, you know, a team needs to bow out for a new force to come in, much like I will be doing exactly like that.
No.
As we get a new host to come in, a wonderful host. My name is Sumichu.
Okay.
Yes, and we're also going to be putting the game on full screen so you can enjoy this wonderful game in its full glory. You don't even have to go to the actual stream and listen to the casters. What even the casters?
My goodness, I'll never forget you, Ayo.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, but at any rate, yeah, this Undying game, I think it is the test for Alliance, as you said. Any chance they come back in this game, though? This looking pretty rough with their draft.
It's very difficult now to get Canada to buy back on the roster as well. But to the Undying point, I feel like they will maybe find a little bit under the radar. Other teams commenting, spotlight of the people and EG. I also think that they adapted way better to the current state of the meta. Maybe sometimes a little bit of luck to who they train and what strategies they actually saw in those teams.
Alright.
But in comparison to Alliance, like when you look at them, their drafts don't truly look way too inspiring.
No.
You know what they're gonna pick. If you pick a puck, I can guarantee there's going to be a DK by or 4 limb.
Creativity coming out of that team, you're right.
I think the issue that they have in the game based on the few games, I haven't actually seen them play that much, I've only seen the results, but based on the games that I have seen, I feel like if they end up, when I look at like, compare them to other European teams that are doing really well, they don't end up getting Nico Baby ahead the way they need to. Their games seem like everybody was performing okay, and they were like playing pretty safe, whereas I feel like the teams that are doing really, really well are playing extremely aggressive. You see multiple heroes dying on their team all the time, whereas the Alliance team seem like they're low death count in general. So I think that if you find they're not really doing that much themselves, they're trying to like play defense, but at the same time their opponents are not pressured at all. And I think as a TI, you need to pressure your opponents. If you're not, they're going to like be very good at playing. They're going to be comfortable, they know what they're doing. They're going to come at you with like different styles that you're not used to playing against. And I think that's one of the big reasons OG so successful, because OG makes everybody play OG Dota.
That's so true, yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think that's also the reason why LGD is so successful.
Yeah.
Because they are used to everyone just running at them, they know how to deal with it, they wait for that late game, and then they turn it around in that moment that they know that they can. And
they just react to that shit.
Yeah.
There are some teams that innovate, right? They hit you with something different. There are some teams that you know exactly how they will be playing and you still can. Like they have a metronome that just ticks a little bit faster than yours. And then we move is more precise. For Alliance, I'm not sure which exact problem is there, but from the games that I have seen and watched, it looks like their moves are a little bit colorful. Perhaps.
I just feel like I'm not sure. I think that just the idea or the concept of coming into opponents I just don't think that's solving the meta. I feel like they're heavily relying on like counter-pushing lanes, winning lanes, and then like trying to take that gold and translate it into map control, but it's not really playing out at all for the teams that have gone with that, like kind of lane into then make moves play style. I think the teams that are like, we're going to apply the pressure for minute 6. That's like the teams that are looking at
That's literally what PSG LGD was doing in that last game.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of a good lane with Visage, and then Shaker just goes mid.
Yeah.
And he plays the same way he would play in 2016 or something. Just block off the enemy mid and harass him as much as possible.
Well, this wasn't very much over. I don't know how you come back from an alliance like this.
Do the thing, Jake.
What? Do what thing? Switch it out?
Do the thing.
What thing?
The thing.
What?
Do the thing.
Yeah, okay. Alright, you know what? This looks like it's an impossible game to go, I'm afraid. I think Undying has this one in the bag. Sorry if I'm robbing you guys, but how about we switch it up? We could go somewhere else. Quincy Crew is about to play if he doesn't want to talk about a draft.
Drafts are boring.
Drafts are boring.
Drafts, what the?
I'll tell you what, how about we head back to LGD? LGD and BT Gaming. That is the grudge match, and things have probably started to get a little bit spicier in that game, as I'm sure this is going to be the GG push out of Undying and Alliance with those negative. So we'll probably be seeing that one and moving back over to LGD. Of course, this is the multi-screen, so if you're looking to watch these guys mercilessly counter camp, feel free to head on over to that screen. And if you want to hear these hype casters, that is okay too. Go ahead and watch this one. There you go. GGWP. And we end this one on Dying, showing that they are still #1 in North America. And staying strong. As you're interested in Quincy, only moving to Quincy as well. So, oh yeah, After, by the way, they won. That's 2-2-0 here today. And we'll probably be slipping into LGD. They do have a pause right now. Okay, it's on pause. But let's head on over. So LGD versus
I just wonder if in Boku will die the moment that you solo. So far, every time you solo a hero garbage, somehow you have this prophecy aura around you.
I have a 2 right now. Remember, were you here when I asked them where are all the invokers? And then like ever since then, there's been like 10 invokers.
Yeah, they've been 15 games, I guess 15 times now.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hey!
It's me. You're not on my panel.
You know, sometimes if they keep trying to fire you, you just have to keep saying that you're sensitive to broadcast. So what I do is I replace people, I lie to them, and say that they were quick, and they really weren't. So as long as I keep showing up, people can think that I'm working, and then I might be able to form a real sentence. Oh my God! Snapfire down. Now Snapfire, guys. Snapfire is my favorite hero because you know exactly who's good and who's bad at the hero based on the cosmetic. That chick got one cosmetic. One. $75. If you buy it, you play Snapfire. If you don't, you're a scrub who just happens to play Snapfire. This guy's got the cosmetic. He's good.
I feel like that's accurate. You know when Dota Plus is good, you can see like somebody who's good in the hero on the Dota Plus level. It's not really the case
I'm mostly scared of the guys that have like the Dota Plus.
Yeah, those are I'm not gonna get them out. Wow. I think Snapfire is one of the few heroes where you can like, if you see someone like 5 minutes with Snapfire already, you know they're gonna
Yeah. What do you think about Snapfire overall?
It's a strong hero. For me, it takes a lot of boxing. It's team fight. It gives you low time. Negative armor is generally a really good tool against strength force because there's generally speaking low on armor. And the items that people are buying right now are not really necessarily armor items. If you think about it, there's not really that many force stats. There is one in this game, but it's not like 4 enemies in every single game right now. Some of force stats and stuff like that, and like we've talked about 10 times now, I could say this out of it.
This combo on which you're doing, about Snapfire and Titanfall, I think it's currently the combo that has been played the most on the tournament.
Yeah.
Because Tidehunter is picked the most, and then Snapfire combos with him because of the minus armor.
Yeah. I think it's a bit similar to the Snap Starter that we were playing.
Yeah, very similar. Just that Tide is maybe more in the meta at the moment, so because of that they're picking her. One other hero that surprisingly, at least yesterday, was the most contested one is Monkey King. Maybe not surprisingly, but he did get nerfed just prior to the TI when everyone started to play him on position 4. And interesting, his biggest combo is Like. So with Lycan, he has the highest in the rate. So the wolf likes to jump over the trees, I suppose, something like that.
Yeah, but it looks like in that grudge match here, LGD is kind of just slaying. Dota Plus just gave it a win rate of like almost 85% at this point.
Oh, wow.
You guys agree with that?
No, I don't think so at all. I think this is a pretty defining moment at both. I think LGD has an edge, but based on what I remember, their gold league hasn't really grown. So they're like kind of staying at the same level that they were before. But I think generally speaking, Dota Plus gives pretty high win percentages to certain heroes and combos. I think Invoker Luna is one of those combos. Because you have the Alacrity Luna that's just like waving down everyone.
This smoke is crucial.
Yes. LGD reading.
Hey, these guys are hacked, and they just literally ran away from a spirit through smoke. That's come on, guys. I'm not gonna sit here on the TI-10 panel and accuse people of cheating, but that was great. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, Jake?
Jake?
All right.
Yep. Some players, Flash, actually get so big that they can predict some movements across the map.
Dude, that actually blew my mind.
Can you believe it?
I played with a pro player accidentally one time. I think it was Arteezy, I don't remember, but we were in a pub, and it was like one of those groups that they invite 50 people, and then you just happen to sneak in, and they're like, it's not worth picking them kind of situation. But that guy was like, yo, we should go kill this guy, he's farming this camp. Yep. And I said, how'd you know that? And he's like, I watched him farm this other camp. That was like on the other side of the map. Like, you just know that the amount of time that it took for him to travel in fog?
Insania will probably agree with me. In general, you know where the enemy team's heroes are at like 90% of the game, unless the smokes happen and whatnot. You have a general idea where they should be, because you know the movements. You played this game 10,000 times, so you can kind of predict.
So if you think about high-level Dota, when it comes to this particular game, there's like a standard way to play. That's figured out. This is like the optimal way to play. And when you're playing like pubs, if you do the optimal, you're gonna win more than you're gonna lose. And that's generally like how pro players have such high rating and stuff, is just because they understand like the baseline that will work with 95% of all players. So you have a general understanding of where everybody is on the map if they follow those lines. So for example, when we talk about OG and say they're very aggressive, that's because they're deviating from those lines, or they're doing something that's unexpected from what you would think that they should be doing. And the same thing about like LGD, for example. Why they're so successful is because you will assume you know where they are, and then they'll be somewhere else because they know what you're assuming. And then there's like this mental game going on where you have to think like, oh, should I play not optimal so they don't find me, or should I follow the optimal line because I'm in my own head, or stuff like that.
I would compare this the most with chess, but not the normal one, but the bullet. Like you get 1 minute to play the whole game. So you quick chess. You have to move constantly, instantly. You can't really be thinking about your move way too long, because if you play optimally and you have too much time to think, eventually the one that just has the biggest brain power and all this thing doesn't matter, like mixing things up. However, if you play bullet, if you play in 1 minute, if you mix things up a little bit, you put the enemy off guard, he doesn't really know what he's supposed to do there, his time is ticking, emotions kick in, and then it pulls the game in your favor.
Sumi, this is such great news. Now, when we play like garbage, we can say, we could be playing optimally, but I'm choosing not to play optimally to throw the other carry off their game.
Exactly.
I know I have 27 deaths, but the enemy carry doesn't know why, and he's going to lose because of it. That's it.
That's what.
Very smart.
Literally what I've been doing my whole life.
That was exactly the point we were trying to get across.
Thank you so much.
Being position 5 players. Here.
Yeah. People have been making fun of my 5 boots Veno build all panel, but that's suboptimal. The enemy carry's trying to figure out what I'm doing. He's spending all that time instead of last game.
Jake, you understood this perfectly.
Your 5 boots Venomancer build is called the report build.
No, it's not
exactly what's going to
It's
happen.
the forbidden build.
Ah.
You never have to go back to base. Anyway.
When you were talking about like playing optimally, that also includes the force, right? Like when you're farming camps, there's an optimal route for it.
Precisely. And that's exactly what I mean. Where the pro players have figured out like this is the way that I want to be playing my hero. This is how many camps I can farm in a minute and still push out the waves, etc., etc. And like you know that for each hero, like it varies, and you know where they're gonna be at different times, depending on where you last saw them or.
Right.
I'm freaking out right now. Holy Macarena. Do you guys see that defense from VG Gaming? That was a perfect Ravage and a perfect everything. Luna's just ditching like a typical carry with an Aegis. What are you guys doing? Pushing uphill? Small creep camp, sorry. But what a defense there. VG Gaming, you can't put them down, Insania. All right? Look at it. Look at it again. Here we go. Here we go. Watch this. He pretends like he's playing unoptimally, blinks like a psychopath into nothing, and then he baits the entire team. That's unoptimal gaming right there.
Okay, Luna was disarmed, okay? So.
Good excuse to me. Look at it. Standing in the back.
Away from anyone.
Oh, there's a creep camp. There's a stack somewhere, I bet. And Santos is like, please, where are you going?
So this is literally the point in which you hit the wall as a PSG-LGD trap.
Yeah.
You have this visage that's supposed to be pushing, right? But you're playing versus Python. He's going to sit right next to his tower, he's going to enter smash the bird, and they won't deal any damage at all, with or without the Luna's aura.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story of the game is still the same. LGD needs to get Luna strong enough to where she can march up the high ground and hit.
Yeah.
But I think for me, that last team fight is a prime example of why Tidehunter is such a high value. You see him just blink in front, like Mr. Action Slacks so accurately described.
Yes, I saw him blink and said it.
Yeah.
Continue.
It was very nicely described by you. And then he just goes in front, and then you use all your stuns on him, but he just doesn't get stunned. And it's a very hard tool to deal with. So, and I think teams have been trying to like figure it out in different ways. I saw OG ran the Hoodwink. We've seen Viper before. I don't think the Viper has been very successful.
The most successful hero at the moment at the tournament played into the Tidehunter is, I believe, Doom, and after him, Disruptor. So
yeah,
these
those
two
are
heroes.
traditionally considered counters to Tide as well.
Very well.
Yeah, but LGD has none of them. LGD doesn't really have like a traditional answer to the Tide. I think their idea is more so that they're just going to try to overwhelm them with the Luna alacrity.
I would even say that they actually have heroes that aren't that great.
Yeah.
Let's not get too insane here. Sorry.
Quick question here.
Yeah?
Because of this awful pun, who here wants to vote Slacks off the panel?
I would like Slacks.
Please,
Whoa,
get him out.
Okay.
First say I.
Oh, I
think you should leave.
They want to keep my chair slacked out. I'll chill.
Invoker comments.
Thanks, Jake.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us. Bye. feel awful.
I don't. I may feel awful for stealing his phone, though. You can
I'll come back.
Have it. You can have it.
Oh no, he's coming back.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome back, Namo.
Thank you
for
so
joining
much.
us. How was your break?
Oh my God, we got quesadillas for lunch today. Romanian quesadillas.
Black, can you change me?
So I feel refreshed, and I'm ready to watch Chinese Dota. You and I already watched a ton of this Chinese Dota.
Me and Tsunami, actually, we were waking up at 5 in the morning to go and work on the BTS.
Just to watch some Chinese Dota.
Just to
I would have
watch
been
it.
doing it anyway, even if
Of
I
course.
wasn't working it. But since we did work it, we saw a lot of this, and I could have seen it being a 2-0 both ways. I could see it being a 1-1 split, because China v China is everyone's on the same level.
As long as Astra isn't playing,
As long as Astra isn't playing. Astra's the Chinese players, they'll always end up getting first. The other ones, it's the flip of the coin.
Interesting. So, did you happen to see the draft for this?
Me?
Either of you? Any of you? Because you just came back from break.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of the draft.
I'm curious. Can you explain to me, you mentioned earlier that Disruptor would have been a great counter to Tidehunter. Why didn't they pick it? Did it just not fit in their current draft? Or is there another reason that you think they maybe perhaps didn't pick it?
I unfortunately missed the draft.
I can't really remember at what point Tide was picked, and maybe they already had their position 5, and they don't really want to be playing. It's doable position 4, but that's not why you pick it.
It's so hard because we are jumping back and forth between games, and I feel like I'm asking you questions that are so difficult to answer because it's so based on the order of the picks and the bans.
And so far, I really saw the Doom being picked as the direct counter the most.
Yeah, I think especially in SEA, they play a lot of Doom as an answer to Tide.
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼.
Yeah. I think T1 also played it. Fnatic also played it.
Can you tell me about this Faithian Visage though? Is this the first series that we've seen Visage?
I would assume so. It's not really a very popular hero normally. And I'm curious because I would assume Tidehunter was first phase 6.
Can I just say that I love the Aghanim's in Visage? I know it's not really the most popular item out there. It fell off instantly after being introduced in the game.
What is the Aghanim for?
It just allows you to play a different style of the hero.
So it makes you invisible, right?
It makes you invisible, plus you can fly over all the barriers.
And it includes your 2 birds as well.
Is that an active or is it a passive?
It's an active. And what's so cool about it is it actually allows you to have a completely different play. Before that, you were a no-brainer hero. Like, you didn't even have to have good micro, really. You just kept birds, maybe Dominator, box, select everything, right click on a tower and hope that your teammates are following. Right now, you actually, if you use your skill and the map awareness well enough, you can make so much difference. You can eliminate supports at the beginning of teamfights as well. You can scout constantly. It's just fun. It's a fun concept of a hero that you like.
And the actually also loops back into what we were talking about, right? So, for example, when you're going up against the teamfight draft, where you need to pick off a specific hero for the fight, having its way to get to the backline very easily because you're invisible, right? And you can fly over birds. And when that's the case, it's kind of similar to Nightwalker. You can just loop it from behind. You have 2 minions that you're controlling as well that are going to get vision of the heroes in the teamfight, which makes it easier for your team to take positioning. So
that's scary. Scary for the other team.
Yeah, for an ET who usually needs to let his spirit walk on a few people before he can get the armor.
They didn't get him.
True. Can we get out?
Sorry. He actually managed to get out there. That was a huge commitment.
Did he have a remnant out already, or did he throw it out as he was
I think he threw it out, right?
I think, yeah, he has Aghanim Scepter, so it's really, really fast. Yeah.
They do have a Hex on Invoker, and I believe there's one being built on this as well. So this whole idea about flying behind them, hexing someone up and killing them off is almost online for CSGO.
So here for LGD, I'd say at this point, it's very hard to fight into the Tidehunter head-on. What they need to do is try to create chaos where they take like multiple small fights at once. You kind of want the Invoker and Luna to cope with the Blueprint Beam together with the Invoker spell, while you have the Mystic try to rotate around from behind, and the Enchantress poking in with her face and giving vision. And then the Earthshaker is going to be very, very patient and try to come in very late into the team fight once Feature Gaming decided to. But he wanted to try to force the side at a hard time to Ravage.
I can't believe he got out.
Oh, he got bumped
That's
to the
when Glass
cliff.
bumped him up.
They lost vision of them.
Yeah. That's comp as well. With many heroes.
Yeah.
I really like the double head.
Yeah, it allows them to take scattered fights easier. It's easier to open up like on multiple heroes at once than once you have initiation on many heroes. For Vici, it's obviously the opposite is what they want to do here. They want to make sure they stay grouped up and don't get pulled apart.
I cannot believe.
She's so hard to kill.
Oh my god.
You have to right click her now. You used all your spells.
No.
Do you think this is fair, Lizard, when you pick this against me for like a year straight?
Look,
how is it balanced?
Look, back then,
Enchantress was so annoying.
Enchantress was even more annoying, I have to admit. It was the worst hero.
So back then, her ultimate used to be her, just instead of throwing the spear that deals damage, she just was untouchable. You got like, you couldn't touch her. She didn't take any, you couldn't attack her with normal heroes.
Really?
No,
she would
wait,
just sit
it's
there
the other
alone.
way around. Now,
Impetus was her ult.
Impetus was ulti, Untouchable was a spell.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
No,
So,
yeah,
I
yeah.
said it wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, I meant that
Yeah.
Untouchable used to be a normal spell.
Yeah,
You couldn't auto-attack her at all in lane. So from level 1, Lizard's just sitting there like...
It was a passive, right? Wasn't it a passive?
Yeah, it still is, but now it's moved to the ultimate.
Oh, okay.
And then he just hits me like this.
You know what the worst thing is? Like, I played so many pubs with Enchantress versus this guy that
I think I tweeted at you.
in like pro games, every single game, the first 2 bans were Enchantress and maybe one more hero of mine, even though we didn't even play it.
I always ban Enchantress against him, because I did not want to play it.
I have a story, actually. When we did Quick Rivals for Dota, it was reverse draft. So you're drafting your enemy's team, and for some reason, they redrafted them all. They gave us Enchantress first, and I don't know why. So then we drafted them all right clickers.
Oh yeah.
And it was the easiest win of the entire thing. And I was on BSJ's team, and I don't remember who the captain of the other team was, but I was on that team as well.
Oh, okay.
So they got stomped.
Oh, this is another thing. This shard that costs 1,400 gold for Visage is neat. I like it a lot.
I actually don't even
So
remember.
how do you use that? It turns you into...
It turns you into a stone.
Right.
Basically like the bird. The same thing that works.
Does it stun around you when you come down?
It stuns around you as well. I'm like 90% sure.
Wait, so it gives you another, the shard gives you another spell.
Yeah,
That lets you basically plummet like the bird.
Yeah, you just plummet. You just drop on the ground, but the most important thing, you also heal while it's happening.
Just like
you
the
heal
bird.
also, it's not exactly.
Okay.
So what's really good about it is it gives you an opportunity to buy some time until your teammates come to rest. So if they initiate, you just plummet, you dispel whatever negative buffs you have on yourself, debuffs, and then you continue fighting after.
That's so much micro.
Yeah,
Like,
if you look at his HUD, it's tiny because he has like 8 spell icons. He has like his Stone Plum, Familiar Stone Plum, Silent as the Grave, Familiar, Grave Shell.
And you're spamming solo something from right? Because it has a low cooldown.
And is the multi-soul system a talent?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then he has a talent already.
That's interesting. LGD's approach to the Titan trick seems to be to try to EMP his mana away. Okay, for example, we saw he walked into the Rookset earlier, and Booker immediately threw out Tornado EMP. And now he's using it to zone them up as well. And then when they know he's low on mana, they attempt to go for it. But here we go.
And there's the Ravage.
Yeah, but there's a follow-up now.
Yeah.
They still need to finish it. They're trying rapidly, but Luna does get the Aegis and kill.
This is in big trouble. He's about to go down.
Four steps away from the Sunstrike.
Yeah, that initiation was very awkward.
It felt like they thought that Roche was like 10 HP when there was still like 400
Yeah, but
HP.
still, if you're ravaging and you're outside of the pit, you need a hero that's able to get in there, and I'm not sure.
Well,
I expected Ember.
Yeah, Ember wanted to go in, but then he was like,
I think it
not.
King's got Hex actually before he got his BTV off, and that's what happened. So he blinked in a Ravage, and then as he Ravaged, he invoked a Hex the Blinks. And then Vici Gaming, being disciplined, realized Ember's spirit cannot commit into this.
Because
and they just cut their losses, yeah. Because they don't have the damage to follow up the Ravage in time. It's a huge play from nothing to say on the Ember.
But it's one of those situations in which, after it happens, your chances are very diminished.
Yes.
When it comes to winning this game. So you're playing versus HGs now. You also don't have Ravage that you committed.
Dota Plus put it at an 81% for 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 now, but what can VP do to try to hold on to that 18%?
Isn't that lower than before?
I'm not sure. I don't usually care too much about Dota.
It's so important.
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Well, he's actually smart.
I will learn for main stage, I promise.
So what can they do now?
So their difficulty here is that they need to buy time for Ravage timing, right? We talked about this a lot yesterday.
Right.
This is very GG. That's what.
Well, right now you're quickly opening up the report button. Opening up the scoreboard and you're reporting the entirety of the enemy.
Oh, right.
Ah, okay.
Specifically nothing.
Because when someone's better than you, that's how you deal with it. You call them Smurf, and then you report them.
Nothing to say. It was out of control. And what was the center mark?
I was just being balanced. I have more MMR than her.
I have massive respect for VP really just sticking it out to the end zone.
Yeah.
Instead of, like you said, that was a GG, but you know, you still see him trying.
It's just that they needed a good gameplay collection earlier. They got that one defense on the bottom page too, but by that time Luna was already quite ahead, and they couldn't find the right place to take fight. They had a nice small attempt to turn the second part, which failed. And after that, you can see the 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 is just reading the map very correctly and know what they need to do with this visit. Just constantly flying across place and breaking through.
Got it. All right, team. We have 2 streams that are currently available to watch. We have No, I did not say that. That was Ultimami. And we have Quincy Crew and Team Spirit, and then we also have Elephant and SG Esports.
I want D.
D?
No?
Oh, wait, Lizard, you're the tiebreaker. You're the tiebreaker.
D has an actual game going on. Quincy Crew is laning. What?
All right, let's go to stream B, if you don't mind.
This is hype. Quincy Crew is on the verge of elimination, right? If I'm not wrong. They've had a shockingly I mean, everyone's surprised, right, about how poorly they're coming.
Yeah. What's really interesting is that there's a lot of teams, Team Spirit is really strong but Team Spirit also, they're kind of in the middle of the pack, lower middle, I believe, at the moment. They aren't taking 3 pots as long.
Yeah. I mean, I think their team really collapses like the 2 teams. Their offlaner is like the real carry of that team. I think 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 has a little bit more of like the active. He plays hard carries, but he plays them really actively and very, very aggressively. So I feel like as long as he can make space for his offlaner, which is like traditionally not the case when you think about like the 1 and 3 position, their team looks very good. And Flap takes some time to come online, but once he gets some items, it feels like he quickly snowballs their games into wins.
Recently at the Dota Pit tournaments as well, Team Spirit ended up second, just behind 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼.
Yes.
And to get there, they went all the way to lower bracket. So they have the mental fortitude to come back into a tournament.
That's really important, actually. It's something that we learned on the clip over the years. That like, once you get that one really deep lower bracket run, you believe that every time you drop down, we can do it. Like, it's like in some ways, almost more comfortable to be in the lower bracket and go all the way because you've done it before. You know that you can do it than doing like the upper bracket run.
So then even just that one-time broken seal for you guys that you do.
Yeah, because instead of thinking you can do it, you know that you can. You know you have the capacity to do it because you've done it before. So,
sorry, quick note from the newsroom. We have an update. Elephant has taken game 1 of the
watch that thrilling conclusion.
Or we could have cast the first hit somehow. But we could go back to Quincy and see how that ends. So tell me a little bit about this draft. We see your favorite Night Stalker. We've talked a lot about him over the last couple of days, but I do see Winter Wyvern of Quincy too. And we've seen Winter Wyvern a couple of times, but I haven't really heard too much about the hero itself and how it's doing.
Winter Wyvern, I think, struggles actually against Poison, generally speaking. I think it's a very positioning heavy hero, and I think it's hard to play when the enemy team has ways to get on top of it. Like, Wyvern is nice in the way that like if you have the fastest in the game, it doesn't really, it's one of the few fives that can get away with the fastest first cost. But you're always going to be playing under Night Stalker vision, so when you're playing against a stage hero, generally speaking, what you want to do is you want to try to isolate them at the start. You want to try to find them and then go on the main side. And the games in which these like heroes like Oracle or Wyvern are very strong are where you have a hard time reaching the back.
More to your point, Buffers, yeah, you cannot protect every Wyvern, you cannot contain him on his own. However, the Rocket is really nice. You can scout her, and then the nice Rocket follows up. Something that maybe style.
It kind of looks like that's what's happening.
He's wasting time,
all these positioning saving tools work the same way versus Swastyastu. You show up and you're back. That you have to be hidden somehow in the trees, somehow behind your teammates at all times.
Yeah. And when you have global vision from like crosses all the trees and all the doors and stuff, it becomes very tricky. And the way that most teams have been solving it in the tournament is that they then have a ball drop. They have these like heroes that you can't run into. Even if you see them, you don't have the strength to just run into the ball. And that's like where a hero like Titan, for example, would have been great, right? But since if you have a Lightning effect, they have a little bit of a different style. I think they need to, their different style, kind of snowball, take back the slow radion, and then apply pressure to the hero. But I think personally, I like this weird draft more. I think they're going to have timing better.
The later the game goes on, does that mean Team Spirit has the edge because Swastyastu needs to take that early lead?
I think so, somewhat. I think once the Terrorblade is able to stand it down, it's going to be a difficult game for Swastyastu. But
it really comes down to the TV, the star, and how to fight.
Right. But I do think like Swastyastu they have different timings in this game. Like I think almost there's no hero in the game that I think is very common. Both drafts look a little bit like the Cup, where you have like strong heroes, you have heroes that can do a lot on their own, but like there's no real synergy between the heroes on the team. Like there's nothing that's really enabling the other hero. It's not like a ball draft on either side. So, and drafts like this, I think gameplay and individual skill is like it shines through more.
It comes down to the execution of fights.
Precisely.
And because of that, I have to say that I'm a little bit worried for Team Spirit, as the game that did drop at the lower bracket, they played Terrorblade, and it wasn't the best performance ever. The problem is with TB, you really have to understand when you're joining the fight, and you have to make sure, like in that particular game that he was playing, he got doomed every single time before he even pops the victory. So it doesn't matter if you're in your form if you can't underreact. As long as he's careful about what he's going to start and how to use it, and that's I think they do have it.
So what are the standings like? Are they pretty close?
The standings, let me check that right now. It looks like...
At the end of day 2, Quincy was definitely in the bottom.
Yes. So the current standings are that Quincy Crew is 2-6. Oh, we can see them on the production.
Alright, so
they're so great.
Both had those 2 wins.
Yeah, 2-6 and then also 2-6. So it's pretty even, and that's really dangerous because that means that they're at the bottom.
Yeah.
And so this series is very, very important for them.
Precisely. So when you look at it now, if you want to get into the mindset of Swastyastu and Team Spirit, I mean, of course, they're both teams, you've kind of accepted that, like, alright, these LGD, they're not really reachable for us. They're not looking at speed 1 and 2. We could potentially make up a bracket, but the most important game for them, and the most, like, pressure-filled game for them, it's not going to be the toughest opponents of the group, rather, it's going to be this game, because this determines their fate in tournament. So, for both teams, I actually think this might be like the most nerve-wracking game they've had so far, even though maybe both of them would consider the other not to be the toughest opponent they've had.
Because when you're fighting against somebody else who is around the same standings as you, you really need to create that distance between your scores.
One thing we talked on the first day, right? If you're playing, you usually want to be playing versus the best at the beginning, unless it really shatters your confidence. Because you just get that out of your way, and then it becomes a little bit easier. If you win it, great, you won versus what you consider to be the strongest enemies on the tournament. If you lose it, so what? You lost versus the best, right?
Yeah.
East Coast, for me, because of that, is in a really good spot. Because they have been winning versus extremely strong teams, and on paper, the matchups that are ahead of them are not as good. They're currently somewhere in the middle, but...
Yeah, they're in 4th right now.
Along the lines of the mindset, did you ever launch consciously adjust your drafts during the situation? Like, not talking about the tournament meta or anything, but like, you're really comfortable in this. You know, quite alone. We're in this situation against this other team. I want to give you a comfortable feeling.
And literally adjusting drafts? What? It's always Brood Mother, Lone Grid.
Right, so which
Morphling, Nikkei.
Which one of the three?
It's so good.
I knew what he was gonna say.
Because in both these drafts we mentioned that it's not really like a concert of teams. It's more like everyone's in a comfort, you know? Everyone's individually skilled. Is that because they're in this situation? Did you ever have to do that?
So I think you subconsciously do that.
Right.
Whether you want to or not, I think if you're doing poorly in a tournament, you're gonna look towards things that you know has worked for you in the past. And I think it's a crafter you can easily fall into as a crafter. Sometimes it wins you games, and other times it just costs you games. Because you don't like the ideas that you know are good, but rather you give up on them because you've had a couple customers. Definitely been guilty of that. And at other times you're like, no, I know this is right, even though it's not working, and you stick to it way too hard until you so like I've definitely been on both sides of it. But I think subconsciously you definitely go more towards heroes that you feel comfortable with, and that you know are good. And that's usually when swim data like comes in, right? Like that's the principles in playing a couple drafts they thought were good, it hasn't really worked out. And now they're probably leaning a lot more on like, okay, but what works for us is good. You start maybe focusing more on yourself and less on like who are we playing against, and more rather like what do we want to play. So in that way, yes. I think you do end up on that.
Or you just sometimes miss the hero, that's that.
You miss a hero?
Yeah.
Oh, Sumi may not know the lore.
You don't know about this?
No, tell me the lore.
Yeah, and that Blizzard didn't qualify to.
Not even a talent he didn't qualify to.
She started it. I'm just fighting back.
I deserve it, it's fine.
No, but look at the sweater he's wearing. Do you really want to?
I'm just kidding. FTI9.
He's just trying to put the spotlight on the sweater.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's doing.
You're welcome, Victor, if you're watching.
Hit me up.
No, but yeah, at TI9, my team had the unfortunate event of me misclicking a hero in the draft. And I picked the wrong hero instead of banning it. And that ended up eliminating us from game.
What did you pick?
Gyro.
I was very comfortable in my chair at home watching that game.
Oh!
Gave us bad vibes.
Well, you're not going to be comfortable in this chair for much longer.
Yeah, I assume so. Is someone going to replace me?
You said one thing.
He's my bro. He gave me the shirt. I love you. Love you all. Bye-bye. Have fun.
Bye, Lizard.
I love this band interface that we have on the multicast at the top right. We have pick arrow, we stand.
I love it. Before it was stomp up or down.
Oh, okay.
The what?
What's interesting is the production mistake or something. You see a black box and it's just like, let's pick the elbow. There's just 5 of us up here.
Oh my god.
You're in a new chair. Yeah, I know. Now you need to be smart. Yeah. It's a tougher role, really. You think so?
Being an analyst is a tougher role?
Well,
yeah,
unless you have slacks for Jenkins on the panel. Good job, Sumi. That's very impressive.
You had him on your panel too.
Oh, he's giving himself credit too.
That's true, that's true. I mean, he deserves it. Abo is a great host. I loved walking into the TI qualifiers. Very, very good host.
Likewise.
Big fan. You're likewise you're a big fan of yourself.
I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
He's a great
I meant Sumi, obviously.
I'm just kidding.
The same TI qualifier.
I'm just kidding.
But I am a narcissistic one. So, you know. Can you guys fill me in on what the discussion is about with messages here?
Yeah, they're same spot right now in the group. They're both 2 and 6. And we were talking about how when you're fighting against an opponent in the group stage, after you've had a few bad games, and you're like, okay, now it's an opponent that you should be on the same field with, then what's the strategy that you go for? It seems that the strategy could also be comfort-oriented. You know, maybe you had some not so great debuts, but I know what I'm good at, and I'm going to focus more on myself rather than worry about which spirit that's going to show up. It's going to be more internal.
I think like at this point you kind of know where you rank among the teams right in your group. You know that you're not a top dog. So like you understand this at this point, and your battle becomes, it's a different battle. Like maybe between BT and TSLGD, their battle is for first seed, right? And that's what they're really fighting for, or upper bracket. But for these two teams, the mindset is like you're not even thinking about upper bracket anymore. you're focused on like, okay, how do we get out of this group stage?
You're trying to make it out.
Precisely. So for them, this might be like the most intense game of the tournament, despite it not being like the toughest opponent for either of them. They've had tougher opponents before probably, but the intensity level in this game and like your nerves and the way you're thinking and like you feel what's on the line here. This is where it starts to come into the eye in a different way. Where like the pressure of the situation is like starting to like weigh on you a little bit more. So I think whoever wins the first game here has a pretty big edge. It's gonna alleviate a little bit of that pressure because you know no matter what happens, the other team won't cross you in front. At least not based off this series. So this game one is like you can tell, right? It's 6-4. I don't think we've seen a game this passive so far in the tournament. And I heavily credit that to the fact that I think both teams are feeling the pressure of the situation.
It must be really hard to like keep the mental like just at a good level.
Yeah.
Especially when you're basically every mistake here probably feels like a game losing mistake, even if it's not.
Yeah.
What do you guys do to combat that? Like, do you tell jokes, or do you meme, or do you
I think every team
voice
has a different way of doing it.
All right, I won't ask you to reveal strategies here.
I know Blue Spirit, but when they're in a difficult position, they look a bit nervous. Their backs against the wall. Actually, I was talking to you about this. How they're like a really solid team, but inexperienced in some ways on them.
And I mean, we play a lot of tiebreakers in team like this. And I think
yes, you do.
Yeah. And as far as I can remember, right now, they're the only team to beat us in a full round of the I'm gonna stand by that statement. I said it with confidence.
I believe you.
You said it so confidently, and you're so smart and so good at the game, so not a single one of us is going to say otherwise.
I'm not going to consult Wikipedia. This is a verified claim.
Does Jenkins' method not work for me? I can't just say something and believe it, and then it's true?
No, I think you need to be a certain level of delusional to be Jenkins level. You're a little too self-aware here, Aiden.
I think most things Jenkins is entirely true. Especially that part.
100%.
Did he commentate the Visit game?
No, but that would have been good. Wait,
He did a bit, and he was talking about how, it was a very interesting conversation about how you can alacrity the bird, it's great, right? When there was a Luna in that game. And then Blizzard made fun of him because why would you alacrity the bird if you can alacrity the Luna instead?
That's true.
And then I agree, he was talking about the poking, look at this. Even after panel, Lizard is getting demolished.
He started it. I'm gonna resort to how he started it.
Okay. I feel like for this game, I agree, not just in the base time, but also both that's quite safe. I was looking at Quincy's and I'm like, okay, Troll, you know, big degree, maybe a bit more of a tempo hero, but then you have the Tiny, the secondary carry with the Lycan as well, the buff both your carry. For Team Spray and a Terrorblade, I can't imagine anything safer than that, honestly. It really is a game where, at least in the late game, I can imagine it's just decisions. I can't really see one team having a huge edge.
No, I think the team's gonna be dead even, and then it's gonna come down to work. And I think it's gonna be a very, very nervous fight. Yes. And I think the key things to look out for, if you guys are gonna switch over to the main team, is Clockwork looking Earthshaker is gonna be very important for Team Spirit, and Night Stalker providing vision for that to happen. And for the Winter Wyvern. What happens to Winter Wyvern? It's like almost battle of the support. For Quincy Crew, it's they need to get their spells off. And for Team Spirit, it's how do we make sure that we initiate on them first so they can't do that. I think it's going to be the story of the game, especially at the roster, whenever they decide to go there. Not this one, but probably like the second one.
But for now, it seems like they're just kind of avoiding each other. Is that to be safe, or is there another reason for that?
I think it's probably nerves. They're not really willing to take risks. Like, I think the more aggressive teams, they recognize that like, hey, if we die here but they blow Ravage, then we get an opportunity to get a fight back.
Right.
Like that kind of thinking is very, very core to the way you play Dota. But I think when you're in this kind of position, you resort to like, I just don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to be...
Is that like, that's like the difference between playing to win versus playing to not lose?
Precisely.
I see, okay.
Yeah, so I think here it's like more like, I would assume the teams are more on edge to not make mistakes. You're not thinking about what makes me win here, you're rather thinking about what makes me not.
And that slightly scares me for Quincy particularly, because if you look at their style until now, I think Team Spirit, I've seen a lot of matches where they give Sven Pigatoro and go far away. And then Sven comes in 40 minutes, cleaves everyone, wins the game. Like, they're used to that. Usually it's like they play very 4-1-knee kind of grab, the very space creating move. But for Quincy, they're the lane dominating team. They're the I'm gonna pressure you and I'm gonna kill you. They're the team that will make mistakes, and it's okay because they've done so well beforehand and they got such a lead that these mistakes are acceptable.
Right.
Because they play really hard Dota. So this is a Dota that I'm not used to seeing. Well, now this is the Quincy.
Look at the cheering. The cheering for Quincy through. NA has woken up.
It's a very small cheer.
Hey, wait, it's still there. You heard it. You could hear the audio, the cheering audio. Look, it's still going. Look at that. Perfect.
You summoned it to me. I got stronger after that.
West Coast is 3:20 a.m. right now.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Quincy's an East Coast team. They're all New York origin.
That's where the name Quincy comes from.
That's right, yeah.
That's still really early for a lot of people.
Well, it's Friday though now, right? Or is it Saturday?
Oh, is it Saturday?
Weekend Dota time.
I can't time. I'm not even gonna try. But
So
it's
what was
weekend
the
Dota.
Quincy crew in New York?
So Jack wrote a long tweet longer about it, kind of
angry about it.
Part of it was justifying why they were adamant about keeping the name Quincy Crew to go to TI, because they had offers, obviously, but they were like, no, we've done it our own way up until this point. We have pride in our name, and the reason is I think it was on Quincy Street that their first team house was on, and not necessarily for this roster, but the Quincy Crew name has been around with 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼, MSS, and Quinn for quite a while.
It was the forward gaming roster before
That's
that.
right, and then the TI9 newbie after that.
Yes. Newbie.
Yeah, exactly. And so they originated on Quinn Street, and it was like a not very glamorous team house, so there was a lot of formative experiences there.
Wait, so it was the street? It was
Quinn
Quincy?
Street, and they were the Quincy Street.
Yes.
And they were the Quincy Crew.
I thought it was just named after Quinn.
Yeah,
like
no, that's what most
QCNC.
people think, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but Quinn's name is Quinn, not Quincy.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I thought, I thought that it was just to kind of
Yeah,
stylize
I thought
it.
it was too, also.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Their first logo was also just CCNC space.
Screaming, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why people mistook.
It was not an interesting backstory, it's just his name. So we made one up, we spiced it up.
So we were on the street.
You know, like, it's like, I feel like I'm turning into Kyle now. Oh my god, what's happening? But like, you know, with like new brands, they always have like a story written on the box or like the bottle or whatever.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is who
our
we are, and this is
so.
where we come from.
Yeah.
And Quincy Crew decided they want to do the same thing.
You know, in Spain, there's actually people whose job is to write professional stories for wine bottles. That's their only job, and they're very good at writing wine bottle stories.
I can imagine that.
Wine copywriters, that's amazing.
Interesting. All right, so write me a story for this game then. Write me like a 2-sentence story for this game.
I know it's not his job, but okay.
Sure, I can do it. You want me to?
Yeah, please, no.
All right, so the stage is set. 2 teams have had 3 rough days at the TI group stage, and now it's up to the final battle. Will you be eliminated? Will you be able to make it to lower bracket? Do you have the resilience to make it through? Find out now on this group stage.
On screen B, because we're switching to a different game.
JK.
Oh, we're switching?
Wait, you want to see this Beast Coast Fanatic game pop off?
I'm very curious about this one. I think there's a lot of writing on this one. I can feel it. I also feel like Quincy's position is, like, because of everything that they're saying, I mean, I don't know, right? But I am imagining this means much more to them. Imagine saying no to a bunch of offers and then deciding to go on your own to TI.
That's
and
true.
then potentially getting eliminated in group stage.
Because you have to have a lot of faith in your team that are like, if we take a sponsor, you know, what if they wanted like a 50% cut or something like that? Like, we know we're good. We know we're going to get top 4 TI. I don't need any sponsors.
Exactly.
And then they get last place and they're like, ooh, we should have taken the money.
Yeah, that's the issue. When you're getting close to last place, the doubts start rolling in you. That's why I think the teams that are in that position have had recent changes. Like, I imagine Thunder is similar with the whole idea of deciding Fear to coaching. Like, not as a diss to Fear, but because it's the last choice they made, it's something you think about when you're next to elimination. Was that the choice that broke it? maybe it wasn't. It had nothing to do with that, but that's how humans work.
I think that is a conflict we fall into. We start thinking about like the consequence before you're even there. Like right now, if you're a Thunder Predator, all you should be thinking about is, all right, what is it we need to do? How do we play the best Dota we can? Forget about the money. Forget about the like all this stuff doesn't matter. Now you're in the position you're in, and all you need to do is like focus on what's happening. And it's very hard to do. It's very easy for me to sit here and say like, oh yeah, that's what they should be doing. But when you're in that moment and you're there, it's really hard to do that. And I think that's usually where coaches come in plus, right? Yeah. They try to help you steer your mindset into the right area. And we talked about this a bunch, but the teams of mental coaches, like, this is why they have an edge, right? We see both EG and OG performing really well. And we saw EG bounce back after that horrible game winning against OG. Right. Like, this is why that position in teams is so crucial. And I think for upcoming GIs, we're going to see it much, much more commonly used among coaches. An important part.
And this is where, if Jenkins were here, he would start talking about Dr. K.
But there's also, some players also fulfill that role, like Seb fulfilled that role to a large degree, and someone in this tournament who we actually saw him giving a speech earlier, which was Moon Meander.
Yeah, that's right.
And we also know he put Attack on Titan music as he was giving that speech as well.
Wait, did he really?
Yeah, apparently so.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing.
But I think that's a valuable like trait in a player, even if you're not a captain, being able to hype your team. Absolutely.
When we
I love your voice. I know we probably lost this.
I agree. I actually bought the liquid pack partially for that voice.
One of the things that really stood out to me, what you mentioned earlier, is just the way Moon Meander talks. Like when we did the winning interview with Undying when they won, we were like the way he talked about how happy he was to win and his determination to do well at TI. That was like, somebody sponsor this man. Yep. Like he's just really inspirational. I like that.
Did he have the Never? I didn't see this interview.
He's toned it down since then. Otherwise, that was his go-to
that's
song.
so funny.
I mean, Twitch chat will always be never ever, never ever.
Yeah.
Get on my level.
Yeah.
Get on my level.
Old School Moon was hilarious.
There's still videos of that roaming around. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on track, but I saw it live. No, but I was thinking about this too, because Twenty Crew traditionally has always done well at the group stages. The past 2 years, I think they've actually topped their group.
Yes, and they went down to upper bracket and then
they got an OG twice, which is like, well, tough luck, right? You played a tournament winner 2 years in a row in the first round.
Yeah, that's the plan this time. Maybe you go lower and they'll find like
Dodge OG.
Yeah, Dodge OG.
Yeah. All right, quick question. We have a little bit of a liquid representation here with Insania, but who wants to vote on changing it out for a different Insania?
Yeah, I want to keep it fresh.
I guess so. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go with it. You know, you're super like calm and quiet. We need a little bit of chaos in here, so let's
I'll bring in my other personality.
Let's bring in the other personality.
Hello.
Jenkins.
I'm Jenkins, not Insania.
We meet again.
Don't be absurd.
Actually, you're Sumail.
I am Sumail.
You are Sumail. You are indeed Sumail.
Rare.
Can I sit down now?
All right, have a seat, gentlemen.
I have very soft legs, which means they can't stand
like
very
jelly.
Oh, I was like,
He actually has no bone in his leg.
I don't. It's only muscle. Soft muscle. What are we watching?
Talking about you boys in North America. The Quincy Crew versus Spirit. They're neck and neck right now.
They're losing. I see. That's too bad.
Yeah. But, I mean...
I will have extra depression tonight.
So for the people at home, tell me how they are losing Tsunami.
Well, for the layman, it's net worth. And that's probably how Jenkins figured it out real quick.
Also TV. It's just... let's look at the draft. Yeah, it should be even at any point, but the TV still just overpowered.
Okay, I have a BSJ argument here.
Oh no.
TV, he says, is the best hero for standing there and fighting it because you get Scotty, that's good for that. You can't take panic against it. You're kind of slow. You can't run away from him. You're super slow. He spawns another version of you. Right. That helps. He duplicates the enemy, right? And then obviously, Sunder. He's gonna sunder you. So Troll, being a very man-fight sort of carry, I would assume TV is very good in this matchup. And then Lycan as well. You steal the Lycan aura as TV. So you get extra base damage with a hero who has like the, I don't know, second highest base damage in the game, maybe even the highest. The only other hero is like Tiny in the late game. So it seems like a really good TV game.
So a little bit of a slight unlikely. One of the strategies that people used to use, well, still use is ignore, right? Go around it.
Sure.
That's why the PL is popular. That's why some teams really Spectre's really good against them.
Yeah.
Like in, I mean, obviously you're an off-lane, right? But you have that option, and Wolflight does give Troll that option. I think that's what Quincy is looking for as the lane condition. Ignore TB, kill him at the end.
That's fair, and they have good kiting for him too. You're right. Like Ember is constant chain, so he's gonna have to press Manta, BKB, whatever he gets.
Earthshaker Fissure.
Yeah, Earthshaker Fissure, which will like, you know, can't even BKB that. And then there's Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse. There is good kiting for the TB, but although it doesn't, you know, when you're just hitting your base.
Towers can't move. That's the big
can't
weakness
move. Yeah,
of
you
towers.
unfortunately cannot Cold Embrace towers.
Yeah, really. Is that through backdoor protection?
Yep. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Quite large.
He just Demon Zealed himself, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't, yeah?
Yeah,
he Demon Zealed himself.
He did it against the tier 2 tower.
Well,
what does it do in range?
It gives you the same.
Yeah, attack speed, move speed, cost of HP. So with Satanic and Sunder, it's basically
It's looking a little rough for Quincy, but what can they do to turn this around? Because the game's not over yet. There is Terrorblade.
So you have good lane cutting, decent lane cutting with Ember particularly. Ideally, the plan would be start cutting lanes and force them out of your area. Because team is really good when you're trying to defend objective, right? Because he just stands there and you either let your objective die or you die. Like, there's not really a good option for you. But if you try to fight an open field with TB, then the best thing you can do is what they're doing right now, right? Don't stay in your base, open up the map, try to push out the lanes as much as possible. Ideally put some, not defensive wards, but like around your area of the map to cover that. And if you can find an open field, hopefully do what you're talking about, which is kite the TB out, kill the evil around them, and pray that you have enough damage to kill them one
we saw in, I think it was SG versus Fnatic, that SG had close to Mile.
Costabile.
Costabile.
How is his name Costabile? Kyle?
Avomine, please, Avomine. The Costabile was on a troll, and he 1v5 from behind, and then they ended up winning the game with a deficit against Fnatic. So the troll is a 1v5 carry. You don't even need to go for a rapier. There was a period in Dota where like any rapier was so good because it gave true strike that any hero could just get a rapier at some point, and like there was never no win condition. But it's good for Quincy in this situation because at least they have the troll. Like if they didn't have a carry that is capable of 1v5, then it would be kind of like they're just holding out until they lose, effectively. Because there's no rapier. Like rapier's not in the same place that it was before, where you could just get it and then still have this win condition. It's like you can't fall far enough behind it. There's basically no winning other than the miracle.
Dexter said earlier that there were 2 Divine Rapiers that were purchased throughout TI so far, and both of them lost. So definitely a different story with buying Divine Rapier in the last build.
That's good. I mean, it was pretty good.
It makes sense, right? Like if you're buying Divine Rapier, you're not in a good situation. So I would assume that it's a last-ditch effort.
Yeah.
See, the theory is good at this fight. I don't think. It's
going
well.
A lot of effort to kill that Snapfire, though.
He has MKD now, so he actually deals damage to TB.
Yep.
Oh, he'll just kill. He thunders the Night Stalker. What a friend in need. And Demon heals himself.
What's that curse there? Oh, that's Earthshaker. Tiny.
God, the strategy that you said is just so hard because even if they push out the lanes, there's still like the clockwork that they have to deal with, and then it becomes such a problem.
Night Stalker as well, like it's not even necessarily like he has blink, so his jump is pretty good on Night Stalker, but it's more so like he just presses R and then whatever trees you were hiding in are just pathetic and laughable. It just sees you.
Dude, you said the word pathetic in every single panel that I've hosted with you.
Be thankful that's the word that he's been obsessed about this. Usually,
there's the word festering inside of him.
Oh no. Alright, I'll keep pathetic. We'll stick with pathetic.
Quinn, I think pinballs around like at least 6. Okay, so he went right, now he goes left. He goes right, walks away a little bit. He's going to get silenced for a while, so he's not going anywhere. Meanwhile, TB is just narrowly surviving.
Oh man, it's so close between those 2 carries. Like any tiny amount of damage would have been the difference either way there.
And for Yawar, he made the calculation in his head that if he tried to run away and keep doing what he was doing, he would die there. because the TB had too much damage. Yep. And that's why he forced the battle trance instead. I don't think that's what he wanted to do ideally, but he just couldn't tank the TB enough.
Do you think it was a smart idea for Quinn to run away?
Yeah, well, in the middle of it, he was keeping Nightstalker busy because Nightstalker has to just sit on Ember, keeping the keeping the silence on him.
They're both sitting there thinking like, I'm keeping the other one busy.
Yeah,
I'm so good. I'm so smart. Like two dogs playing with each other like a dog park.
What kind of
I don't know.
is
I'm
that?
thinking like the adults are like talking, they're chatting, and the dogs are just like violently attacking each other.
Yeah,
playfully, of course.
Are the adults TB at troll?
Yes, they are. Well, they were okay. They're in this scenario. They're violently attacking each other.
Yeah.
There's a lot of violence in this game. Yeah. This is like a deathmatch dog park. I don't know. They should have those.
No, let's not.
That's illegal.
I'm pretty sure those are illegal.
Please don't.
Okay.
Oh my God! Someone please contain Jenkins. Maybe replacing Insania with him was not the play. I'm just kidding though. I really enjoyed playing with you. I feel like I learned a lot.
You replaced Insania with Insane, so it makes sense.
I'm Insania Prime.
So late Roche respawn. I think Spirit hoping to get a pick and then be able to go into the pit, but it's going to take a while. So even if they do manage to throw somebody, they're probably going to respawn in time.
Are they trying to? Oh, okay, they're wrapping around now.
Oh, they're in. I was gonna say even just taking over the high ground with the ult on Nightstalker is not that bad.
Yeah.
Which it looks like that's kind of what they're gonna get because Quincy's like, all right, we popped all this back.
Yeah, but Quinn popped BKB, so maybe Spirit was like, okay, he popped BKB, let's back up.
Yeah, for sure. I think even them leaving the high ground is good for you. In a scenario like this, you just want to take the high ground, so that way when Roche spawns,
Yeah, Quincy.
No, they popped Dark Ascension, and it's natural night.
Did he have an arcane?
It's natural daytime right now. No, I think he may be 25. And he has the.
Oh, but he has an arcane.
Oh no, he's not 25. You're right.
And he has a gem, so he de-warded like a bunch of wards. Oh, this is a cool wraparound. This is really cool.
They don't know that Roche is enough yet.
Wait, explain why it's cool.
Well, because Dark Ascension is down for like just a brief period with the arcane rune, and they just lost that area. So smoking back into it, going through a low ground and up the high ground, like this path, you have to go all the way around, which takes so long. It's kind of a Hail Mary. But also, if you're Spirit, you're never going to expect Quincy to be here if they just sit here.
That is true.
Which it doesn't look like they're going to do it. I don't know. Oh, they are doing it. Yeah, they're chilling. Like, you would just never expect this because it's such a long path. They double smoke. Wow. Okay, cool.
This is the right play, I think.
They're going to get the backlines here.
This is really good.
Although that's not the hero you want to run into. The tankiest boy.
Yes, the tankiest boy with the BKB.
Toro's waiting in the trees. He could sunder the Tiny, but he doesn't care. And Tiny's gonna buy back, and now
Terrorblade has awoken.
Wow, I can't believe Dark Ascension was up again. That Arcane Rune was definitely...
Oh, this fight. Oh my god.
The adults are fighting again.
The dog park all over again. Yeah, this is a full Hail Mary. Like, they're all buying back on both sides. This is the fight to end.
I think this is ending for Quincy now.
It looks that way. Somebody's a Bloodthorn.
Is that Nightstalker?
No, he doesn't have one.
Oh, yeah, he has the old one in Blink, though.
He does, yeah.
And the Stormcrafter, I think he has.
Nighttime runs out, but they've won so much of the fight that Tiny is ready to join in. Oh, those taunt charges are so hard to deal with. That jam. Ember's dead for 2 minutes. They don't even need Roche.
Yeah, Troll has no ult, nothing like that. There's no fighting this really.
That is looking a little rough for Quincy Cruz for overall in the tournament. That does put them at 1-7.
They can still split, so it's not like it's going to be a huge gap between the two 2-6s, but yeah, if they... And plus, like Insania was saying, the real Insania, this is more of a mental series, and so you lose game 1, then the real Insania specified.
All right, team, where do you want to go? We have 3 streams to watch.
Okay, Vici LGD on A.
Oh, Vici LGD, please.
I just want to know, if Vici LGD is just another stomp of LGD popping off, then I'd rather go to one that's closer.
That's true. Can we do a quick check?
Can we do a quick check of Stream A, please? Let's see how that match is going. It looks like they're in the middle of fighting as well.
LGD has a significantly higher kill score,
Yes.
and they just won the team fight, so yeah.
All right, I feel like Fnatic Beast Coast is one that could be close. Like,
what was the last one? Elephant SG was D, I believe.
that's another good one too.
That is another good one.
Yes, it is.
Although I
yes.
think Elephant stomped
and
the first
SG.
game, and I could see Fnatic Beast Coast going either way, just due to the nature of both of the teams.
They're so wacky.
They're both so wacky.
That game is gonna be wacky for sure.
So yeah, could we take a quick inventory look, net worth look at stream D with Elephant versus SG and see where we're at on that one?
Sure, let's take a quick look.
Okay, game's pretty freshly
Yes,
started.
it's really new.
You know, on SG, when they were in DPC, they used to be the kind of team that if they lost the first game, they'd be done. Like, that was it.
Really?
And but then when I saw them in close qualifiers, it was the opposite. I sometimes thought, oh, they want to lose the first game, and then they come back empowered. Like even in ESL, I saw when they were best of twos, they would lose, and they were like, who cares? We're meant to lose anyway, and they would just keep going. I think this team has been through so much more than any other team in this tournament. I don't think they feel pain anymore.
They're desensitized.
Yeah, genuinely.
The nerve endings aren't even there anymore.
Look, they got what bottom 4 in SA.
Twice.
No, the first season it was like, oh yeah, bottom 4, yes true.
Yeah.
But the second season they're like close to elimination. They were almost going get downgraded.
Yeah, they really popped off like right before TI.
Yeah, that's the right time to pop
Yeah,
off.
it is. And then Thunder Predator kind of had the opposite, where like they popped off
way too early.
They popped off super early and then fell off really hard.
That's true, actually.
And then Beast Coast is always just chilling.
Beast Coast never knows when they're popping up. I don't think they're aware. Sometimes they'll play well and they'll go, oh wow.
Yeah,
Did well.
you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong.
This is a pretty scary game for SG Esports because they're sitting near the bottom of the pack with Quincy Crew, who now has fallen below them in the score. Actually, no, they're tied because they lost game 1, so they're tied in score right now. And I mean, it's really getting down to the wire. One of the things that Lyrical had mentioned is that this is the day where people start to really, really ramp up, and you start to see who's clearly going to remain in the tournament and then who will not. It's starting to become more apparent as well. So very scary. Elephant sitting pretty nicely in the middle of the standings, so it's a little bit less stressful for them.
What is 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 playing? Who's the carry for SG?
Great question.
Is it Venge?
Is it carry Venge? She was showing up for a lot of fights, and I assume that she was rotating
Oh,
mid.
is he SF? No way, he's SF, dude. I mean, he's the top network. I feel like
could be.
I don't see 𝙎𝙊𝘾 playing Venge, dude. I
It could be the Timber.
𝙎𝙊𝘾 playing Timber.
What? Oh my god. I mean, he's not even... He's not a Timber player. What the hell is this? I'm so confused.
Is there any explanation for this, analyst?
So 𝙎𝙊𝘾 is like the, I mean, to his point, 𝙎𝙊𝘾 is like a hard carry player. He's like the champion guy.
Yeah, he really is.
He's like, let me farm, I'll take this to late game.
Yeah.
And once we win, we'll like 20 more minutes.
The man likes to write.
Bro, when everybody was thinking like Lesh and DP safe lane, he was still Slark and Jug Battle Fury. And he's the only guy that still gets Battle Furies. Period. Like, he gets Battle Furies. I can't believe they put him on Timber.
So was this a role swap then?
No, they. I mean, Tabo does usually play Timber.
Yeah, Tabo's still playing Mars.
Okay.
They have played, that said, they have played Timber carry before. It's not the first time they see the Timber carry first.
And how did it do?
Tiny and Lycan.
I don't know.
You out-carry the Tiny and the Lycan. That is so smart. Timber actually plays like a carry in the late game with the new Ag Shard.
Yep.
Like, you can just slow and stay on top of a hero like Tiny. Obviously, it's percentage.
And you get some push actually with that, which allows
you get push with it. Yeah.
Wait, can you explain the shard?
The shard is it's a flamethrower. It's a flamethrower, and it slows by a certain amount, but then the ult slows based on how much HP you have missing. And so basically, what happens now is you Timber chain in, you use the Q, which on Tiny, because he's a strength hero, takes a ton of damage, and then between the slow of the fire, the flamethrower, and the slow of the ult, now you can actually stay on top of people forever as Timber Sun. So instead of being this one and done, I'm bursting you type hero, you can build 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼, Bloodstone, you can build all of these like amplification items and actually DPS people in the late game, which is how it's been going from like the offlane perspective. Is people would stack Ancients for Timbersaw, and he'd farm and be like a late game carry, just because that slow was all that you needed to like stick on people and keep doing DPS. But against Tiny and it makes so much sense. They're strength heroes. They have so much HP. Timber's like, okay, that's dinner. Like he's happy. He's so happy. That's so cool.
So this was like, so what you're saying is that this was like a 50,000 MMR pick.
Yeah, this is a sick pick.
If it works.
It's a sick pick. And like, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 doesn't play these. You saw it, I assume, like DPC?
Yeah, I think I saw one DPC. I'm assuming it lost was DPC, so.
Bro, I've played with this guy in pubs for like 7 years now, and he is such a hard carry.
He is.
Anti-mage 1v5, ignores his team, he just mutes them and just plays the game. And like Timber is the polar opposite of that. So
I think he has SG muted too.
Maybe, yeah. I love that they're doing this in TI. I love that.
Yeah, I agree.
One of the things you were saying is if it worked. What would make it not work?
The non-traditional factors that you need to be a Timber player. I don't think you can just casually stroll up to the hero and be like, oh, it's meta right now, I guess I'll take it, especially at the 1. And I would assume that ideally they were going for like an armor strat. You have Venge and you have SF, which means that right-click hurt if you can manage to pull them off. Timbersaw never right-clicks anyone all game long. And so I would have had to see the draft know when they picked the Timbersaw.
Right.
And was it just like a contingency thing where it's like, oh, we don't want to put Tavo on Timber, let's give him Mars instead.
He's going Kaya, Mana Boots, Aghanim's. He's gonna farm with 2 chakrams because now it does way more pure damage.
It did get buffed.
He's actually doing 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 things on Timbersaw.
But that's what I was worried about.
Dude, I love SG. This is so dope. They're probably gonna lose this, but this is dope.
Okay, but on the other point, you also have a potential win condition on the SF as well, so it's a good hero to pair to carry.
Yeah, sure, for sure. It's not like all-inning on the Timber.
No, it's genuinely, and even the Mars is actually like a pseudo carry off lane. He does build up for the late game.
For sure.
And he offers some physical damage. Like, this draft is wacky, but the more you look at it, the more you realize it's actually pretty smart.
And you know what? On other teams, like Tavo has played like carry from the off lanes for us.
He does this so
like this is the first team to me where I've seen Tavo where it's like he's not just like, let's be real. Usually Tavo's the best player on his team, and he's just carrying them on his back, and like literally carrying with like Necrobook, Beastmaster.
Pango.
He's got like 3 items on. Yeah, Pango go like Diffusal, Aghanim's, Basher, something like that. So putting him in a situation where it's like, okay, Tavo, now you're Mars, like maybe get an AC, get a Deso, because like 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼's not doing so hot on the Timber. Tavo's like, oh yeah, this is good. Yeah, that's awesome. That's good.
Sorry to interrupt your amazing explanation, but we do have elimination time coming up. Let's bring on to the show Lizard.
Lizard.
Who is it though? It's not you.
You
Wrong
wouldn't
side.
be cheering if you knew.
What?
I'm waiting with bated breath.
What do you mean? I just got here.
Plot twist.
Oh, what a shocker.
Why do you do this to me? My family has a heart
Oh,
condition.
Avo, watch out.
There you go.
There you go.
Things tend to fall out from the thing.
Avo was too fashionable for our panel, so we have to balance it out a little bit.
He's
With a little bit darker colors, we have.
I don't know if we're balancing it out with double Insania all the time. We just need to switch out. Thank you, Insania.
Good to see you again.
Oh, wait, who's not Insania? You're Insania.
I'm Insania with no numbers. He's Insania with a...
With 2 eyes.
2 eyes.
2 ones. 2 ones.
No, the first eye.
The first one.
That's not how he does his pack.
That's the point.
But then why would you
Not
do that?
copyrighted then.
All right, back to the match, everybody. So we are in the middle
Really
of...
matter.
Looking at the nuances, but...
No, can you guys explain me what's up with the Timber carry?
Oh my God!
You guys weren't talking about it.
You just missed Jenkins talking about it for like 20 years.
I could hear him outside. He was so enthusiastic.
I'm genuinely very excited
And that's why I love this
about
guy.
this.
Like, he gets so excited about these small little things and some things change. And I think that SG is a team that definitely needed to adapt a little bit differently to the tournament, because the first 2 days weren't really perfect for them. And you can either kind of accept that what you're doing is not that great, or you can have the courage to completely switch it up, and that's what they did.
That's a great word, courage. That's how I see it. It's just impressive. Like, win or lose, I don't even care. I'm just glad that they came to TI, felt all of this pressure, and then they're like, this is the time to go timber carry. And they're not losing. It's like an actual viable strat. There are other teams, not at TI, that will do these crazy strats and they just don't work and they lose in 10 minutes. And it's like, that's different from doing something that's actually very interesting and having it work.
Well, Lizard, what do you think about timber carry? Do you think that this was a good choice, or is there another choice that Sabino could have picked?
No, when I looked at the whole draft, I actually wasn't even checking it. It does make a lot of sense because the true right pick will probably come from the SF. You have them to complement him. Well, if he's dead, he won't be right pick, but eventually, I guess. And then eventually. Can I stop naming heroes? They're just dying.
And then so the Mars will also...
Yeah, the Mars.
I'm not gonna lie, I literally wanted to say Mars later with some Dezo, so they have a lot of minus armor there, but...
Yeah.
That's the caster curse right there.
All right, I can say some things about Elephant as well.
Sure.
Because I've been popping off about SG. I like watching Elephant a lot. Probably my favorite thing about this team is the constant smokes that they make to the mid lane. It's very high risk, very high reward. I think that's cool. I think that's interesting. Anything that diverts from what people are normally doing in Dota is scary, and people are, everybody copies the Tortellini builds and watching what pros do. So when people actually do different things, that's always what's super interesting. In Yang, or is it Yang? How does he like it? Yang?
That's how we are.
Yang has some of the most interesting builds to me from the offlane position. I remember watching him go Blink Dagger on Viper, and there wasn't a sniper on the enemy team, nothing like that. It was just to get in there and get his ult off on like a Sven or something like that. And he went Blink Dagger Orchid, and it was sick. It was super sick, and it's just not a normal thing. Like, Yang almost never does like a normal build from the offlane. I love it.
Tsunami will probably remember in the seasons, Elephant, they tended to buy a various amount of different items. Experiment a little bit here and there.
Yeah, but
it didn't always work.
No, I mean, even their drafts in general were rarely like consistent. It felt like they were just kind of like feeling around in the dark half the time because they have a lot of good role models in the region. You had at the end of Singapore Major, IG was like, okay, this Lion support is like something that you should look at. Elephant was like, like FY Lion. I'd rather put him on something more interesting. And then season 2, they also had Asker, who could be a role model within China. They wouldn't really follow it. So they go to the beat of their own drum, and in China it doesn't work. And so far, at least in this group stage, it's working enough to be middle of the pack.
Do you think that a team such as Elephant will ever
try
anything else but their own drums, right?
Right, and so that's the appeal of having a team like this at an international stage, because when they start winning, what happens with OG? They start winning, they're like, oh my god, differential on gyro? Why didn't I think about that?
When it clicks, right?
When it clicks.
And when you think about it in previous years, it would take about 8-9 months for OG to click as well. Yeah. But once it did, they would win a PI.
It happens every August. And now this time, hopefully in October for them.
The first game, OG versus EG, sorry. That was exactly that.
That was a fast game.
It was the fastest game.
It was the fastest game. 21 minutes, 21 minutes.
That was scary. That was a scary game. Just perfect execution. With fast heroes, too, that could take towers.
Oh, gosh. They're online.
Were you on the panel here?
I was. It's very frustrating to be in a game like that because it feels like there's just nothing that you could do and nothing that you could have done.
Did any of you predict IO to be offlane?
No, we didn't get to watch the draft, actually, I don't think.
But still, though, if you see that draft, you're...
Yeah, no way.
You're probably thinking, okay, Anna is back somehow.
Yeah.
But it's not Seb playing IO, right?
And I think part of the reason that they were willing to do it on a... So if they lose to EG, I think OG would have been okay with that. But they were like, okay, what if we pick offlane IO and now everyone needs to be worried about it for the rest of TI because we showed it off. Win or lose, I don't think they cared, and winning is even better.
That's actually a very good point. I remember one conversation a long time ago with Northfield. They'll always prefer these heroes that give you a strategical edge, right? To relocate or Nature's Prophet that can TP around, it just makes the game so much easier. When you think about Seb, he can experiment on the offlane. He's not new to this. If you remember, he played Korean top lane and
ET offlane.
ET offlane as well, which is a little bit more standard, I guess. You know what you're getting, but when you're playing versus Koreans on offlane, you're like, okay, what the hell is happening? What is this? And now they picked Korean support, and I don't know.
And then the game, and they also, now they've brought 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 back on top lane, which everyone kind of forgot about after, I guess, like the past 2 months, since they wasn't taking it that much. Now, oh great, it's a 𝙎𝙊𝘾.
Yeah.
What do I do?
Like, signature weird heroes just makes the game really hard to crack.
That's why I always favor Super coming into that, because they're all about signature.
It's not even like about signature heroes, because if somebody's signature is like Invoker, it's like, well, God knows everybody knows how to play against Invoker. But 𝙎𝙊𝘾 mid, you're just getting one shot by a sharpshooter missile.
Gentlemen, quick announcement. We have Beast Coast winning against Fnatic. That's putting Fnatic ever so closer to the bottom of the bracket. Beast Coast remaining in the top 4.
Even though I know some panelists here, like Jenkins, he thinks Beast Coast is a dark horse and whatnot.
Of course, complete dark horse.
Who could have known that the South American
Who could have
Yes,
known?
of course.
But Beast Coast has been crushing it, and they looked really strong from day one. No surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted them for a bunch of things in my compendium. It's like, I mean, there's the obvious, like, Hector creep score.
Oh, that's what you picked?
Yeah, but I also think that it's a team that, like, gets a lot of kills, too. You know, like, KRISLuck and Whisper pop off and, like, get 30 kills each. I mean, didn't Whisper get a rampage on Timbersaw?
Yeah. Timbersaw killed.
Yeah.
He's really capable one.
Yeah, he is. So yeah, I think Beast Coast is like a record-setting team, and it always genuinely baffles me when people are like, oh, they're that's why Blizzard was saying that, oh, they're a dark horse. I don't think they're a dark horse. I think they're just good, and they've proven it many times. And the only question is, are we getting the Beast Coast that
the Animator Beast Coast?
Yeah, are we getting the Beast Coast that looks like they're still playing on 200 ping, or are we getting the like TI caliber Beast Coast? That's the question. But whenever they're playing against a team like LGD, I never think like, can they win a game? It's like, well, yeah, they can. The question is like, will they? Like, what caliber are they playing?
How crazy will they play?
How crazy will they play? Yeah, they're very like, I think it was like AUI saying that Topson is like always on the line, but he plays on like the right side of the line where like he doesn't feed, and so sometimes like when he's having bad games, like it looks like he's just going way too far. But it's his play style, and I feel like a lot of Beast Coast is like that, and then Stinger's just like.
Do you think that they're maybe jumping on the wrong side and the right side of the line? Sometimes.
Yeah, they're back
game.
and forth. They're back and forth, and Avo is even saying that he thinks KRISLuck doesn't even care about the line. He just goes in always, and it makes people question, like, what is this guy doing? Are there people behind him? And then everybody else plays really well around KRISLuck, knowing that he does that. But it's like he puts himself in too deep, but he's got the mechanical skill to get himself out, which is hilarious. It's so fun to watch. It's so fun to watch. Anyway, Beast Coast, not a dark horse, just a good team.
All right, well, if any of you are also fans of not a dark horse Beast Coast, remember that while we are watching the Elephant and XP Esports stream, on this stream, on stream 1, you can go ahead and head to stream, I believe it is C. You can head to stream C, and you can watch the match yourself, casted by ODPixel and Fog. So for you fans who are interested in seeing if your compendium was filled out properly, mine was empty, unfortunately. Check it out for yourself, and we have 4 streams going on throughout the day, and on this stream, on stream 1, since we're not ABC or stream 1.
We don't even have a 1, we're just going to TI, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Hell
yeah. We'll be going through the streams throughout the day and picking out some cool ones to cover with.
Yeah, I recommend you stay here and definitely not spam full screen in the chat.
I would like to spam ! watch stream. I don't even know if I'm not on, but not the one that we're on, because just go to it. You can't tell us what to do. Sumi tells us what to do. What are we doing, Sumi?
Well, right now we are currently watching SG Esports and Elephant, but you know, we're a team here, so if there's ever a stream that you guys want to check out, we can switch, but not right now because they are currently still getting into their future games.
That's cool. I can wait.
Yeah, this game is actually very interesting as well. It's action-packed. You see a lot of interesting moves. Somnus just a few minutes ago, he kind of hugged the wall on the bottom lane until he got picked off. It was interesting, but they did manage to get that shot. And I'm surprised that SG, after picking up Walker, didn't go straight into the game. Like, look at these heroes. You have SF, you have Hands, you have heroes that can tank it in the top, and then Walker was dead. Like, yeah, you're playing versus Elder Titan, but some of these movements might have been maybe done a little bit faster by them.
I think the reason SG is losing is because there's no Ogre Arcana.
He was dropping eggs all over the place. You think that they would be winning?
I think so.
Dude, I love the egg dropping, and I like the sound of it too. It's just
Oh my god, the sound drives me insane. I can't take it.
I enjoy it so much.
It's too high fidelity. That's exactly what I would imagine an egg flopping out of a bird sounds like.
Can I also say that I'm really enjoying the obsing in this match? Like, I feel like a lot of things are being pointed out and explained to us, like the arrows, the circles on the creeps. And
I think it's BSJ obsing, actually.
Really?
Keep it PMA, keep it BSJ.
Okay, now I don't believe you. That was just an opportunity to show. But yeah, seriously, one of the things that we don't really shout out a lot is just the obs, because they're always behind the scenes. But I mean, some of these casters are actually obsing for themselves, which is amazing. Don't know how they do it.
And this just turns into a slot. If you got into this point in the game in which you have SF, you're supposed to be right clicking, but there is no way in hell that you can stand and hit them. You just get so converged on by the lightning and all this summon. You need to run. So you pop that BKB only to run. And you don't hit hard enough that you pull anyone off, but you have to BKB Dragonlance at this stage. So it's a rough one for SG. Elephant, they just might go for Megas here.
It looks like it. They do have Tiny to slap the building.
Tiny with Alacrity, yeah. And for, there's a lot of drafts have these like buffing lineups that you see, like Tiny with some buffs. It's like, obviously there's the Wolf Bite plus Tiny, which we've been seeing a lot, but we're also seeing like Alacrity plus Tiny, and we're also seeing EP plus Tiny to just like minus the armor to 0.
There
and
are drums on like
one shot. Yeah, drum, all of these things like help out. And then Silencer to like cover. It's not a buff hero, but it does like help with Tiny's playstyle, where he's like running around trying to one-shot people, and like you can get cover for taking those gangs.
Have you seen many solar?
We just saw it in the last game.
Yeah, that was Visage though. Visage always gonna buy this.
And I just talked to Aoi, even if he doesn't like it that much.
Really? Even on Visage, he doesn't see. So how does solar fall off the face of the earth? Because that's one of my, if I'm a support and I'm like, okay, I have a Tiny on my team. I have a right clicker on my team. What's the cheapest thing that I can buy?
Really good with Tiny, for sure. Like, I definitely think the fact that Tiny, it's like, we've talked about it before on the panel, like, the way attack speed scales, that like if you're a slow right-clicking guy and you give like a little bit of attack speed, it's a lot better than giving it to a hero that's already attacking quicker. And so, or quickly. And so yeah, it's really good Tiny, which I think is why we're seeing it more, is because of the Tiny. Are you seeing it more? Because I feel like I've seen it a couple of games, yeah.
All right, well, we have the GG. The GG did come out. Elephant did 2-0 SG Esports, which means SG Esports is in a very, very dangerous position in the rankings. And they're facing potential elimination. We have one stream up, and that is the Quincy Crew and Team Spirit Game. So let's take a look. I see a Dark Willow. Have you seen her?
At least once.
We've seen her. Not too many times, but it has been picked.
And she hasn't been, like, I thought if you're going to see Willow, it's always going to be paired with Mars, because Mars is getting quite popular, and I can justify, like, oh, you know, I always like having that combo. But she's just getting picked in general. And, wow, we actually get to watch the draft construct itself for once. Okay, so last pick.
Kind of.
It's over, right? But still.
Yeah, we can still see the pick order, though.
It's like a free Bat Rider game, I think. None of these heroes in the lane will deal with Bat. They're all like pathetic melee heroes. And once you get to the BKB plus travels, because the laning stage was so good, then Ursa and Night Stalker, like whatever hero, or Kunkka like Xing, like all of these things that could deal with you, just can't deal with you.
You're gonna have to be allies.
That's true. That's and they have the IO relocate, but I think the way like Batrider plays when you're playing mid with the BKB is like you're actually more of like a damage dealer. You're like a Leshrac instead of like this blink initiator. People aren't even going blink. They'll go like
you go to Rom's travels and you just use your movement speed.
Yeah, they'll go travels, BKB, Octarine core after that, and like sometimes completely ignore the blink dagger and just play as like a DPS hero. And I think it's a free bet.
I agree. It looks like a good bat game. They also have this Magnus plus breaking, which allows fun with that. But when I look at Team Spirit, man, they're aggressive. They draft and come online extremely fast. It's one of these heroes, one of these, like, what does Night Stalker truly need? It's a bracer or two in phases, right? Yeah. That's it, he's ready. Then you have Funka, who only needs levels to be to be useful. Plus an Ursa that can fight early on with mass damage with usual builds. I really think that Spirit could break them early on with hyper-aggression.
Like after the bat travels, but before the BKB, they could, or maybe even like just before the bat travels, Funka could definitely run around and then own before Wraith King and Magnus are ready to fight. I totally agree with that.
So on paper, which draft do you like better, just without any like team influence?
I think maybe it's a bit more on brand for Team Spirit, but the draft itself, I would go with this.
I'm almost thinking like, after what you said, I feel like that window that we talked about is. I think I want to say
the same thing.
I'll say Spirit actually. Blizzard convinced me. I think that window where they can fight early is enough to like. Sure, Bat's gonna dumpster the laning phase, but I do actually think that window has proven to be like the 15-25 minute window is important, and it's been proven in this PI so far that that's an important window. It's not all about laning. Like Dota, there have been patches where you lose the lane, you lose the game. I don't think that's how it is.
I love how you just took one sentence that I said and it convinced you. We're so gullible. Like you listen to me,
like,
I listen to Insania, he's selling us his merch.
Well, you listened to me as well. Why did you let me convince you? I was just saying
both
crap.
gullible fools.
We
That's
are.
what's happening.
It's because we're not ourselves is the problem. It's because we're Insania. And he is like that. He will believe what it is.
He just sits there, he's very calm.
I told him that Mario was real and he believed me. I said it's based on a real person. And he said, really? And I said, yeah, Luigi's my uncle. He didn't realize that would also mean Mario is my uncle. He's very gullible.
Sorry, Tsunami, what draft do you like better?
Oh, is that what we're still talking
Yes,
about?
we're still talking about that. We talked a lot of video games, but remember, we are still talking about Dota 2.
This is an emotional game, Sumi, and I think that after winning game 1 and a nail 5 series like this, that Spirit could have picked any 5 heroes. Quincy was already shook.
What's the emotion of that Night Stalker standing there
That's
in the middle lane?
Giga Chad.
It's a Giga Chad move, isn't it?
That's right.
Just staring you down.
Dude, I'm
instilling fear.
This is Kunkka's, I don't know. We're seeing a lot of Scepter rushes on Kunkka from mid.
I love the Scepter.
You do?
I think that the Scepter...
I like it eventually.
I think that the Scepter is the single most disruptive team fighting spell in the entire game. I don't know if you guys have gotten torrented 8 times in a row, but I have. And it's not fun.
It usually just misses me, and I'm like, I don't know why I'm running around.
Yeah, well, you bought more compendium points than I did.
Yeah, I haven't subscribed to Dota Plus, so I don't get to dodge the torrent.
I bought 500 BSJ autographs, and I still get hit by every torrent. I need to buy 1,000 more. Keep it BMA. Keep it BMA.
What is this guy? Is this guy hired to be an analyst, or is he hired to be a BSJ?
I'm legally required to say this 5 times a day. That is the 5th. I will stop.
No, you can say it as many times as you want, or until we get told not to. All right, gentlemen. So tell me about what we're seeing here. It looks like standard laning stuff, but tell me about the strategy here. The strategy with the heroes here.
Strategy is run away every time Elder Titan has spirits. Just stun him and run away when he's buffed. And then don't use Salam. Don't use the Salam when he has the spirit.
That's unfortunate.
And now you have to run away probably. No, he's gonna go maybe stack. Oh. Lion.
Oh, he almost got there, but he's okay.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, oh yeah, Lion got base damage last season, right?
At this point,
Nice
if you're a
save.
stalker, you even want to die.
I was gonna say the exact same
Right.
thing. It's like you don't want to be just sitting there. This is like the worst threshold to be sitting at because any good players, which obviously have, you know, literally TI, you just sit there and punch them if they come up and they stay at the threshold and one spell and they're dead. And so you can just keep them from not farming, and anytime you want to kill them, you press the stun on them, they die. It's worse to be in that situation because then even if a salve comes in, you use the salve and then they just kill it, they just go on you and then bring you down to the same threshold.
You're waiting for that salve to come from.
Yeah, in that time you're losing.
Long,
You're losing.
yeah. You're just not contesting, you're not hitting creeps. It's awful to be in. And it's funny because it's such a small mistake, right? You're thinking, it doesn't matter. I didn't go back a little bit to use the salve. It's such a small mistake, it completely loses the lane.
I think he's gonna die. He's getting, oh, those are nice body blocks.
Lion has been putting in so much work in this lane.
Yes.
Let him die already.
Unfortunately, it's not really
This
resulting.
man wants to die.
It's not resulting in much, but Lion is definitely putting in work.
Lion also got the courier.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's pretty big.
And he's dancing in the lane.
You know, the lane equilibrium is in a good place though, but it's like Lion is preventing the pull so it's right in front of the tower where Night Stalker could farm if you look at it.
I was looking at the screen that's far away this whole time, and there's one right here.
There is, yeah, right.
Suddenly I can actually see stuff.
Oh gosh, you're wearing glasses.
Yep.
That's okay, I'm wearing contacts. I can't really see anything.
You know Insania wears glasses too?
Yep.
Doesn't talk to me. No, okay, that's fair. Sorry about that.
That was actually the meanest thing I've ever heard Jenkins say, like ever. Everyone says Jenkins so nice, and then he just trashed on. He just trashed Namo.
He smells. Why is he here? He doesn't own any.
No, I think you say that about yourself.
That's fair.
A lot of people say you're very nice and very unpredictable.
I just post mean things about myself so I can get up votes. It's the only way.
That's wait, you too? I'm doing that also. What about you?
Wow. It's a good strat.
All right, so tell me about, we just went away from middle lane, but can you tell me about the middle lane match?
Yeah, I thought that Bad Rider would be winning it harder.
Well, Bad starts winning this. Like, Bad early levels is just so garbage now because
Napalm?
Yeah, Napalm is just not what it used to be. They did buff Firefly so that it does double the damage at level 1, which is quite significant, but it's still very pathetic.
So what you usually do is you push out the lane and you go stack the small camp, you farm it up, get the bounty rune, come back into the lane, push it out, farm the small camp, and you don't really dominate too many heroes anymore.
Oh, okay.
But he's not even before getting stacked. So
he's not even winning the lane.
Yeah, so he's like...
He will. The hero, I mean, unless there's like rotations happening, which I'm sure will happen.
We haven't seen any rotations yet, though. It is pretty early.
I feel like Jenkins has some NA copium over here.
No, it's not NA copium.
My boy Quinn's fine.
He's fine. He's so fine.
Bro, I feel like this is Bat Rider. This is Bat Rider stuff.
MSS is gonna gang soon.
No, I'm saying on the other end.
It's fine. At least Let's Foul is farming.
3 hits.
Let's Foul that just died. Never mind. Breaking is safe.
Listen, I put them in my... Okay, I will admit, I put them in my compendium to win the whole thing. It's really...
Wait, you did?
Yeah, you did.
Wow. I like that.
I did. I don't know what
You said you did on the first panel. Because you said it was either T1, Quincy, or Vici.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
T1, OG, or Vici.
Oh.
Did I really not put LGD up there?
Are you doubting yourself?
You didn't put LGD.
Am I an
because you were being a
idiot?
hipster.
Yes.
What is wrong with me? Why didn't I pick LGD?
You know what's interesting? Like after the season 1 and 2, most of us from the CN region expected Vici Gaming and Daster maybe to do better, but we were pretty wrong to expect that.
Those two teams generally live in the bubble. And also, IG fell off a cliff, and so after they cashed out at Singapore, and was like, we got to go to TI, and they were doing just barely enough.
That's an understatement. If there was a hint that they're losing a game, they would be like,
GG
okay,
out
GG.
Immediately.
Let's go next.
It was like tier 2 tower goes down, it's like, we're not coming back.
you just see Kaka, suddenly his hero stops, and after 5-10 seconds, GG.
Let's go break for lunch.
That's dope. That's
like,
cool.
Guys,
we good? Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
It's working out.
We already won a major.
They're popping off at TI, so
know,
it actually worked.
Which is what you always hope from a team that kind of like falls off before TI is like they're getting kind of lazy.
They're sandbagging.
Yeah, they're sandbagging.
They were
exactly.
actually sandbagging.
But then usually that's not the case. Usually they just got bad.
They just suck. Yeah. Not IG. Not IG.
Not IG.
They own.
And so, and then also I guess not Secret. Secret's doing pretty good right now.
Yep.
And they were middle of the pack, DPC.
But Secret is like this exemption that proves the rule, I suppose, so far. Before, when they were playing every tournament and when they were winning everything, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole of Slax's conspiracy theories.
No, I still think it's true.
It's a good one. It's true.
It's believable.
It's believable.
Yeah.
That's why because their 2020 period, they got it out of their system. They were like, we want everything, and there was no TI. What was the point? Why did we stay so good for so long? We're exhausted now.
I see you very easy to convince as well.
If Slack can convince
next panel, you're going to be wearing one of
very
these.
gullible.
All right, I apologize to interrupt this Slack secret powwow, but we do have elimination time. Let's bring on our next guest, Insania.
Oh my God, I'm waiting with bated breath.
Welcome.
Oh, Jenkins is banned, actually. I can see it on the
all right,
screen.
spoiler alert.
Oh man, I was gonna do the whole who's it gonna be?
Do a force choke because you're a Sith Lord.
I think I'm Harry Potter actually.
No, do it.
What's your invisibility cloak?
Yeah, it's
Spell your
more
armor.
Harry Potter, no?
Yeah.
It's more thematically correct.
Say the thing.
Alright.
Leviosa.
Yeah, Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Well, he didn't say the word. All right, I'm just leaving this way. Sorry.
Bye, Jenkins.
Bye, Jenkins.
Bye, Jenkins. Bye, Sumail. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
What's up?
What are you
Welcome
doing?
back.
Dude, how were the quesadillas?
You know,
I know, I was impressed.
you know what we actually need? We actually need Jenkins to give his shirt to you.
I don't want to strip on camera. Sorry. No one wants to see my hairy chest.
You guys didn't have the bean stew, right? Because you're vegetarian.
Oh, there was a bowl. Yeah, I didn't
have it. Okay, so when I saw that, I'm like, man, I'm back home. This is literally what your mom makes like 5 days a week.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Osmian cuisine?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
Your mom makes you quesadillas?
No. There was a stew
the
next to
soup,
it.
the soup.
Like a soup with beans inside. We call it grach. It's the Balkan people will laugh at this for sure. They'll like
They'll
it.
enjoy it. Yeah.
But doesn't that feel heartwarming? It's like reminds you of home.
Yeah, for sure.
If you liked it.
If you like it, I love
Otherwise, you're like, Mom, balk again.
No. You know, you start
fourth
missing
time.
it when you're on the road for a while and you didn't have it. Warms you up.
So you joined us, Insania, last time you were here. We were on game 1 of Quincy Crew and Team Spirit, and we were talking a lot about how that mentality is very important here. And now that Quincy Crew is down yet another game, Team Spirit's stonks are going up. What are your thoughts about keeping up that positive mentality, that can do?
This is one of the one of the toughest games we're so close to potentially being eliminated, and we lost game 1, and it was such I think slow drag games when you lose them are always the hardest to mentally bounce back from, because it's not like you can say like, oh, it was just this one thing, or like, oh, we just didn't do. It's just, I think the slow games are the hardest ones to like mentally get over. You just have way too much time to think while you're playing, and you just can't find solutions for the situation.
They seem to be doing a little bit
What
better,
displays
though,
him
right?
back there? Did you see that?
No, the shockwave. Shockwave, right?
Oh yeah. Most likely. Because I saw the stun flying, I didn't see the shockwave.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Really well played by Quincy, by the way. They baited to relocate. They brought Night Stalker low enough so he couldn't commit, and then they isolated IO before they relocate back.
This feels
really
like
good defense.
a very, I assume it's Quinn on the back rider.
Yeah, just last pick Batrider into last pick.
So during this tournament, I think it's been really hard to last pick just like one hero that will absolutely dominate a game. Because of the way the pickers are drafting very open and very flexible, we haven't really had the opportunity to do that. But when I look at this game, this feels very in line with like what Quinn does in clubs, where he gets to like absolute last pick his hero into a free matchup with no counters, and he just gets to run around and dominate games. So I actually think now that I've seen the draft, it looks like he should have a pretty free.
We said the same thing, like three Batrider games. The lane itself wasn't easy for him. 𝙎𝘆𝘾𝙄𝘼 did pretty damn well, but right now
it's decent actually against Lasso. You can Xbox the guy who's killing, and then you can break the Lasso by killing him back.
This game is a bloodbath.
It really is. They're still fighting.
They took the tier 1 on top lane, and then they did the most predictable thing of running into the triangle where obviously Spirit was prepared.
Yeah. But this feels much more secure. Like, I feel like I can see the team's identity in the heroes that they pick, and in the way like the game is needs to be played from this side, where it's like Quinn really dominating.
Or for
Quincy Crew. I think to me this feels very in line with their identity as a team.
What does that mean? What do you mean by it feels in line with their identity?
So I think when it comes to them, they rely pretty heavily on Quinn and MSS to really like set up plays and move around the map. Whereas I feel like Lelis is a bit more like he wants to sit in his lane, a little bit more like Seb-esque in his playstyle. And then Yawar just wants to come. So it's when Quinn has games where he can actually tempo up and he can play more aggressively, I think their three-man kind of like run-around style works a bit better. In this game, I feel like you have the ability to do it. That Lasso transitions to kills pretty easily with Dark Riddle, so they have the damage to do that, and they have good matchups in the lanes where like they feel comfortable playing.
Do you, when you draft, consciously think about this thing of how many hero on our team does it take to get the pick-off and make that happen, right?
It depends, right? Like, for example, in some games, I know that we're going to be running around together as 4, and then I don't need to think about 2 heroes or 3 heroes, yeah. But in other games where, like, if I want to have multiple cores farming, or I know we want both mags going, and we want racing farming, the 3-man needs to be really strong, and it needs to be a lot of
able to do something together.
Precisely.
So you can't have like an Elder Titan and then a 2 heroes.
If I have like EP, 3 and then I have a Nesta, it's going to be very hard to make things.
You said that Quincy Crew, they're definitely in their own element with this draft. We actually mentioned during the draft that it looks like Spirit is on brand as well. Right?
Yeah.
It collapsed with Night Stalker and the semi-carry more or less, and yours on the safe lane.
No, this feels also very on brand for them.
So far, they are executing exactly like that. We're going into that Diffusal Mask of Madness, I believe, in Ursa. You already have the Aegis, Night Stalker with the... Did I see an Oblivion staff for Night Stalker, or are my eyes deceiving me? I think I did. We'll see in a second or two.
So what are your thoughts, Anthony, on this draft? We talked about it just a little bit earlier. What, on just like straight on paper, without taking into account the team play style, what draft do you think would be objectively better?
I think based on what I've seen, I would think they both have advantages over each other, to be honest. But I think the Radiant draft feels a little bit more in meta. It feels more. I've seen it more. I feel like I've seen this style of gameplay more, where you're utilizing vision. You're going to be playing with like this list relocate, and they have an overall pretty solid just foundation for a good draft.
You went for Echo Saber, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Echo Saber. Usually I see like a bracer or two, maybe even an armor to the new patch. Echo Saber makes the most sense.
I think Echo Saber is the one I've seen the most. They echo into either you split it for a BKB or you. Well, that's one of the cool things about the Echo Saber. I think most people watch already know this, but you can disassemble the item and you can use one of the pieces to build it into a BKB. So it's a really nice build-up item for you to have, and the Oblivion Staff gives you mana regen. And then if you want the Echo Saber back again, you can buy it afterwards. But it's one of many reasons why the item is so powerful.
Do you think that maybe Silver Edge is an option on Night Stalker as well? Or do you go for Blind BKB?
I think you probably want the BKB so you can provide the vision.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and actually fight up against your heroes. There's a lot of stuff on Quincy Crew's draft. They have like the ET Spirit and Stomp, there's the Earth Splitter, all the Willow roots, the Willow, like, the picking thing.
The picking thing, yeah.
So there's just a lot of stuff. And Bat Rider, when he hits 20 minutes, he buys Yagnan's Shard, which gives him another Flame Break. So there's, the BKBs are really nice. It's a feel-good item in this game.
It looks like Team Spirit is trying really hard to fight. Quincy Crew is trying their best to just disengage every single time. Is that only because Team Spirit has the Aegis, or is there another reason for that?
Makes
that
that's right.
Natural Night Stalker always wants to party. Because they used Dark Ascension, I think, like at the end of daytime, and they took over this whole jungle area, and now they're just maintaining an iron grip over it while it's still Natural Night.
Yeah. So any Night Stalker game is always going to be, if you look at the clock, every 5 minutes, it's just between night and day.
Yep.
So 15 minutes is usually like it's between 15 to 20 minutes in most Dota games. You're gonna have reached the point in the game where most heroes have finished up their first minute. So you're gonna look for fights anyway. And this is why Night Stalker is so nice, because it's naturally nighttime. So this is the timing in the game where Team Spirit, they want to really dominate because they know that they have a weak 5 minutes coming in at minute 1. So for Quincy Crew, which is also interesting, Batrider has this big power spike with his shard and BKB. You would ideally want to hit that somewhere around the timing where this nighttime ends. You can start fighting back and feeling pressure your own way as soon as daytime begins.
I apologize in advance. Nice Stalker. That's what I heard. Nice Stalker.
When I said it?
Stalker.
You didn't. My brain just heard that.
Oh my god.
Synapse inspired.
From 15 to 20 minute mark.
Nice.
You don't have to support this. It's fine.
I'm a support player. That's what I do.
Wait,
The panel
are
is
you a
making
support
nice.
player too?
Slacks would just stare me down at this point.
I'm also a support player. I think generally talent are support players because
I'm
we're
also
good at
a
working with
support
other
player.
Yeah,
But
support players are good
here
at
is,
working with other people.
I play support like a Chad.
Like model?
Yes, and I found lost for free. And if my hero can't kill steal, I don't play.
That's true.
That's what make it so.
He's the complete opposite of me, but I was wrong. I was some pesky lich just eating creeps behind, doing absolutely nothing.
You play that and you get praised and said, what a great player, what a great captain. I do that and I get reported by my
I get reported and I
captain.
play a lot.
Oh, okay.
If you can't report the lobby in front of the couch.
I'm here with you guys. No, my teammates play me. They can always play me. They always take my kills. Besides, he's a position 3 player, and I'm like a 2.
Bridging the gap between a 1 and a 5, or somewhere in between.
Yeah. Together we make
We even each other out.
So I believe he bought the recipe already for the BKB on the Night Stalker, and he has that Echo Sabers probably going to be dismantled, disassembled.
Yeah, he's keeping it for right now. I think he's just farming with it, but
maybe once there's the right time, right? Some team fight happens.
I think ideally what he wants is like once it turns to daytime, I think he wants to keep the Echo Saber for as long as possible. And then when a fight starts, like, oh, fine. I guess I'm gonna lose all my attack speed then. And okay, he assembled it now, and it's 19 minutes, 40 seconds, so daytime in 20 seconds.
Wow, you can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, listen.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on fire.
Oh my gosh.
Shout out to my optometrist.
I can't even recognize the heroes telling the time.
So it's really bad that Quinn died right before daytime, right? Because this is the time where they would start fighting back.
That's true. And you said that shard time. Do Batriders get it like after 20 minutes ideally?
I think it depends. Sometimes you value the blink fire and you get it a bit later, but I think Batrider's big damage power spike comes with the shard. To me, that's like one of the big timings that you want to play for as a Batrider.
What's the most 20-minute I have to get at shard, in your opinion? Is there even one? Is there any?
I mean, I think the Batrider I actually think it's like very, very strong.
Okay.
Ursa's is strong, but normally you want to aim to get her from the second Zophon.
Right.
You don't really want to pay for it. You want to get it for free.
I have a hot take.
Yeah.
It's not even played as much. Save did it once or twice. Bounty Hunter.
That's very true.
I feel his shard completely changes the game.
What is Bounty Shard?
It gives you like 40% damage reduction
when you're in Shadow Walk.
And every time you break Shadow Walk, you stun.
Right.
So if you go Shadow Walk, you hit a support, you stun him with another, you go straight back into Shadow Walk because it's off cooldown. You stun him again, you can take down heroes. I actually feel that hero
That sounds pretty annoying.
I feel like Bounty Hunter isn't played to its full potential. I feel that the hero could be way stronger than how it looks at the moment.
We've seen Bounty Hunter here.
Yeah, we've seen him. Save played both games with Shard, Force Staff, straight into Hex. I feel like you could be more of a nuisance if you went for some extra tankiness, just be constantly in it. To be the one giving vision, baiting stuff out, or even hunting down support. It's a bit of a club mentality.
What would that build look like then if you're building some more tankiness instead of a head?
Maybe some earlier BKB and then straight to something like that.
I noticed on both cancers and pubs they were doing this build where they rush BKB and then they would practice support and then they would just try to run him down.
That's
and then the
exactly
BKB ends and they die. But they were getting
exactly as well what I'm doing.
Snowballing their game.
Yeah, because they get the track gold.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So they're getting ahead, but I'm not sure how suited that is for competitive play. It could be good if you're playing against some safe, like a very specific hero that you need to kill.
Like an Oracle.
Precisely.
A Dazzle.
Yeah.
It's definitely a hero that benefits a lot from chaos.
Yeah.
From teams that are intense coordinated. So in certain circumstances, it could work, but not necessarily always.
Did the terrorists break the lasso? Or was that just like a really short duration lasso?
I didn't actually see.
I know there's some weird interaction with forced movement in lasso. Oh, like if you Void Spirit, Aether Remnant, someone who's lassoed, it instantly breaks the lasso.
There's no Jenkins, there's no token on this.
Yeah, this is looking like bad times for Quincy Crew. Second roast is up already, so Ursa's gonna get his free shard.
So they got the first rush?
Yeah, that was when they took over.
They did it really early.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go straight into the pit. Is it up at the moment? It is,
yeah,
right?
it's up.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't.
Yeah. But well, RP's down.
Maybe it's the
Reincarnation's down, Earth Splitter's down. I don't think
they just didn't know, right?
Yeah, probably they don't know the timing. Or it's like it got a really early spawn, so you don't even want to go check because you think it's so unlikely.
But then why are they only pushing this with like half their team?
They just want to fight, it looks like, and it's going fine for them at the moment, but not any longer, probably.
Where's Lion?
They're coming up. Lion?
They just damage to kill you.
The Willow back in and the heals. Alright.
Between the both though, so this is when I was talking about like double heal concept, you kind of get a little bit of that here, where the Kunkka both will reduce damage by 50%. And then on top of that, you have the Wisp healing. So it kind of makes the healing more effective because it's hard to go on the healer because he has another hero that will save him by reducing damage taken by 50%.
That same Kunkka has completed a full AC and a BKB. Ursa almost has full Aghanim, 200 gold away, which should be there after Rush if they manage to take it. I think Quincy Crew is in a really bad spot in which they have to contest this somehow.
The Sursa is going to be unkillable. So the nice thing about the upgraded Aghanim Receptor on Ursa here is that once they RP him, after getting stunned, he can use his ultimate to break free of it. And it basically means that now he's untouchable. They can no longer go on him. And he's going to be shredding their heroes. They don't have easy ways of setting it.
He's literally alone on the cliff, Giga Chad, preventing Quincy Crew to approach the Rosh Pit or have a decent move like a clone.
It must be really hard for Quincy Crew to really pull it together because they, they had the advantage in the bottom lane when they were fighting, and then they just turned around and destroyed 2 of their heroes. They might be scared.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to play their draft at this point.
What are they gonna do? What can they do now?
They need a 5-man team fight. Like, at no point has Quincy initiated a fight like clean. Whenever they were chasing that Io and Ursa, it was kind of like ET being like, guys, I might be able to get
But it's so hard, that's the problem, right? Like, you have this RP and their Twitter.
But they have Bat. Why can't Bat just be like, okay guys, I want to start
Martin spots. That's it. Like Kunkka can save. And all these spells, like Earth Splitter and RP, they require someone to start things, someone to stir the pot up, and then you follow up into the chaos. There's always like a split second in a team fight in which you can't really be thinking about every single thing, and you get hit by it. But for Quincy Crew,
oh my god, he's going back in.
They're just facing 2 mobile heroes, I feel like.
I think
Sorry, what do you think?
Prior to this fight, I think if you would have seen Team Secret in a similar position, they would have pulled back, played very
Quincy's
defensively.
position?
in 𝙈𝘖𝘾𝙄's position, they would have pulled back and played very defensively and try to play on lanes. And then remember the smoke we saw where they move into their own jungle and look for the pickoff? This is a similar kind of situation where you need to look for those kinds of plays just to disrupt the momentum of the game and try to buy time for your core.
Yeah, but that's also a risk, right? So that they might be scared.
Of course. Yeah, it's a hard play to pull off. And I mean, Secret is a S-tier team caliber for a reason, right? They're able to find those opportunities. And it's easy for me to sit here and recognize that because I'm watching with perfect vision and I know what's happening in both teams. But when you're playing, it's much harder to recognize, what kind of situation are we in? And how do we need to approach this situation?
Some of these plays are even counterintuitive.
Yeah.
That's just like the thing. What was it? Was it you that said that? That just said, "Oh yeah, well I'm going to play poorly, and then say that it's because I'm throwing off everyone else."
Yeah, that was every support that feeds ever. Pretty much.
Making space.
Yeah, just making space.
It's the only thing on my channel. It's just space creating.
Space creating.
I like it. I respect it.
It's very Q&A.
BSJ.
The spirit of Jenkins and BSJ live on.
We still have so much time left on the stages. We're going to take both these tiers of towers, and there's nothing that 𝙈𝘖𝘾 can do.
Yeah, I don't think there's a simple one-step solution to your situation here. So if you're 𝙈𝘖𝘾, I think you gotta look at like, what is just, how do I get anything good going for ourselves? Like what is, in the slightest way, like how do I set the game up to create an opportunity for us to make a potential comeback? And there won't be like a clean answer, like, oh, we just need to do this, or we just need to do that. Right. It's gonna come down to like the skillful moment, and then the nice micro decision making and things like that. I think it's a hard situation to solve, and I think especially the teams that are doing slightly worse in the tournament, these are the kind of situations in which they don't really know how to crack open. Whereas you'll see the teams that are in the top, they know how to like bring it back from here.
When you think about it, they do have this best rider. They do have some heroes that could easily destroy the waves if they manage to skip around the tier 2s and whatnot. Go into the enemy jungle, farm it up a little bit over there.
Yeah, so the difficulty is still like, what timing are we farming? What is the turning point for that? And it's hard for me to see like a set answer. So I think it's going to come down to just, you need to try, if you do start pushing lane, it needs to be with the objective of finding some sort of a spot. Finding a favorable fight. Finding a fight where we get to fight under our vision or something along those lines. Because you're going to need a big advantage in order to win a team fight at this point.
So bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
So is this one of those situations, smoke up, run into the enemy jungle, board it up, or just sit around your triangle and feed?
Well, let me tell you what's probably happening is the latter. Although they baited out Dark Ascension, I think that they should just back off. There's no way that they're going to get control of their triangle again.
Yeah, baiting out cooldowns is a good start.
Just this 𝙈𝘖𝘾 is so annoying. They see him running and they can't escape. He X marks you. You know you need to get the hell out.
Yeah. All right, Tsunami, we need you to write us a nice tale of 𝙈𝘖𝘾 evening it out.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can give it the flowery language that it may deserve, but Quinn did finish the Ether Lens, and so hopefully they can initiate a fight for once instead of just being on the receiving end. It has hit Natural Night, Dark Ascension is on cooldown, so if you were ever to take advantage of Vision, then now's the time to do it. And they're all grouped up, so if you want to smoke, only Bad Rider or Bad Rider's up in the top lane. They feel very disconnected, but now's a good time to fight with the group, not with a couple people going to the mid lane.
This feels like one of the better things of course. He is a sort of a carry that, like a PA. If he gets on top of you, he's dead. And he can get picked off on his own. Especially because he's also not afraid of dying. He has his ultimate, he has Dragon Imp, he has DKB. He can afford to just jump anyone he sees on the map. And you're scared, that's the problem.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, if you're 𝙈𝘖𝘾 right now, you're scared of the 𝙈𝘖𝘾, you're scared of the 𝙈𝘖𝘾, you're scared of the Night Stalker.
And then you're scared of the relocate for anyone who's not there.
That's true.
Just so difficult to play the game.
Yeah. This Ursa's incredibly farmed. This is not a hero that you're traditionally you think of as a fast farming hero. This is just the fact that they're controlling so much map and they're able to pressure and they've been able to find like the right kills. It's hard to find a solution. I'm trying to think of one myself, but it's hard to see anything specific that they should be doing.
You can see how they're setting up this defensive line around their base. If you try to go out like he is, you're just gone.
The defensive line has been breached. And that's his Ags and Rage being able to take him out of the Cyclone.
Yeah. So the way that Princess are playing, since they're not really making any big macro decision changes for the way they're approaching the game, they're not trying to like outplay them on the map. You don't see them fighting Rage. It means that their approach to the situation is going to be to try to outplay them in the season. Like they're relying on their micro decision making in order to push this game out.
Which they have the teamfight tools to do it.
And they are incredibly skilled players, right? I mean, they hit down EG in one of the seasons online, so they have the capability of pulling out a miracle, but it's a big ask right now.
It really depend on them to engage, right? Because like it's been a lot of Ursa jumping in on them, and then all this happened.
Yep. That would have been their ideal initiator.
Right.
So now they have to fully back up. There's no way Mag or ET are getting into this point. Daedalus on Kanka also. Dude, everyone. Okay, we definitely have a caster obsing right now because we're not on buyback status anymore. There we go. I wanted to see net worth. Now sort them. Whoever. It has to be a caster. JJ Script or Weapus would never do something like this to me.
But we have to just remember,
Sure, yes.
the casters
I
are
understand.
talking and observing at the
They
same time, so we have to put some respect on their name. If it were me, my mouse would be like over like some random item.
He just has no fear. Like you can't kill him. If the bat rider is not around, even if the bat is around.
He just enrages out of the lasso.
He has Satanic as well as an additional way of dispelling everything off of him and surviving. Just so difficult to see the light at the end of the tunnel for Quincy. But always possible, maybe some horn toss into RP, into skewer and jam into the fountain. It happened.
It has happened, yes.
Copium.
There's a lot of copium on this country. I'll be real. We're all big time copium. But I mean, okay, I'll be honest. When we were in, this was DreamHack Leipzig Major, and we were playing in Virtus Pro, and we got team wiped without buyback, and it was Boston Call Me Alive against 5 Virtus Pro players.
Oh, I remember this.
If you asked me in that moment as a caster, is there any way Liquid can come back? I would have told you absolutely not. And you know what? We did. Anything can happen.
VP or not VP?
It was just VP.
VP, right?
But it was a VP with...
You did, you and Mark,
yeah,
right?
I know Resolution, like, he took his hands off his keyboard. They were like, this is over. Genuinely. Like, they were just attacking the throne. Like, nice, good job, guys. And then, like, Tommy just starts killing them one by one. Nightfall's playing Nate, he didn't use Rage.
How does it feel being surrounded by such talented players? Nothing.
That can carry me?
Yeah. I didn't say it, you said that.
Wow, we're smiling in a implicit way.
I'm literally just promoting your team, telling you they're talented.
My team's great.
So we've talked a lot about what Quincy Crew can do better and where they've gone wrong, but can you tell me a little bit, all three of you, what is Team Spirit doing that puts them so firmly in the lead?
I'll tell you after this fight. This might be the last fight for Quincy if they've launched it. BKB's been wasted like
no,
grand.
both of them.
Very nifty players as well.
Yeah, this is that stalking that Owie's so fond of. They get the X boat combo on Quinn as well. Finger doesn't finish him, but the Daedalus from Hunter will. Shard on Lion as well, so he gets an RP on quite a few. They just don't really have enough damage to finish anyone off. Down goes the ET, buyback on both the Bat Rider and the ET. They're dragging back the Earthfall. They're pushing the Fury in the back. And they managed to kill him.
They got him.
They got him, yeah.
This is huge. Absolutely massive fight.
Now Collapse is going to go down as well. He can't get out of this situation.
Maybe that was a little bit of a mistake by Collapse, because usually obviously a Giga Chad. He was in the backline while everything was happening. He was on top of the Magnet the whole time. And then suddenly he just switched to Dark Flow. He's like, okay, I had my fun with Magnus, I'm gonna hit the Dark Flow a little bit. The moment he switched, instantly links in RPs. Yeah.
Was that to prevent 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 from using her utility skills? Because she's all utility, right?
Yeah, but Mag is the more important utility.
I guess.
I think it was a mistake. I agree with this decision. But yeah, probably his idea was to talk to his buddies. But this game just got very, very interesting now. And this is what I meant when I said like Quincy Crew are waiting for an opportunity where they can, on a micro scale, outplay them. They were looking for a team fight, like where they feel like they can be, they can make good decisions that win them the fight, and that's what happens here with the Magnus. So we actually have the Ghost Scepters,
and then Collapse is like, well, if I can't right-click you, then I don't care.
So that's actually a pretty good presence of mind there. He recognizes that he can't cancel the blink because he's already used his void, and this RP is going to go off no matter what.
Yeah.
So hopefully he would. I'm assuming based on what I see here that he did not communicate it clearly to his team that Mag now has blink and he's gonna blink on you guys in 3 seconds. And just switched over to the 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 instead. I know he's very young. I think Collapse is one of the youngest players here, right?
They're all super young.
Yeah, so that might be like, maybe he didn't feel comfortable raising his voice in that kind of like intense moment, or was very focused on just playing the game. But that could have cost them that team fight.
The only one that's a bit older on the full spot is the front guy.
Yeah.
He's the one that's been around.
Yeah, he's played for a long time, but I don't think he's that old actually.
He's not, but he's experienced.
Right. He's been around in Dota for a while.
That's wild, just how many factors come into playing Dota. It's not just the game, it's not just the build, it's not just the draft, it's actually everything. Your mentality, your age, your experience. Game is hard.
Maybe even more at the moment. Like emotions are flying high at TI, and you really have to find a way to keep them in check. Like I was never the sort of guy to do that properly. I struggled with it. There was one tournament in RTS in Warcraft where I lied that my mouse is broken and waited for like 30 minutes to get the new mouse just to chill out before a finals.
You were too nervous?
This was like
Really?
ESWC, yeah. Too nervous.
Oh my god.
Did you quickly like smash your mouse?
Just smash it.
It's like it doesn't work anymore.
There's something wrong with this mouse.
All team.
Just take out. It was still a ball back then, you know, you had that.
Really?
Take it out. I can't find it.
AUI is here to
You
relieve
eyeballing me?
Tsunami.
Oh, you're here for me. I'm here for you.
Tsunami band, AUI pick.
That's right. All right. I had my fun.
Thank you so much for all of your insight.
Anytime.
Good storytelling. Appreciate it. Welcome
you,
AUI
Leo.
to the panel. We are watching.
Welcome.
We're watching Quincy Crew fight for their what could potentially be their turn in life. This is a very important match for them, seeing as both Spirit and Quincy Crew are at the bottom of their group.
Basically, if Spirit wins this game, they're right. It's the three of them. But if Spirit wins this game, it's highly unlikely that they get eliminated, right?
It's all about humanity.
Quincy Crew still plays after the 56.
Yeah, Quincy Crew will play Elephant, they will play SG, they will play Team Secret, and they're currently
So we have the listing actually on the side there.
Yeah, it just feels like the game has that kind of tension. It has the elimination tension
Yeah,
to
it
me when
does.
I'm watching it. So the kind of slow-paced early game into like the very careful, played-out mid-game.
Into full insanity afterwards.
Yes.
What happened for Spirit to take this sort of dominant lead? Were you guys watching this one?
Yeah, so we've been actually following this game very closely. Spirit was just slowly edging out on the map and just controlling map space and just playing for picks. Or just abusing night times and like kind of getting the game to move in a direction. Whereas I feel like Quincy Crew were really like just on the back foot, kind of like farm. They're like scrapping for items, they weren't really fighting back, they weren't really looking for opportunities.
The lanes didn't really go as well as Quincy Crew might have thought. And then Raking was stuck in the triangle, while Ursa was taking one Roshan, then the next one, then getting another kickoff, and they couldn't even approach it, couldn't contest it. Collapse also got into his normal Giga Chad mode, and he's just a nuisance to deal with. Like, you have this Night Stalker, when you think about, yeah, Magnus has that one RP that can be game-changing, but Night Stalker is constantly doing that. He has no big, he does have a big cooldown, but every night...
Super hard for Quincy Crew to post, right?
Yeah.
You have Spirit lineup, you can toss spells at long range, force your enemies over the net, and then you can punish them off that. Quincy Crew is like, if you don't fully execute it, your teammates like, it looks strong on paper, but as soon as you damage them, and none of their cores do damage, right?
Yeah, if you think about Mag Bath, they're not really clear. That position will do a lot of damage. I think it's changed a little bit with the charge.
Yeah.
But I agree with. I understand what you mean. Like a lot of the damage is like hard to pull out.
Oh, there you go. The RP into the fountain. Called it.
There you go. You did call that earlier.
𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼, as the TI winning support, tell me, what do I do when a Night Stalker jumps on top of me and I can't get out? I'm feeding, my team is flaming me.
Play better.
Just play better?
I mean, the entire concept of Dota in these games is like so different than PUBG. Because I think in Pro Dota, like a lot of your problems comes down to protecting the backline. Like if Night Stalker jumps in, the counter to Night Stalker in professional Dota is like hard stun. Like Beastmaster's good with Night Stalker because he jumps in and just roar as a kill. But I think in pubs, for me, I just build as tank as possible. Like I build Soul Ring, double floppy hat wand, raindrop.
Staff.
Yeah, I mean, if I get to 4 staff, I'm happy. I mean, you just hope that he takes so long to kill you that you scream at your team to help.
So just as many fluffy hats, maybe a bracer or two.
Yeah.
Just tank up.
I have a question when it comes to that. Do you generally use your microphone or do you ping your phone?
I mic use in pubs.
I see.
I don't play that many pubs though, so I can keep saying.
Nice.
But
no, when we play officials, I will spam ping. It's like our
really?
We talk about communication. Yeah. If Max isn't on top of me, I'm like, and I do the.
Is that because you want to keep the comms uncluttered, or like why is that?
Usually, when we're in the middle of fights, Mick is doing a lot of the talking.
Okay.
About like.
Like you who to focus and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like there was a disconnect.
What is this?
It says DC. I think I see they said DC.
Who is this on the screen?
Bad Rider?
I can't also figure it out.
Abyssal or Blink?
No, that's Ursa.
That's Ursa. That's Ursa using the.
Oh, he's Abyssal and a Bat Rider.
Yeah.
That's the Abyssal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Abyssal's just hanging out in the air right above him.
So how did you come up to the whole understanding that Mickey will be the one talking the most in the fights, or is it something that naturally just came in your head?
I mean, it's not always that Mickey talks the most in fights. It's not necessarily the case, but most frequently. And then, oh wow.
Wow, that was insane.
Wow, that was
crazy.
That was amazing.
It's something that came by pretty naturally, actually. It's just like, when he goes in, he wants, follow-up, right? Or he wants people to be going on a target and locking them down for him.
And when it comes to the beginning of the game, it's probably not the same. It's more of you and Taiga, perhaps, right?
I think our communication is like mostly, I'd say Boxy does a lot of like the setup plays and stuff. He's the one with like, I don't know, actually. It really depends. Our team is, I think, very unique in that way. That we don't really have one person that leads communication.
And 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼, in our class, who makes the most animalistic voices?
Oh, when I was playing on Arcosh for the tag qualifiers.
Not gonna talk about the TI winning team. Just give us the joke.
Yeah. What were the comms? The comms were not good.
Imagine making.
He's on the community team. He's not actually on the real team.
He's just a content creator.
Yeah, he's a content creator. There are a lot of animal noises.
Are there some chants, maybe in behind, some rituals being performed? Or?
I mean, honestly, during the tag qualifiers, I think I did most of the talk. Because I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't talk about Arcosh on the panel.
What about an EG? What about EG?
EG? That was a long time ago. I feel like communication has developed a lot since then.
I imagine it must have been a pretty quiet team though, right?
It wasn't that quiet. Like I think Fear did the most talking. And then it was me and then it was Peter. But Peter would always say what the right play was. Like if people were confused, like I think Peter's the best at, maybe still even though he doesn't play, is like he's really good at getting people on the same page confidently. And it doesn't even matter all the time if it's 100% the correct play. Like if you're all doing something together, you're gonna have a good result.
Yeah.
So he can tell you exactly when to go for Roche.
It would probably, I would assume that Fear says something, you say something else. It's like
Yeah.
what we should be doing.
Yeah, a lot of that
inspires everybody to want to do it.
That's cool.
Even just like when fights break out, it's like, there's a good fight, or like take the fight slow, or commit, something like that. It helps sort of just everyone on the same page. But you never want to have people backing out, angling at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's like he's basically funneling the comms into a clear message. I like that.
They just can't touch them with them, it's just running in. They just have to run them.
They're trying to.
last one Night Suffer?
Yeah. Trying to kill off the other.
Like he's going in, he's making so much space in these fights. Like that's.
IO.
And here's the both of them. Now it's really hard to fight. They're taking basically half damage.
They still have RP, but you just can't. Like you cannot commit. Look, Night Stalker is again on top of him.
I feel like this is the first rating I've seen that wasn't against a Doom. And I feel like this hero is so low value against not Doom. Yeah, I don't know if I'm too much of a rating hater, but like
Do you think rating's good against Ursa?
No.
Seems terrible.
It can be, I think, if you have a lot of long-range poke, and then like Ursa can't commit at all because you have a lot of slows and stuns. But generally,
GG.
I feel like the damage is too simple from Ursa.
They picked him very early on.
The rating.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was third. Like they picked it.
So, not really completely sure why they value the hero. Maybe something that they saw in different games and tried to test out. We see so many times, right? Patches work in these cycles in which some hero has a certain reason why it's picked, and then it continues being drafted even though that reason isn't there anymore.
That was GG Team Spirit taking it 2-0 over Quincy Crew and putting Quincy Crew in a very, very dangerous position in this tournament. But Spirit is sitting a little bit more comfortable now, right? Because now they have 2 points over a team that is now below them in the standings. We have 3 streams, 1 draft going, so it looks like we'd be able to pick between stream C and B. One is Beast Close versus Fnatic, the other EG versus Thunder Predator. What stream would you like to watch some of that?
Yeah, I'd be down to watch the EG Thunder Predator game for like 5 minutes. And then,
and then switch.
All right, let's take a look at
if the game's
stream
over,
B.
then I feel like there's no fast in this one.
Well, it's just starting. Let's take a look. It looks like
we can go to the next one.
Stop it. Stop it.
You saw Tiny.
Is it because
I saw like a 15k gold lead with Tiny. I feel like like they disrupt. If you're ahead with Disruptor or Beastmaster, I feel like there's no coming back. There's Hawks, there's Glimpse, and then you have Tiny who kills your base in 1 second.
You can't split. You can't get outside.
And the more I look at it, it's like you have Troll Shadow Fiend cores. Like, I feel like that's not ideal.
And you have a Silencer, which is like
I
a very
hate that
weak
hero. Like you have to be winning, right?
Exactly. It's a
He's
very
such a
weak
ball
hero
if you're
when
behind.
Yeah.
so silence is behind me basically just his global silence.
It's like the thing is, Silencer gets weaker the more items come out because so many purges are in Dota. They counter all your toolkit, which is just global. So if you're behind, the enemy has a lot of gold and you're not a useful hero.
Do you think if they made global silence non-purgeable, that would be broken?
I feel like they would have to make the duration to like 2-3 seconds or something. That would be an interesting change, I feel like. You think it would just be broken?
I'm not sure.
Every single fight, if you have to Black Rider, it becomes so much easier. Jump in, eliminate one target, instantly out. You know for sure that there's no save.
I mean, there's like item counterplay, right? Like as long as it doesn't mute too.
No, it doesn't mute you.
Yeah, because like if you get like you can still counterplay, like you load some target and stuff.
Load sword.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't actually like that. Like it just disables spells in like 2 seconds.
You just can't Yule. You can't purge it, basically. You can still use items.
You can still Yule yourself, but it won't purge the sound assault.
Yeah.
Well, it depends then on how long it lasts.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like that would be a more interesting concept for balance.
All right, well, that was GG. Thunder Predator did go 0-1 to EG. Gentlemen, we stepped in the latter half of that match, so it wasn't fast because of just the heroes. It was also that we came in a little bit later. We will revisit that at a little bit later time after the draft is done. But in the meantime, let's take a look at Stream C, which is Beast Coast versus Fnatic. And remember, for all of you at home who are interested in watching, in any individual streams you'd like to see the draft of the game, you can head straight to the stream directly itself, and you can listen to some great casters like Gareth Lacoste, Moxie Purge, Captain Kyle, ODPixel Unfogged, and Sunspan and Cinderend to check out a lot of great Dota matches with traditional casting. We are here to switch between the 4 streams to just get a little smattering of everything. And now we're looking at Fnatic and Beast Coast. 37-19. But on the other hand, while they are below in kills, they are up in net worth. So tell me a little bit about that for new Dota fans who are just tuning in to CI. Blizzard.
Yeah, it's an interesting game at the moment. My main field that I'm watching is Reaver. We've seen the carry Reaver yesterday versus Secret work out well versus Master's PA. And I think I had Reaver as my most hero. So far it hasn't been. It's like Kai Hunter is #1.
Shaker now.
Is it really?
Shaker passed him, yeah.
Shaker passed him. I actually did.
Maybe Tide passed him with this game.
I expected Shaker to be good, but not that good. One hero that I didn't expect to be the most contested one at this CI is Monkey King. I knew that he was strong, but the amount of bans that he's getting, it's insane. I guess because there are some teams that can play him anywhere.
He's just so easy to draft around. Like, he gives you stun. He's flexed to literally all 5 roles, I think, by players at this tournament. And he's just really good, honestly. Like, inside, like, playing against the 4 Monkey Kings.
Yeah, they're very strong in lane. Like, he has a lot. He's a very well-rounded kid. He has a stun, he has a teamfight tool, gives you vision, and you can play it on all 5 positions. It's a really, really nice kit to have.
I think it's about not having 5 moves.
Yeah, I agree. That one is actually quite big. Like, your timings are just really good for support.
You just have Orb of Corrosion, instant Mage Slayer afterwards.
Yeah.
All these small
You
little
can buy whatever you want too, right? Like, I saw Orb of Corrosion to Athos, and it looked really good. Just have a lot of setup.
You know what's interesting as well with Monkey? The highest win rate pairing with him is like the 2 of them do very well together.
Can you explain that? What makes
They're
them
both
great?
animals, I guess. One is a wolf, the other is a monkey. I have no idea. It works.
You get a lot of practice with animals in Europe.
And also, it works the best against Mars, which does make some sense, I guess. You plant that arena, you use Nippong's command around it.
I feel like Mars is also just losing this tournament too, though. So maybe a little bit skewed that way.
So he has
like Mars, I think Mars won like 2 games versus EG. Like, IG beat EG twice with Phoenix Mars. And he won one other game, he just lost all the rest of them. I mean, the Wolf or Monkey King, I think, is particularly strong too.
Like, it's in a 1 monkey.
Yeah, I think EG ran that. Like, they would first pick Monkey into like it, and it's just.
I just think it's a cool concept. Like, when you were a kid and you see this hero that can morph into a wolf, I'm like, yes.
You know what you know the whole wolf fight thing? Apparently Slack mentioned this at some CI like a bunch of years ago.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if this was like that.
I feel like even like the weirdest ideas, oftentimes they can have merit if implemented correctly in a game like Dota, because the game is so, I don't know, it's so wide-ranging. Like, there's just so much random stuff in it that doesn't deserve to be in a video game, but works really well in Dota.
Yeah.
What if Flash was like secretly
That'd be really funny, actually.
By the way, Raven is destroying these fights, but it seems like it's not really enough. Like, he did a ton of damage. They still seems like they're losing the full fight.
Was that buyback from Storm? Where did he come from?
He TP'd base.
He TP'd base,
He
okay.
TP'd and came back into the fight.
Yeah, Weaver is no joke late game. Like, he used to be one of the carries that sort of fell off.
I love the fact that he went for the triple gemlet attack.
Yeah, that was better.
Talent.
That was really good.
You go for that when you carry, plus you have your shard, which is so much damage.
I played a game where I got a quiver, and then I got the triple gemlet.
I know exactly.
And I built 2 Daedalus, and it felt like I was...
You just killed someone from
it's
distance.
super fun.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen any games that went to first 5 items?
There were 2 games, I think.
At least 1 game we saw.
Yeah.
One of the first
The longest was SG Fnatic, I believe. I think it was an hour, 5 minutes. And then the other one was 62 minutes that we watched, I think, on the coach.
There was one game in which they didn't even collect all the tier 5 items.
Yeah. So they tried to go high ground instead of farming both ancients. They had a Luna, and then they lost the fight. I can't remember who played it.
Same. We were together watching.
Yeah.
Looks like
this game looks...
Fnatic are really like, I remember when we, on day 1, because I didn't really know much about Fnatic, you guys were like pretty skeptical for them. But they're really like, I think they're winning all of these like, you know, like middle of the pack games, it feels like.
I mean, this is like their 4th win. So they're in the same situation as Spirit, but I think this is actually a really important win for them.
I see.
because it's the same as Spirit, right? Like, you're scared of Quincy and SG. They both have 2 wins. You get to the 4 mark, you feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
DJ has agony. I love this man on Fokker so much. He's my spirit animal, right there.
Just DJ specifically in Fokker.
There are other players as well, but DJ on Fokker, I think he always makes it.
DJ is very good with items.
Do you know why they switched the roles? Do you guys, any of you?
I'm pretty sure Jabs didn't want to play 5, so they made DJ play 5.
Yeah.
And DJ, he's like a solid 5, but I legitimately thought he was like a top 3 in the world.
That's what it looked like. I mean, from the years previous, like prior to Chrome, because I haven't had that much, I haven't kept track that much of the CH. It really seemed like he was like one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, they even switch every now and then.
They do?
Like 1 out of 10 games, if the hero is important to switch. But
even on Ice's C tier list, like he put DJ in the SSS position 4, and he put Jabs under him on 4.
DJ
which
is
is
special, right? You remember in the light major. There were many tournaments in which he did well.
I mean, his Enigma I remember from some event in, I think it was some Manila event or something, where the crowd was going absolutely crazy.
Very good Enigma, very good Wind Ranger. Like he just plays these heroes to a maximum potential.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about? I'll tell you how I feel. I love it. Falcon Blade on Fokker.
I think it's good. I think.
Falcon Blade seems like a good idea.
Yeah, it's just so casually nice. The build-up is good, which I think is very important for Clockwork. And he's a hero where you do want to stay off map, and a little bit of mana regen, like Battery Solar Mutrix does not feel that bad, you know? Like you want levels and items on this hero. He's one of the best like gold efficiency heroes, I think.
This is a little bit of an upset, though. Now he's taking over Beast Coast.
Beast Coast has been very strong.
1-1. Yeah, Beast Coast has been looking really good. I think. I think, are they top 4 right now?
They're in 5th right now. They're just under. Oh yeah, so it's CLGD and VC Gaming tied for 1st. Elephant and Team Secret tied for 3rd, and then Beast Coast right under.
Okay.
Yeah, Fnatic for me is this team that I didn't expect them to bomb out or anything like that. I know that they're really strong. That's why they did well in the SCA region. But at the same time, I wasn't sure what to expect from them because of all the changes in the roster.
Yeah.
You have these 5 players, anyone can play anything. They don't even have a true position 4. Their offlane was mid, but put to offlane, and then he's now back on mid, and they got a true offlaner. It's just a mess, but the mess is working.
I actually forgot about this. They have Sunbee as their coach.
Exactly.
Who used to coach Team Secret before, during their, was it last year?
Before.
The year before that. Prior to
Yeah. I think after TI9 this year. So that was like 2 years ago.
Well, that brings it to a 1-1 for Fnatic and Beast Coast. So Beast Coast probably staying in that middle area. Fnatic, that's a good win for them because they're near the bottom. But now let's take a look at Stream A, which is just starting with OG and Undying. Undying is one of those teams that when I was talking with some other analysts, you know, maybe they were considered on the lower end, but they're actually doing quite well in their group. And this group has a lot of great.
Is this a mag carry or is that something? What's happening? I think it's a mag carry.
Mel played Meg the other game too, another game.
It was the first one that started with that's TI.
I think Sumel's been playing it a bit here, actually. I've seen it more than once.
There were a couple.
He played it earlier in the tournament. I think it's like relatively popular in France. As far as it's just maybe a bit less popular with the Echo Saber nerf. But before that, I think it's quite strong.
The Silver Edge and Bloodborne build is popular.
It seems to be laning quite well into Titanfall.
It's really scary in lane, honestly. Like, Shockwave is an underrated laning spell, and he just has such good stats.
Was it picked in EU?
As of 3, I didn't really see it much as I wanted.
In China, like in the 2nd season, it had a small period in which, like a week, in which every team tried it. Like every team tried it once, lost with it, and then just forgot about it. Okay, it doesn't work. But here, I suppose, when you think about it, there are Lycans being picked as well,
yeah,
right?
It's actually my favorite character, Lycan. Like, even more so than Sven. I feel like how Meg plays is just, I don't know, it just feels nice for Lycan. I also think with Battle Fury being so mediocre, like the Magnus got strong with that. I guess same with Swast, but it feels a lot nicer to have that cleave hero.
And tiny, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It seems to me like when an item gets nerfed, it indirectly buffs some heroes that don't necessarily need that item and have that built in.
Yeah. Undying are sitting at 7-4. That's like a little bit surprising.
That's pretty good. I think they're top 4 right now, I believe.
Yeah.
So they were actually doing better than EG at this tournament.
Oh,
I don't know, because EG just got a 2-0, I think. So I'm not sure after that, but the Undying were looking very solid.
Yeah, they were sitting at ties for third before they took their loss. And I think now they're even with Virtus Pro. They actually were above EG. EG
And that's
was
not what you
6-4.
expect, right? Like Undying even with Virtus Pro. Like that just sounds weird.
Let's see, Undying 2-0'd Alliance and Aster, and also 2-0'd Thunder Predator. They went 1-1 with IG, and then they went 0-2 to Virtus Pro.
That's really respectable result.
Yep. They
2-0ing Aster. Was it, do you know if it was with or without? Which day was this?
That was on day 1, so that was with.
Okay, so that does have a little bit of an
Yeah, it's without the mid lane.
I see.
Yeah, Aster started doing really well.
Struggling a little bit. Like they did well after he came back.
Yeah.
I think they had their first 0-2 today that they lost.
Yes, they went 0-2 against T1.
Yeah. T1 looking strong, but it's always a problem, right? White Album isn't really feeling himself.
I heard he can't eat solid food still. Like he came back, he was feeling awful, but he just thought his team needed him, which is very admirable, right?
Yeah.
I would love for them to go through, right? The storyline here is amazing for them, like against all odds.
Well, they started with T37, and Thunder Predator is still quite far below them at 0-10, and Thunder Predator still has to play Team Aster. They have to play EG, which is happening right now, and they also have to play T1. So it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Thunder Predator, but they've pulled some amazing things out of their hat, especially like at Singapore Major. So definitely will not count them out, especially in that match against Aster. That is key for them right now.
I'm pretty surprised by this bottom lane. Like Morphling has 18 CS, they did Morphling Undying, which I mean, you spam a lot of it.
Yeah, I think their lane is actually very good against Undying's laning phase.
Okay, so is this like expected for DP Clockwork versus Morphling Undying?
When I think of the way Saksa and Seb approach the lane and how they're going to use their spells very early on to pressure out the Morph, I'm not too surprised actually. If you notice, both Seb and Morph's network is quite low. And this happens quite often when Seb is playing these like spamming lanes. I think they're really good about keeping both of them. Like they will not play for CS, they will play for stopping the enemy team from farming.
Just ruin him. It doesn't matter what happens to you, right?
So yeah, to some degree. Like especially when I think they have like this Undying Morph lane, right? You really want to dominate lane.
And that sounds like just against Morphling in general, you really want to shut him down early, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like the right approach.
Slow him down as long as possible.
So I think generally speaking, when you're playing a hero that's very slow at farming, it really hurts your game. Like Morphling farms fast once he gets items that help him farm fast.
What's the point of
the initial phase is
What's the point? Usually we see with some shakers and whatnot. I know the hero is very popular at the moment in clubs, at least. It's one of those highly contested carries.
They might have picked it when they saw the Mag.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, I think Mag is a free, right? Like, okay, Morphling can have free lane. He'll be unkillable because Mag does no damage.
And Clockwork you don't really care about as Morphling. It's the easiest position for probably to play in.
It's hard to say when we didn't see the draft order, but it does look a little bit of a place. I agree.
Tell me a little bit about Mirana. I know that Moon Meander plays Mirana, a lot of Mirana, but how does that fit into the current meta that's been forming over the last 3 days? Eli?
I was hoping you wouldn't call me because I wasn't sure. Like, I feel like Mirana's one of the heroes I thought was picked more. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I was really hoping you didn't pick me because I wasn't sure.
I mean, all right. So we're going down the line. We have a TI winner.
Yeah.
We have a TI attendee. We have a guy that didn't even manage to qualify. Okay, I'll tell you, Scrubs. This is how it works. Mirana, right click, hits hard. And you have this Tidehunter on the lane. He gushes you. You're slow, you can't run away. She's hitting you. Then she kills your Carti with the arrow as well. It helps. Is it the most popular position for it? Isn't, but there are some teams that feel very natural at playing her. One thing that I think is underestimated or understated is the fact that she can easily go into the triangle, ward it up to get out. She can scout. Throughout the mid game, she can be anywhere on the map without caring. Like you can't pick her off.
That's pretty interesting versus OG in specific, right? Because I think earlier on, I'm not too sure about their day 2, but day 1 they got a lot of stacks. They're playing only for their carry's timing. You have a hero like Murata, you know, you come in, you arrow the big creature with stacks, you make it a bit sadder for them, get some good vision. Like that might be a specific team counter pick. That being said, I know Moon just really likes Murata.
I
think keep it simple. They just don't play the hero.
I mean, it's
also the copper price. No one played it as a 5. So they might have thought like copper 5.
Honestly, this might have been meant to be Clockwork 5. This might have meant to be Clockwork 5 until... Because most things have been playing Snapfire 4 as well, right? But they're like, you see the heroes who just want special position.
I think you would rather play the Clockwork DP though, right? When you have the mag station, you want to play the mag Snapfire lane.
And Saksa plays what cool, right?
Yeah.
Ravage.
So what you're saying is that it was probably just the perfect storm for them to pick Toronto. When Meander can play it, it's good against OG's current tactics, and it's also pretty decent against that draft as well.
Yeah.
Another team that really likes the drafting tool, team that's very similar, I would say, from Dying is Spirit.
Oh.
Well, hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Sure.
Who are you tagging out?
Whatever you prefer. What seat do you like more?
I'd like this.
Alright.
It's super comfy.
Thank you, Zadia.
Slightly tall.
Wait, your phone.
My phone.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
We'll see you soon.
We brought some color to this panel.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I won't like have panicked in a moment. I forgot we were going to replace.
Are you sure it wasn't him?
No, it isn't.
No, the overlay says pick Tiga
Yeah, but
Ben.
Xenia as well, just the...
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, we were replacing Xenia. What happened?
Sorry, Blizzard was actually just in the middle of explaining something, and I interrupted him very
Explaining? Look, these two fine gentlemen, smart gentlemen. I think I can throw the ball to them. I deflect this attack.
So what was the attack?
I have no idea. Anything you want to talk about, team. Welcome to the panel.
Team came on and we all lost our chain of thought.
Exactly, you're just too dapper.
I love playing with and against Tinker, and also I'll even throw in their techies, for example, as well. I think there's a lot of, stigma against these heroes. I think they get a lot of,
Techies?
Yeah, like Tinker and techies are these heroes are hated by the community, but I actually enjoy the mind games playing with and against them. I think it brings...
It is really fun when you walk into mines and die.
Yeah.
It's really entertaining. And I love it's just really fun.
Why are you complaining? What is this sarcasm? It's one you're the TI.
You're literally the timeline, okay? Techies has been broken for like 18 years before Dota came out, okay? And then no one was playing it, so I made a petition to remove them. And they didn't remove them, so I had to play it and win with it to show that it should get removed, and they still didn't remove it.
That was your plan.
Honestly, I still don't think Techies is played really, like in my eyes, it's not played correctly right now.
Wait, wasn't Techies a correct goal to be added to the game in the first place in the companion?
Yeah.
It was, right?
It's like a hero that everyone thinks they want in the game, and then when you play against it, you're just like...
But like, the only reason you're frustrated is because you're not trying to get it correctly. If you're on autopilot, you're probably going to lose this hero. The good techies will punish the walking into the mine, So that's why it's fun. Because you see the hero, you're like, turn off the music, you can hear the mine,
50% of the map.
Yeah, let's play football on this beautiful football stadium, but it's nothing.
Yeah, you can only play half of it.
What is this Squid Game wish that you have?
Sorry, I thought I'd just, throw that into the mix.
Sorry, I heard techies, I got triggered.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to elevate the amount of triggers. I'm sure some people definitely think it.
That's a good jump.
Gosh, how do we even follow that up?
They get back with the Dota. I do really like the pickup of Falcon Blades. Like, even on more heroes, I saw that set pick up on Death Puppet. Like, the item it's so easy to slot into your build. and it's very efficient for what it gives, right? How I like to judge items is I look at the base components and I look at the recipe, and I think about like what the recipe gives you. And for Falcon Blade, it's actually quite a lot. Like it gives like 1.1 extra mana regen, I think extra 75 HP and maybe 3 damage, I'm not sure.
And it's so simple to build.
Yeah.
Right? It's so easy. I actually build it from Weaver as well sometimes.
Oh, I love on Weaver.
Weaver and Buffalo for me are probably the most that I play and also pick up Falcon Blade on.
I was actually going double Falcon Blade on Weaver for a while.
Really?
Like I would get
I saw that.
Maelstrom Falcon Blade into another Falcon Blade sometimes. But
PC, yeah, probably do it on like stuff, right?
yeah.
Cheap Falcon Blade. Like, I think this item in context, it
Even
enables the cheap fight, right? Like you buy it and you feel good using your phone, getting into like the mix of kind of 9 to 10 engagement.
It also just allows you to cast spells with farming because clarities feel still pretty expensive. Yeah, but it's not the clarity peak performance days where you didn't need any mana regen items. They're expensive now and they don't give you that much mana.
When it comes to Saxa and his Buffalo, he's actually just rushing Aghanim's here. Straight into it. And this is usually what I get if it's Falcon Blade, it's instantly Aghanim's afterwards. Unless something is super necessary, like you're playing versus a Necro and no one else can buy a vessel or something similar. Aghanim's, I'm 100% sure is the best item to get on that tier.
One of the best eggs in the game, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's just double potential and you actually right-click a lot when you use the overcharge. Yeah, it's pretty good.
If you practice it a bit, and if you get a good item, like the double cogs are insane. Like,
like you can cog them between
you
each
can
other?
cog them between them. If you practice it a bit, you can actually do that.
Just to clarify, like the cog, it's like if you get hit by a cog, you can't get hit by the same cog.
Yeah.
But like you can hit it, so it's like cog, 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 and yeah.
It's usually like 1, 2, 3
Yeah, like,
and that's
Okay,
it.
so it's like 2 hooks, 3, 4 cog hits.
Yeah.
That's probably like 8 seconds of stun, right?
Very, very good.
And the talent, the BKB one.
That one's very good if you get 25.
The only reason I say this is because when I saw pros started doing the double cogging like you mentioned, I tried going in the lobby with refresher and refresher shard to see if you could do the 4 cogging. So you basically
box them in.
Yeah. I tried doing that, but oh my, that was hard. That was impossible.
If you have a shard, I feel like it's impossible, right? They also improve the turn rate on it, so you will be able to fly out, maybe
like a jet
with one.
Can I ask you a
Oh,
question
jetpack
real
is
quick?
great.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but specifically to this game, Undying, can you tell me a little bit about their playstyle? Because Undying has engaged on OG under their tower like twice in a row already, and this is the second time that Tidehunter just walked in under the tower, ravaged and died, and I'm not sure if that's a good payoff here.
So I think Undying, they play a very hyper-aggressive style where they care more about kills than objectives. Like it's pretty late into this game, and I think normally, especially with a Magnus carry that retreats to the jungle, you would have expected this tower to fall earlier.
Way earlier.
But Undying, honestly, sometimes with these outer towers, they want to use them as like baits. So you force the enemy team to come there and then you overwhelm them. However, OG, like they're a next level team, right? So they know that Undying trying to force them there. So they bring the entire family.
Yeah.
And Saberlight, he comes in, he ravages, he expects 3 heroes. There's 5 heroes there. Like Sumel, he's not farming the jungle with Magnus, like he's ready to fight there already.
It looked like he ravaged one single hero though, and it was above the tower, and then below the tower was everyone else. Was that because he was like expecting all of them to be there, or I'm having a little
Maybe
bit
you're
of
just
difficulty
satisfied with ravaging that one guy. He pissed you off at dinner.
Oh, okay.
And honestly, I don't think they expected.
Yeah, he was the last piece out.
But joke aside, like in this early portion of the game, using good spells to get like starter key kills, that's pretty much very instrumental in these early games. I think right now, Undying OG, the early playstyle of aggression is somewhat even, but you can see how OG has affected it a bit more because game after game, they're taking these fights with solid able to their numbers, but it's always top network, or some of the cores have found the extra 2-3k on the map. I think you can't just simply copy a team that's aggressive and go, yeah, we'll just take the same fight, because it's not just taking the fight to win you the game, it's taking the fight, but while you get there, you're farming the extra jungle camp, you're pushing on extra waves. OG is one of the most efficient, aggressive teams, and even if Undying tries to replicate that, at TI right now, it feels like they're missing a couple little things you have to go truly close to the network.
Do you think that they're on a timer, like Undying does? You feel this Tinker and Magnus, once they get a couple of good items, just very difficult to play.
I feel like it's really hard to catch Tinker this game, specifically. I mean, I don't know Tinker that well, but in my head, the scale on OG is very hard to deal with.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I appreciate all of your wonderful explanations and analysis. Unfortunately, it is time for me to tag out. But you guys are lucky because we will have the beautiful and talented Fever subbing in. So I will see you all later, maybe tomorrow. But we will see how these games go when we do this. I will tag. You guys go ahead and have a good
I really enjoyed that 3.5 minutes I had working with you today.
It was amazing.
Alright, but okay, real quick, man. Tinker.
What's your thought? Do you agree with that? Like, he hates Sectors, I hate Tinker.
No, but like,
so you triggered him, now you're triggering me?
Yeah, why not? We want to hear the truth, right? Do you think it's been tech enough? Do you feel like it's in a good place? Or do you think it's...
I feel it's difficult to say because there's a lot of embers and storms and heroes you can get from TopUp Inspector as well, right? That are in the meta. So I feel he is not the hero for every single game, but he is the strong.
Do you remember the game where I think LGD picked it into Storm and Tango? Did they win that game? Or is that like the only one?
I'm pretty sure they did. It's nothing to say.
Okay.
Sure. I'm not sure about that.
So I feel like that may be their only loss. I think Tinker going into this bet, people were expecting this as like Tinker stomps on the rise. They won that game.
It was against Fnatic, that was yesterday.
Okay.
41-minute game. I believe the Tinker ended up with a BKB. I think that's the reason why...
BKB is a good item.
I think the hero, so far, the undertaken of it, we're seeing a lot more today. Just because when you get A to Ag and then BKB, the whole idea of jumping your hero is no move, right? It's like the same equivalent of Sniper, right? Sniper nowadays, you want to buy the panic and just crack him right there. Now Tinker has Defense Matrix and BKB. It is so hard to kill him, so there's the...
Oh, the classic OG buyback. Beto, no-tail on the 5, and then you can take a fight.
Like the thing with Undying's Dark right now, I think maybe why we had some concern, or you mentioned it, is the idea that when they enter a fight, they don't have multiple ways to like take fight B. You know, Tiny jumping in, that's him committed to that area. Tide's committed to an area, Morph's waveforming. And if there's not heroes like Ember, Storm, these spirits, that can like start in one location and then suddenly pivot to the new area of the fight. And that is a type of like lineup that is very weak against Magnus, even DP and Tinker. Because Tinker has Blink.
Are you giving up on this?
I mean, OG's kind of half baiting it, right? Like they don't want to commit to this.
Yeah, but they used all their ultis. I feel like the smoke will be to run out and chill.
Yeah. Some teams there might have even tried to force the Roshan, but I think OG right now is looking at the equivalents, right? It's either they waste 20-30 seconds in Roshan, but lose a little bit of map presence, or they just farm across the entire map, get a whole nother rotation in, and they know they should be able to win the big team fights if they're ready for it.
I like what you said about how they can't like move their fight around. Because I was thinking about how Undying want to take these fights. Like something I like to do in Dota, like when I watch and when I play, is I just imagine how the ideal team fight goes. And for Undying, it's pretty complex. I was actually going to say it like this. You need to jump with the Tiny, and then you follow up with Mirana and some poke, and then you wait with the Ravage. I think the majority of the titles of the games that we've seen at this tournament, the team fight is very simple. But because of how OG's lineup is, it's not that easy to jump one target with a Ravage and just blow it up. There's too much through BKB counter initiation, you know, some DP runs in with EXO. But if you can do that, where you poke someone, get a double Ravage, like you'll feel very good.
And that's the type of jump that Undying needed, that specific pickoff to then get Roshan. If OG was able to like catch that out, that's completely different.
That's just, look at Thompson. He just knew, like he's just pushing his limits. He knew that the Rio would come out. Tiny already uses spells, times out the blink perfectly, and now Dying. Wait, is this fight going well? It's looking good for OG, right?
Wait, isn't it? Well, they don't have the Aegis was taken by Undying, so Morphling is safe, but everyone else is kind of done.
I think OG's happy with that though. They kind of broke down.
Hello.
Hello, Shiva.
I just noticed that Lizard's also wearing a liquid jersey.
Yeah, we have a bias
panel.
panel.
I wonder what's going on here.
It's just very easy when you're talking to a salesperson such as idDin. It's very easy to be convinced.
Yeah, idDin. That's how you say it. idDin.
Actually, in my country, it's a very popular name, and it's idDin.
Ah.
It's spelled the same?
It's spelled the same.
Okay. I'm sure Aiden's forgets you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Aiden as well.
I think he's saying his name wrong.
Yeah,
You're right.
We have to change.
Flex the muscle with the expert.
Guys, what are we watching? Undying OG?
Yeah,
I like
so
it.
to summarize this game, we're thinking like, Undying, they're trying to play hyper-aggressive. They kept going for the top tower, trying to take these fights. But it feels a little bit like they're on a bit of a timer. They don't have the best, as 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 put it, like way to take a secondary fight once the fight starts. It's very hard to chase down this Tinker with their heroes. And I think OG, they're playing sort of similar goals in Dota, but OG are just doing it slightly better. You know, 𝙎𝙗𝘾 always has that top network of farm. Because I think it comes down to communication. Like, can Magnus be farming in this area, and is he ready to TP? Like, do you have the confidence that 𝙎𝙗𝘾 is ready to TP, and does he want you to like try to stall the fight a bit so he can finish the stage stack, then TP in? Stuff like that.
Maybe Namo will get the Blink Dagger with the roof, catch Tinker, or is it Morphing with the Blink Dagger or something similar? Whose job is it to eventually catch top? Because you can't call the game, let him do whatever he wants.
I think that you have to do it for Tiny, right? It's the idea that he jumps in and his combo will put him to half HP.
So some Blink and Silver Edge.
Wait, Blink onto the Tinker?
Yeah.
How
I
do
feel
you
like
do
that's
it?
very
the problem.
optimistic,
Yeah.
though, right?
Yeah.
I don't feel that that's possible. That's why I'm
I
saying
like your part of Yo's plan, Lizard, because I think 𝙎𝙗𝘾𝘄𝘼, you're in the right direction. Like, Tiny has to be the first one to jump, but honestly, you can't expect to jump Tinker. So Tiny jumps in, you follow up a little bit with some more poke-native Tombstone, and then Tinker will reveal himself, and then you get some like Blink heals on Mirana. The thing is, like, the new Tinker, he's not simple to kill, right? Like, even if you Blink heals him, he might not die.
He's like 9 minutes away.
Follow-up, you need a lot of follow-up.
Exactly, and he's like 9 minutes away from having BKB, right? He's already got Blink Ag, he'll go 8 to then the BKB. Undying very much. I think that mid-fight where they were able to surprise him with the jump, that's kind of what they need to do.
By the way, how are you feeling, Sheila?
I'm feeling good. I'm liking this Pokemon plotting of this game, and I'm willing to wait for another like fight and a half because I think it's been a while since you guys checked in on the others.
We just waited for you.
Okay, cool. Well, this fight and a half that we're waiting for is happening right now. It actually looks to be going quite okay for OG, which seems to be the name of the series.
They got 𝙬𝘗𝘃 though. He sort of overcommitted a bit there.
He
Brow,
has
very
to
patient.
reset. Coming back in with like a third mana.
Oh, look at Talton. He just blinks into all the heroes. He just chats and
I thought that maybe Mirana will lead him to Morphing.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
He has a third mana.
Okay. I'm making an executive decision then. New game. Yeah, let's check in with all of them. I only see a little bit of this game. It's easy versus Thunder Predator, and I was not expecting wanting to check it out, but it looks like Thunder Predator is ahead on that work. The game only just started though, but I am very curious. Of course, there's 4 games going on at the same time, and Thunder Predator is the only team so far without a single win to their name. They are not yet mathematically eliminated. They still have a shot to making it through to the lower brackets, but they need to take some wins. And I want to see Stream D because, I mean, it is unlikely on paper that they're able to take a game of EG, but again, okay, it's less than 1K. I can't see the number from here, guys.
I saw it here and I was like, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, you're selling this really well.
I am. Well, you know, I want to talk about the draft because in a lot of the Thunder Predator games, it's been the draft that has been their hindrance, where they just didn't have a favorable one. Do you like this one?
They switch things up.
And then EG picked Razor to deal with TA, I think, and then he got thrown to offlane because TA is also in safe lane. That's sort of interesting.
It's a very interesting draft and different approach. We've seen the TA carry before, right?
Yeah, a lot of SA carries actually play a lot of TA carry. He's been a little bit less common recently just because the nerf she got, but honestly the lane is still pretty strong. With Meld is still some 50 mana, 5 mana Summer spell.
Well, good. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're holding their own. Support survives and they get the silencer. That's always a win.
You feel so relieved when it's so talented just before you might die.
Yeah.
You won't lose that precious thing. I think they could take this game, but it doesn't feel like it's a simple draft record.
I feel like it's really hard for them to win this, to be honest. I think Luna is actually one of the best heroes versus TA.
It is.
The glaive bouncing it just destroys the refraction. You're naturally high armor. Yeah, you're high armor. And even like the shard, it takes a lot of refraction charges out, and maybe you can do it. Like we've seen TA carries do a lot, particularly during TA qualifiers, but that was a long time ago.
Actually, you out.
Oh, that's Animator, yeah. That hero was completely broken.
Yeah, and you were saying, you can pick up TA at least, nothing else TA traffic all the time.
He got picked one. I caught a lot of wrong kills, but I was right on Luna.
That is a real hero.
That's the best thing. Like I see Kyle on Twitter, he's just making these outrageous claims. But I'm just waiting. When he gets one right, like he's gonna go out. And no one's gonna remember the other ones. So.
Also, he did create his brand on being wrong. So he's got the goal. Like,
it was a very good mind game.
That's obviously it's bonus, but if he's wrong, it's expected.
Yeah.
Fine. So he has the benefit of that. He can claim anything.
I think he might have said Undying will do better than EG.
Probably. I think EG would do better than Undying in another tweet.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were thinking that Quincy was going to do better than Undying, and that's not been the case. So Undying definitely having a good run after maybe a little bit of a slow ramp up time.
Saving other teams because
it's the same thing as what Alliance is doing. Their first day wasn't hot, but ever since they've been slowly climbing and more, that's probably the best way to win. No target on your back. EG has got a target on their backs.
This is the reason why this game's kind of speedy on the Predator because the heroes are very like kind of jump orientated, and then you have this balance on top, and you have these heroes that want to be up front anyway. Luna, Razor, they isolate really well to naturally front line. And when you say front line, you often look at like these meaty heroes that are front line from being kind of left and right. But these heroes buy these people I think so quickly, so they want to look for these engagements. And then when you have this kind of out of nowhere presence of global plus storm flipping in, instantly help whatever cause jump. It is so devastating if you can have it like focus damage. On the Predator, they lean on a blink depot, no type of TA. Other than that, that's kind of it. There's a lot of leniency, EG, just to go, oh, you're jumping this guy? Let's kind of pause that for a second. And eventually, why don't you see like an adjuvant Earthquake also then blink in, save the guy from dual wearing later.
That's right, but that's the reason without
Yes, correct, yeah. So right now, the flavor on this
jungle commander coming back.
Yeah, if you use 3 branches and click yourself and then aggro the counter with teleport, yeah. No, that's a bad word. No.
Memeing. Okay. Interesting build on Legion, right? It's not something that you see very often.
Yep. Played Beyond, did it earlier today as well when he played Legion.
Did he?
It's just
quelling
into
Armlet.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I meant. Sorry. Right now, it's the quelling into the helm, and then often you either leave as casual helm into armlet. I believe Saberlight also went armlet today, and this is just kind of an evolution of that. Just going for the other option of helm, right?
I feel like it doesn't make that much sense though, because like armlet, like it looks good with your kit, right? Like you're doing a lot of damage. I feel like Beastmaster like it. Like they have things that make the helm summons good. I'm not too sure like why you want Legion Commander. Maybe there is like some decent reason, right? Like his team doesn't have any push, so maybe they felt like they really needed that because if you try to trade towers against Luna, you have no push of your own. They're gonna get your tower like twice as fast and then defend their own tower. So maybe there's some logic there, but I'm curious like what the thought process was because I haven't seen this push.
Speaking about pushing towers, speaking of pushing towers, have you guys seen a single meteor hammer so far?
No. There's not been a Legion Hammer build. Legion Hammer. Wow, Meteor Hammer build. The entire whole
Imagine if you could duel and use items at the same time. You duel someone and then you Meteor Hammer.
Just dancing there like
Then I think we will have it. By the way, the exact situation that you talked about, Curtis, happened. They took the tier 1 top and then came back mid to attempt to defend. I say attempt because they still lost their tower and they lost their Razor.
A good collapse by Thunder Predator, honestly. They understood that even though EG took the tower first, like maybe the TPs would come in too slow. They had the full wraparound. I think a lot of the difference in pubs and pro games is that when you're going for towers, there's like a few different ways of actually going for the tower. It's a commitment. You make a plan. There's not a lot like, you know, you push from the front, oh, here's what sort of dive them. No, you have to wrap around, take control behind it, get vision, or you just push it from the front and you don't dive at all.
It usually means baking tier on the bottom lane and then moving. Okay, I'm just just jungling here, suddenly you're in power.
There's also some mind games with that, because sometimes you take the bottom tower, and then you like just farm the jungle for a bit, and the enemy team will sort of try to make some like read on you and send a lot of kills by mid, and then they're just sitting behind their mid tower doing nothing while you farm the jungle.
How do you guys feel that this game is going to play out? Will this be Thunder Predator doing well, but they'll get outscaled eventually? I'm curious if this could be their first win, or you guys are not seeing it yet.
They will be struggling later on because, like, for example, Earthrick by the Ags to then turn the guy they jumped to stone. Like, there's a lot of save within EG's lineup, and you see from the itemization, right, like the Legion going for this Dominator that we mentioned, it feels like they are going for the, we need to find as much farm on the map as quick as possible. We can't all hit the jungle like the TA wants to absorb, like the monkey wants to go to, so you need to just push out lanes, fight quick, and we're going to probably see this game maybe not conclude in the next 15 minutes, but Thunder Predator aren't going to maybe look too great if they haven't taken the fight they need to look for.
All right. Well then, I'm willing to wait this fight, because it does look like, nah, they're backing out, never mind. I'm thinking this might be a good time to then switch, because I was just wanting to check in on this one, see how it goes, but if you're saying, well, it will probably be decided in like 10 minutes or so, we can check back in then, but in the meantime, there are 4 games live at this very moment, and I just want to see everything a little bit. I am curious about the IG Aster, so let's go over to stream B for now. Of course, on stream A, you can still catch OG versus Undying. OG was constantly edging ahead. We see them also doing well and pressuring Undying on the top lane. On stream C, just begun, is actually in the first 5 minutes, T1 versus Alliance. It really is. I am totally down to check that one out after the laning stage is a little bit concluded, but I want to see IG Aster stream B, because that is where the laning stage has concluded. We are 15 minutes into the game. Aster coming from the Dire side, IG on the Radiant side. We got another TA. This one was in the middle lane. And I mean, IG is ahead, but Aster is not looking hopeless.
Yeah, they never look hopeless.
Yeah.
Hopeless versus
True, that is true. Traditionally, Aster has been doing very well in their region, right, Lizzie?
Yeah, they've been dominating the island. I'm watching Aster IG since January in Bucharest. Like, I've been here since January watching the Chinese region. It never stops. But it's definitely a high quality game, you know, with White Album and Joki.
I can only imagine he feels a little better than yesterday. Hopefully. Hopefully. We don't have information on that, but we know that he felt really bad yesterday, but still wanted to make sure that he helps his team out with playing.
You can see the meta developing as well here. Being picked up. You're playing versus a Weaver, you steal that Sushi, and you just have so much value from it in fights.
It's also one of those games on Troll where I'm looking at the Troll and going, it's actually not too bad of a Troll game.
I agree,
It's actually really nice. Like, in Ursa going late game, Welling actually has value when he doesn't have his BKB up. And TA, again, it's not too bad. Like,
Acid first?
This is, no. It's later on, Shiva, not right now. This is the hard part, you know? Like, IG's lineup is so beautifully constructed for Blink plus Deso TA, Blink plus let's say Diffuse on Ursa, and then just go fight right? Like, Ogre wants to do this, Rubik wants to do this, Mars can do it with Arena. And like Aster's lineup is a little bit more, we need a Vessel on the Weaver, or maybe an Ag, Tree to be in position, Troll to have 2-3 items. Everyone needs something, and Night Stalker's locked into day or night, right? So Aster's lineup has so many more factors that you need to tick before taking a fight, whilst IG doesn't. So I expect IG to be winning right now, but I will never count this Troll out. This could be the Troll that can win again.
So after yesterday, 3 top teams were all Chinese.
Yeah.
Howie, do you think they figured out the meta the best? Like, position 4 Weaver is probably picked by them the most as well. They have a solid grasp?
I don't even feel like the Chinese teams pick that similarly to each other. I think they might just be a bit better this tournament on average. I think, honestly, I agree with what T said about this lineup though. Like IG's lineup, I feel like they sort of have to snowball. If you have Ursa TA cores, you're very single target physical. At some point, Aster's lineup probably will scout him. I don't know for sure. Depends a lot about the game state.
You have treant as well, right?
Yeah, I saw this game, I was like, this might be the best treant game, you know? Their armor's so effective, overgrowth looks good, everything looks nice.
There is one big difference actually between the Chinese region and the rest of the world when it comes to the DPC league, is that all the top teams, I mean, you know this, they play everything. They play the I-Leagues. They don't just do DPC. Well, for the rest, they play only DPC.
They had way more Dota in that region than anywhere else. Like, there were 2 seasons of I-League, I believe, played.
Between the major, right?
Yeah, and it was actually a LAN, I believe, as well.
So they just got more practice.
Yeah, they get more practice for sure. This, however, reminds me so much of Singapore major from IG. Like Fly Ursa, there's even there was a meme picture with Fly being this angry bear carrying Emo and on his shoulders, and Emo is question marking behind, like, get him, get him.
So, would you like a really an obscure stat?
Yes.
After they are the team with the least amount of average map pings, with 59 per game.
Like, but that means...
Literally pinging the map, you know?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because...
Okay, before we answer that, would you like to know what team has the most? Would you like to make a guess?
Is it IG?
On average across all games. Beast Coast map pings? Yep. So again, last place right now is 59. Okay. You're saying Beast Coast?
I'm saying OG.
How many pings per game though? Like
500.
500?
You said 59 is the lowest. In one game, not in a series.
On average across all games.
Okay.
So far.
Say 59 pings in a game or 59 pings so far in the tournament?
On average per game.
I will go for, and it's a total of all the 5 players. I will go higher. Can I just do higher or lower than what you said?
What team then? It's
Oh,
mainly the team, OG, okay?
Ooh, I'll go 59 pings because they're gentlemen. They're not really worried. Pinging every now and then.
Sure.
They're stable, composed.
Which team is the most?
What team is?
What are my choices?
All the team in the tournament.
Any team in the
EG.
It's actually voted for it.
That was my second.
They average 440 pings per game.
Actually, you know, Epileptic Kid has the most pings in pubs of all the players. It's like in the world.
But are they good things?
Oh, in pubs they're not.
Calling good things.
Yeah, like, so they are the most, like, go on this guy, go on this guy. It's like, yeah, just crazy.
There are 2 players that I had muted since like 2014. Nico Baby and Epic Kid. Like the 2 of them. Eventually they obviously got unmuted and then maybe muted again. Who knows? But they're fun to play with.
The main thing there is just to take away just like the level of communication, right? Where like one team is more connected with the game in regards to, you know, literally pinging and communication, whilst another is more very going to be formal. You know, it's just go on this guy. You don't have to use the game tools as well. So Aston's just very civil in their gameplay.
I saw a graph and I think we should switch because this game looks like it's going to be in IG's favor for now. And on the top left side of your screen, we've been talking about Undying and OG. We watched them quite a while, thinking that OG was going to have an easy time. But we're going to go to stream A because I just saw a graph and Undying is doing it. They are making their comeback. Look at that, they're ahead. They're actually breaching high ground. Okay. Yeah, we're doing. Oh, and he doesn't
he has no buyback as well.
But I am so sorry, Undying.
Okay,
I am so surprised though that they were able to like bring this game back.
Yeah.
Just to set the scene there, when we went to the 4-way stream, when we were going to another one, we saw OG with Tinker diving the tier 3 top, right? Yeah. And I couldn't see it all because there was a small picture, but I assumed they were just trying to push a rack. The tier 2 is still alive.
Yes.
So that is probably going to result in Undying having that confidence to then take it further in. Because of course, OG diving tier 3 is taking tier 2. But good old Tinker in your face, man.
I'm pretty sure that Sheeper doesn't care at this point.
Yeah, that is true.
As well.
You cursed USA,
Yeah,
America, you hate America.
Wait, no, I don't. What?
I was she came in and made sure we checked the Prince news as well.
That's true.
Oh my god. Okay. Let me reverse curse them.
I mean,
OG's,
should we go to EG then?
OG's got this.
That was such a weak attempt.
Does it work at a...
Look at the network. Look at the stats. He got Thompson on his Tinker. Look who's gonna kill him. He's not gonna die ever.
He's going to die. That's the problem.
I think that's what had to have happened. Like Thompson, when he feels himself a bit too much, especially these group stage games, he goes in.
Yeah.
He goes ham.
I literally saw a couple of games in which he is diving the Thompson. While there's a tier 3, tier 2 alive.
That's like the Thompson that wins you TI too. That's the thing.
And if you look at his isolation quickly, you see on screen. He doesn't have a BKB. Like he's even like thinking about the fact that other players in position, they go for that casual BKB just in case they see the tiny in area where he could maybe have a talk or the tides kind of could blind ravage him. But no, instead it's like, no, I'm just fully going for I will kill you, I will always be able to blink away from you. And that's the type of gameplay that can crush a game, or in 5 minutes time we're like, where's the BKB?
And now he has a timeless relic, which I think is obviously one of the best items on the Tinker. It makes it super easy to cover hex and just output so much damage. I'm gonna watch this replay when I get back to the hotel. Like I want to know
You don't
what
have to.
happened.
You're watching it right now.
Well, I want to see the comeback from our team undying.
Oh, it was a meaty dive on OG.
Yeah, it was very.
That's probably it. I could also see them like winning some really good tombstone fight.
We have the technology.
Well, I must say, you were saying that OG is a meaty guy. We just, the way that OG just turned it back around was when we saw Undying on the base of OG on the top lane. Guess what's standing there in that top lane? A tier 2 tower. There's no way they were pressuring Kagura.
That's what I was saying.
It's the OG effect. Once they start fighting you, you're just following suit and do the same thing.
Did you ever have a team such as that for now we play against them that just baits you into stupid moves, into craziness, into chaos? It was more stable back then, I suppose.
I feel like there are less competitive teams back then, to be honest. Like, during that era, it was like, when I was on C9, there was like Ricci, EG, Secret, C9. And those were the top 4 teams. And then on ED, it was like, Secret was just winning everything. And then there was us.
Alright, I got you 3.
Oh, only one TI. It's not that competitive. TI just wasn't that competitive. The millions you did do just weren't the same.
Here I am eating my macaroni with cheese.
It's a testament
Meanwhile, I'm
to
a
the
millionaire
scene, though.
that kind of won the TI. I don't really care.
All the players and teams in TI, especially like from the middle range teams, have gotten so much better. And like everyone's so much more of a threat.
But
Back
that's
then
been
when
the
I was
case
playing,
the whole time, right? Like
it's like gotten better because I don't know if it's the format of tournaments or just the growth of the game, people just catching up faster.
Also willingness to learn, right? I think a lot of players nowadays, they appreciate other players and what they're doing, rather than going, I'll become the best of me, I'm the, etc. Like they're actually looking at other people and going, no, I want to emulate that guy, I want to be better than that guy.
The bar is definitely higher. At the same time, do you guys agree that the game is more accessible? Like there are some things that you can learn easier at the moment.
It is, but I don't know if it necessarily made the skill ceiling lower. Like I feel like people just maybe even put in more effort, like it's...
Oh, for sure, because some of these things are innate, right? Like you know them from the start. Before, like how much time did you have to waste to map out every single bush when it comes to where the wards are good, right? Like I knew the exact ward and the little birdie that flies over it, and if I ward right under that little birdie or butterfly that flies between the rocks, I'm gonna block the camp.
That is true. The skill set definitely changed as well. Even stuff like chaining stuns, or we were talking about this before, but courier management used to be a huge thing in Dota. Like over half their comms in the living stage, I would say.
I'm using courier.
Yeah.
Guys, why are you taking a...
Please, I need my bottle.
Resend courier, please. Resend courier.
Yeah, can I put my bottle on it?
Just a second,
they're not even in the conversation.
I was gonna say, I know when I'm not there, like, don't worry guys, I'll walk back.
And if you lose
or I'll die to get my stuff.
Do you remember how way more toxic it was when you lose the courier in a team?
Yes.
Like if you had one.
That was a nice ravage.
That made
2 in a row.
Just kill courier.
That might just be it. They don't have buyback.
They don't have buybacks. They caught the Tinker again.
They get tops and no ages anymore.
Undying, they're just executing so well. Like they poke in with a hero. It's the exact same thing we saw earlier on the middle tier one. Like they poke in, they see people, and the Saber, he's patient. He's waiting for the right ravage.
I'm surprised OG's playing like this though, right? Like the way in which their draft excel is that kind of poke and prod, keep going, but like they're fully committing to the fight, trying to blow them up. And like I mentioned, it's that patience and Saberlight allowing him to kind of turn this fight.
Thompson has no buyback.
I love refresher.
I mean, Clock had the cheese, but I don't think he was ever planning on using it for himself, but he also probably should have. I guess 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 is a Magnus. Magnus on himself does make for some pretty good base defenses, but he's gonna come up with something very soon. And they are very aware of where he is, of course.
That tombstone as well is preventing him from doing anything too crazy.
Oh, look at
it's too late. Like, he's gonna have to be. It's too late. That's it.
They try to skewer on top of the ancient.
Yeah. That was impressive, though. What a turnaround! What a comeback!
And this is such an important game for Undying, at least, because they were pretty much toe-for-toe with VP coming into the series. So now they've got that 1 game extra. It means in the final series, as long as they can keep 1 game grace from VP, that's their upper bracket secure. So really good for Undying to be able to take 1 game away from OG.
Super impressive. That's tying that series. Of all the 4 games on your screen, I think we have not checked in yet with T1 and Alliance, and we said we would do that right after the laning stage was done. It should be around now, so let's check in with Stream C and see how they're doing, because T1 and Alliance, they both, this game is very important for both of them, because they both still have a chance, I believe, of making it to upper bracket, mathematically.
Yeah, technically can. And they can also still go to elimination, technically. Because Thunder Predator, they have 5 games left, therefore the maximum Thunder Predator can get is 5 if they lose, the EG maximum is 4. So right now, both teams sitting on 4. Oh, here we go. So right now, if both Alliance or T1 draw this and get 5 game wins, that's then pretty much confirmed not last place, right? And there is still the potential, because there's 3 series left, 6 wins, they can somehow get away to the top.
They're definitely playing a hero of the Salam brand for both of these teams. If you remember, what was the team they played in before Alliance? Like Nico Baby, one of those first teams.
Mineski?
No, when he came back to Europe from Mineski.
Did he just go straight?
Pada and Nico Baby.
That was Alliance.
That was Alliance.
No, that's 5 jumps.
Trace is Alliance, right?
Yeah, it's just Spada and 33 were just...
Were they called 5 gems? Or?
No, 5 gems was Team Liquid before.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So that's
they were straight
to Alliance.
Straight to Alliance. Alliance formed that roster.
They played a lot of Morphings, a lot of Flash, a lot of Medusa, which makes the baby dominate the game on his own. But I really like is they realize that they're playing versus 3-1, they also need to protect this Medusa as much as possible. And I like the fact that they snatch that. I hope that clicks because my eyes aren't streaming. That's a mix
assassin on the side of Alliance. I can tell you the draft.
They have double bugs.
Double bugs. They just both mix assassin away from T1 because that's one of the main answers to Medusa in SCA. Like if you're playing against her, you just pick Nix and you mana burn her every single fight, and then it's much easier to play around that. Also, is there a reason besides that? There was snap, so that's kind of reason, right?
Yeah. You get the Mortimer Kisses interrupt.
How do you like the double bug? Too much?
Wait, is this double bug support? I think it is, right?
This is, casting SMG.
Very on theme, very cool. Wait, I feel like it should
be on theme?
Who's 5?
Just bugs.
Yeah, but there's only 2. Why was there just the theme?
You only need 2 bugs.
Yeah, 2's a theme.
They could have had Broodmother.
2 bugs and they play like sharks.
They needed the Brood. Vici Gaming, Dream League Leipzig actually won it in Leipzig. It was other Stockholm. They won with Brood, Nix, and Weaver. They had a full bug family.
We don't have more bugs, right?
Dota doesn't have any mechanics. They attempted it with like Brewmaster, right?
Yeah, the fire.
If you have 3 bugs, everybody gets increased stats. Strength plus 5.
Yeah. What do they call them in Underlords?
Bugs.
No, I play that. No. I like it. But I think our team is doing better now because they had a rough start, right?
Yeah,
I feel like they're playing much more at their caliber of what was expected from this man. They won ESL, they got third in the Animajor. And I'm glad they're I feel like they're sort of finding their footing with support heroes. This is the second time I've seen CM. I'm not sure if they played it more.
So
but I think that hero suits how they want to play a lot.
Yeah, so T1 had a really rough start. They lost their first 2 series. Then they were able to 2-0 Virtus Pro. Then they lost again to OG. And actually this morning they were able to 2-0 Aster. Okay. So they are having a good day right now. And they need these wins because as I just mentioned, you just heard me say 3 0-2s, which is pretty painful, 6 losses. Doesn't necessarily put you out of contention yet for upper bracket. but it's just not where you want to be. We've seen, of course,
breaking that smoke on the hill.
2 invisible bugs.
Like a knife. Suddenly you're gone.
I'd actually be so happy though. You fight 5 sentries, and then you're like, your biggest defense, you know, your threat. You're always in a business.
I do feel like you run out of sentries this patch, though.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know if you guys have felt the same.
This is, however, a good gem game, and they do have at least 2 gem carriers. Like, you can put it on Mag, you can put it on Necro.
Yeah, actually, an early gem looks pretty good this game.
I think, like, we mentioned earlier about the couriers. I think we haven't really seen it too much recently, but having an early gem and the courier with you the entire time, like your 5 position holding the gem, like you just tell someone else to buy the ward, it's literally free. Their courier brings it out, right? And it just means if you do die, because you're using this gem, you instantly can bring the courier out and collect it. And why it's actually a kind of somewhat broken strat is you can pass the gem off to the courier while stunned and everything's going wrong for you. And
you can move the gem.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
And
I foresee a lot of micro.
It is.
I mean, it's better for,
cool.
like, yeah, it's a good high ceiling potential.
I've been called stream snipers multiple times because I do it against, you know, I'm doing it in my pub, right? And these streamers like, oh, you're cheating. No, I have a gem and a courier, bro. It's like pretty cool. And then you always have the courier check high ground. And it's one of those things where Dota is a game where you kind of have to break it down into like quadrants, right? And you only play like a quadrant that you know you want to play. If you know the teams on the other side, etc. So if you have this courier with you and you have this gem, it's literally impossible to ever be under a ward, right? Because the mannerisms of enter the jungle, check, move forward, and go. So
that's a cool idea.
I'd love
like
to see gems and couriers be used more.
Those big and gems as well, big and couriers as well. Flying around. Do you remember the pro army? Flying over.
That was a good time.
Remember the courier circle around the ancients?
Yep.
That would just parade.
Buy a bunch of couriers and press follow.
And it was Thunder actually that started again with the courier wave manipulation, quick wave manipulation. They actually were able to turn a game around because the creeps were just chasing around some couriers.
Yeah, it gives you back door protection. Even if it buys you like 10 seconds. For late game, that's everything.
Oh, like you were for me one of the guys that I always watch for efficiency when it comes to farming, that's support and finding these small things. Like your fossil literally, I copied them to get daggers. We talked about that. Did you ever do anything with couriers like dazzling couriers?
I never did a dazzle one, but when I play like Gyrocopter PA and pubs, like I always use the courier to give me vision for back cannon and like link strike.
Racing as well.
Yeah,
Okay, so if you weren't watching yesterday, Elephant.
Great. I'm just still farming like a beast.
Super farmed him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
damn good about the fight, but because they don't, it's just so rough. And you know, shout out once again JT. Like, I just think his Mars is too good. Like, the arena placement's excellent, just as a
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away.
He's going to back himself away. They can kite fly. He's pretty far forward here. Meanwhile, they're going to try and go for Kaka, but 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 didn't quite have enough damage before the 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 went off. Now 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘆 up to the high ground. Fortunately, one of those shots missed, and it was just enough. But XX says those stacks were still on him from previously, so he just got...
Keep jumping.
Yeah, it was just fine. They scanned for that too, so some resources wasted from EG's side.
Interesting warding here in the...
this one pub, this one that I'm sorry I lost. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to
finding so much more gold on the map. 15,000 lead, they have way better lane push coming in. You know what? I just realized, I don't think we've talked about Ice 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 for 30 minutes. There is...
It's ended, 50 seconds, there's still no Medusa.
They're ending it.
They're ending
There's
it.
no Medusa, they're ending it.
It's over.
25 minutes in it. Oh, well, Cuckoo had enough.
Yeah, there's no good.
Yeah? Well, he's in again. He's in again. Is he going to be able to find another horn? They're going in with the duel on Cuckoo. Can they keep him alive? They're in with the heals. He is still alive. He's still alive. He's out with the skewer.
He
He's
won
still
the duel.
alive. He's out. He's away. Well, I don't know what happened there.
Well, the game's over.
I mean, maybe he got a text from his girlfriend saying she was home alone because he just ended the game. What an ending. Koo just he closes it up. And that's, yeah, GG. Wow. Well, there we go.
Well, they were slowing the
There we
pace of
go.
the game down nicely on the side of Alliance until a big kaboom.
Yeah, wow.
Aegis had what? Aegis had 30 seconds left, and Cuckoo's like, you know what? We don't need it. I'm just going to get a three-man horn toss.
We are going next, ladies and gentlemen. This game's over. Cuckoo has declared it. Wow.
Okay.
What a game. I think Alliance is probably still there.
Yeah.
What happened? We were farming.
Nico Baby's like, I died once.
And Nico, but he was very far.
He's like, I just bought my BKB.
The game just ends.
It's over. Look at the. I mean, the graphs tell it all. Graphs are probably one of the. It was like that. It was like this. It was like you have a little hip up, a little bit even, and then just an instant GG.
All right. Well, what an ending to that game there. T1, ladies and gentlemen. Cuckoo on the Magnus. Might not get through in the next one. That might be one of those games where you just nothing is said between this end of this game and the next draft, and you just see that Magnus getting banned. So let's not give them the opportunity to just end the game like that. Very impressive. Well, game one, ladies and gentlemen, go to T1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly for game two between T1 and Alliance.
Like you guys can see the cast range here. It is pitiful. This is god-awful range.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because this spell is crazy.
Imagine if it had long range.
Yeah.
That's kind of in most situations, just a weaker Weaver Ags, right? That depends. The Weaver Ags has more cast range, but this one also just keeps the target invulnerable and in place. Sometimes you can't really save with Weaver ult.
Plus you can use it. Consistent, maybe? He's going to get blown up, and the dual damage goes to 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝑼, but dies shortly after. MNZ now getting drained from 𝙈𝙊𝘖 with that refresher. That is the first life. Moose getting the warding done. Boundless Strike onto 2. 𝙈𝙊𝘖's basically out of mana now. MNZ just crushing kids left and right. Crit gets off the ult before he ends up dying here, but MNZ getting pretty low. 𝙈𝙖𝘖 drops now.
Where's the attack?
MNZ, BKB still there. 𝙈𝙁 stuck in the midst of everybody. He's going to go down. Double kill for MNZ. 4-for-1, including the Aegis.
That tornado was so close. 𝙈𝙀𝘿 buying back here. I guess, yeah, they have to push out the lanes. They have no buyback on Storm or Razor, so 𝙈𝙀𝘿 has to bite the bullet there. Fortunately, with his 351 move speed, he will very quickly get up to the top lane and push that out.
If only it was the old butterfly.
With his mana illusions. Oh, the flutter. Don't remind me. Flutterfly.
All right, MNZ, into the base we go. 5 versus 3 after that buyback. Of course, they don't know that the buybacks are not available for 𝙈𝙁 and 𝙈𝙊𝘖.
Which Thunder Predator hero has 2 lives? Was it 5v3?
4v3, everybody.
Okay, good.
Well, cheese.
Just making sure we count
cheese.
the same way.
MNZ has cheese. That's a second life.
I'm sure Moose will not feel insulted that you think the cheese is worth as much as he is.
No.
It's fine. Racks are gone.
Be a full set.
They might go for a second set. They might smell blood in the water here. They know. They kind of know there's no buybacks at this point. 𝙈𝙀𝘿 bought back early, and the other heroes didn't buy back to defend the racks, so this is kind of a tell. They do have both Cheese and Legion on backup, but
They do have to be pretty careful, though. I mean, crit able to enchant Remnant. If you get a kick out towards the fountain, that is a death. 100%. Pretty scary, but obviously he doesn't really have... He has Blink, but still doesn't have the cast range for the Aether Lens.
Yeah, that's true. Really important in that last fight when 𝙈𝙀𝘿 got killed and they got him in the duel, the Petrify did not come out. I'm not sure what they caught crit with, if it was... we see the replay here. Let's see. So crit should be coming in here, looking for the save. He petrified himself! He misclicked!
Oh, no. I didn't even... Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened. I was wondering, where's the save? Oh, boy, that could have actually just been game. If he saved 𝙈𝙀𝘿 there instead of himself, I think idG could have maybe turned that around, but...
Ooh, Nullifier next on the menu for MNZ, so we'll replace the cheese if he gets to that point. Obviously wants to preserve the buyback, as we can see. Only 3 buybacks in the entire game, but MNZ is one of them, along with Leo Style, actually. So
there's a very big chance the game ends now, one way or the other. This is the fight. MNZ.
idG smoked up. You know that Moose is going for the outpost. The jump in from 𝙈𝙁, not going to connect initially, but here
Double
comes Vortex. As well. 𝙈𝙁 doing so much damage. They're going to get 2 kills right off the bat, but that's 1 buyback for Leo Style. And into the roll we go. A nice connection again, this time onto MJZ. Will likely get bursted down by 𝙈𝙀𝘿 and company. You can see the halberd applied to MNZ. Cataclysm popped as well. MNZ trying to stand his ground. 𝙈𝙊𝘖 pops the refresher. Goes in Viz for a moment. Going to apply some pressure now to MNZ, who's getting crit down by 𝙈𝙀𝘿. Does have the buyback, but idG are winning this fight in spades. Leo Style cannot die again. That will be a dieback for him if he does. idG with the advantage here.
Really, really good smoke move from idG. They place the vision. They have a ward from previously sitting down here that almost got full value, and they know that because of that, they can place this other one and get information, and they get the double jump from 𝙈𝙁. Very, very important moment there for them.
Nice job from Moose here. Taking out a full wave, so that's going to delay the push even more.
It's not over yet, but only buybacks expended by Dire there, except crit, I think, was the one buyback used for idG. Was that in the previous? No, it was in this fight, I think. So, Thunder Predator with these core.
At least not in our game. It's really not happening. There's some bans, of course, because he is annoying against certain heroes. So. No matter what happens, no matter how hard you nerf him, people will still find a way. He's one of the best. Like, these 2 heroes in general are the best heroes.
Stack some camps, build up spirit, charge people. 𝙈𝙁, another hero that's risen to prominence as well. Seen it mid from Thompson and position 5 for 𝙈𝙁. Really bully people with a gush early on, and of course you hit level 6, you get
you, I will never love you. Call me whenever you need someone to drink. We're running in the jungle of love. Jungle of love. We're running in the jungle of love.
对 ，PA 小鱼其实还有一个英雄，最近比赛好像选的比较少，这次小组赛那个滚滚其实也很。
There has been in quite a lot of games.
BC 是办了紫猫，他们觉得 VG 是可能会给曾家阳拿紫猫，然后血魔因为也被ban掉了，血魔也挺克紫猫的。
对，他们主要是 BC 好像今天是不是打了一局大哥血魔吧？好像是。
是的，之前他们是选过一次，然后也很针对这种就是带位移的对方的核心。
对。现在给 Q1 拿英雄也不一定说一定只拿那种就是纯大核嘛，像一般这种英雄还是都可以选的，对于 BC 来说。
对。VG 的话也是防了一手 BC 的水牛啊，直接水人也不给。如果给 BC 拿到水牛的话，确实对 VG 来说，这个潮汐在水牛面前就不是很厉害。
对。
水牛打潮汐还是很好用的。BC 这边还要先办一个。
要不干脆针对到底，继续办中单。
我觉得可以。
对，
我来都把蓝猫也办了。
你都针对到这份上了，那你还不针对到底？蓝猫一般你剩的这种灵活的一些英雄，可能就剩火爆啊、帕克啊这种。
是的，但火爆对线打不了你呢。
对啊。
会直接炸。
你像蓝猫其实对线也暴打浑圆，但是到6的话，海人比较好杀他就是了。
对。VG 的话是搬了一手杜姆，杜姆的话也是怕他来针对这个潮汐吧，直接搬完杜姆之后选了一手莱恩，这个莱恩选的还不错，因为 VG 现在看起来是没有一个稳定的先手的。
对，然后包括这个瞬间的爆发，其实也差点意思。
对，打团的时候控制很足，但是
输出
差点技能，对。
对，输出不够。
还不错。
5 seconds remaining。
这个时候有个英雄，我觉得对 BC 来说很好用啊，拉比克。VG 这边技能
都是好技能，
都是好技能。如果这个牛头可以打3的话，我觉得 BC 如果能玩拉比克是可以考虑点一个的。不知道他们玩不玩，好像没见他们选过。
没什么印象。
是的。对 BC 这个队伍，其实我了解的还不是很深，但是从目前看来 ，VG 这3手，我其实觉得他们很怕一个英雄，那个英雄叫剧毒术士。
有点恶心。
对，因为我想到国外队伍好像很喜欢打剧毒最近。昨天小组赛我已经看了2把剧毒了。
对的。
但不是同一个队伍。
有的时候会喜欢选一个剧毒，反正就在线上恶心你。你是有点烦的，蛇王还能各种去看视野什么的。
对，主要剧毒我感觉是比较恶心，这个莱恩跟大牛有点难受。BC 3手是直接把死问给点出来了，就告诉你我这个死问就是大哥。
感觉也没什么转的说法了呀，就直接亮核心了。
是的，直接亮核心。
10 seconds remaining。
两边阵容看起来都很简单粗暴啊，全部是这几个英雄都带控。打团的话也是有康姆的配合。
是的。其实 VG 这个阵容感觉是能给那种大哥提供一个比较好的输出环境的，因为他控制真的很足。
是的，而且打团很扎实。
是的。
有潮汐。
主要是大哥那种能够疯狂站桩输出。
对。 但 BC 这边是不是考虑一下选一个？啊，他已经选了毒狗。
他这个毒狗一选，我感觉像 TB 这种英雄可能就不太好出。
有点像提前点，就不让你选幻象系英雄。
是的。 但是 VG 是把大哥留在最后啊，先选一个 TA， 曾骄阳的 TA。
中路没有英雄可以打妮娜的呀，只有 TA 了。
也算是增强了他们一个是阵容，如果说有一些优势可以控盾的能力嘛。
是的。
贴这个点。
但是不得不说的是 ，BC 这首暗影恶魔选的非常好，因为其实 VG 这个体系是可以搭美杜莎或者说选露娜的，现在选不出来了。对面点了手毒狗，你选这两个英雄，感觉这个被关了。
露娜是挺烦毒狗的，其实毒狗跟露娜在一边也还可以，
在一边也还可以。对，幻象系英雄其实，毒狗在对面就很克制你，如果在一边也能够增强。这个 BP 感觉很针对，现在 VG 不是很好选什么美杜莎、TB、露娜这种英雄，他这个 carry 是幽鬼的可能性就很大。现在
我刚刚想到幽鬼了，但是我怕幽鬼输出不够，就是而且万一斯温有大领刀什么的，其实也不是不能打幽鬼的。
幽鬼还可以，其实 VG 这个阵容不是说要围绕这个幽鬼来打，是中期贴在一个正常发育的情况下，什么暗灭 BKB 控盾打团的节奏是很需要这个幽鬼的，因为幽鬼可以断这边牛头，也可以切毒狗嘛，对吧？赶这边的酱油，打这个10问的输出是其实不是很需要幽鬼，有贴的话。
其实幽鬼还可以，因为它可以去赶后排，它直接可以把这个阵型给冲散。
对。然后 BC 这边自己拿了暗影恶魔，还要把美杜莎给搬了，是有多怕美杜莎？其实毒狗是很克这个美杜莎。
有多不想见到 VG 来一个站桩河呀！我感觉他就是权衡了一下，反正把美杜莎搬了，但是你像 TB 露娜这种你也选不出来。
是的 ，TB 露娜选分不好发挥这一局。这最后一手，看他是补一个4还是补一个3号位？因为这个牛头，他现在是可3可4。
对，VG还是一直在针对3号位去搬人啊。
是的。这也是连搬了3个3号位在后山，兔子跟马尔斯。BC 这边能选的3不多了，这个是一个 SK 的。哦，选了一个4号位英雄凤凰。
那这牛就是3呀。
对，牛就是3。这边 BC 也是补足了一下自己打团阵地太弱的一个缺陷吧，选了一手凤凰弹。
对，他这个点弹会吸引到就是 VG 这边上贴的一些注意力啊。
对。看一下 VG 这边不给朋友选一个，感觉还是有鬼，好吧？
鬼，这熊战是咋样呀？
拍熊的话，这一局如果选拍，那中期这个拍如果线上能应该能稳定肥，中期那确实还挺猛的，配合这边的 TA。
就干呀，找这边干呀，而且主要还能提一下他们这个打弹，拿了一个小黑，他拿了一个远程核心。
是的，拿小飞的话也是考虑到团战可以打弹，对这个凤凰弹，然后小飞在打此位也是自己有队友在前面的话，他自己是有输出环境的。
而且他也考虑一下，觉得 BC 这一局这个阵容真的能够贴到他脸的能力一般。
很一般，
对，没什么能贴到脸的。
是的，因为所谓一个人进去的话，很有可能
就出不来，
出不来，很有可能打不过。其实
是的
，VG 这边不是很怕你冲脸，选一个小黑的话，在团战既可以打拉扯，然后你这个凤凰弹我也有人能处理，比较合理吧 ？VG 这个阵容现在看起来，而且线上这个什么3号位牛头，这个凤凰我感觉线上会很难受，因为这边是一个。小黑加大牛，
感觉不是对手呀。
对，小黑线上应该会很肥，然后中路贴打妮娜的话，就看这个能力的兑现了。上路一个潮汐 Lion 对这边的10问跟暗影恶魔也
感觉也像是会打一个腹肥啊。
是的。那现在要看一下 BC 这边去跟𝙈𝙊𝘾打一路，还是说土狗去跟牛头打一路？就会不会两个酱油变换一下分路？我感觉。凤凰在下的话好像没什么用，现在看起来。是一个暗油魔会好一些。就是双方一进来疯狂发轮盘。
现在看下来，感觉都挺爱发轮盘的。
是的。刚刚已经看到他们分路了。BC 的话是还是说一个5号位的暗影恶魔配合𝙈𝙾打一个优势路组合。这边 DY 是带了2个假野，鞋子出门，中路先做一个，然后假装来中路漏一下，让对面看到自己身上还有眼。这边来一个先手戳，应该是打一顿，没有什么机会。
杀不掉。
是的。
控制不够。
直接站在中路，把这个眼让对面看到。其实早就做了一个人。
最近都挺喜欢玩这一招的呀。
对，就是身上带一个假眼，然后往中路你就站着也不怕。
虚晃一下。
虚晃一下，其实我早就把眼都做了。好像是对这个下路的服务有想法。这边牛头有鞋，也是来中路看一下。我刚刚看这个牛头的出装，好像是3号位凤凰啊 ，BC 这里。先看这个符，一个锤，然后把符吃到。红女好像接了一个 T 吗？刚刚。把潮汐打了一顿，然后这边土狗技能是在 CD 的，还想追，但是暗影恶魔的关已经用过了，会不会选择卡位？
卡位，他当卡位。
对，但是老11这个走位，还是被卡了一下。使用下一个锤快好了，这边锤到，
想让
人头，这一波失误了呀。
但是还是让土狗拿到了一些，他本来想把人头让给𝙈𝙾的。
对，老11卡了一下视野，但是又走出来被看到了。这边土狗虽然死了，但是潮汐加了个1血。
不过这波好像是 BC 1血加上3符。
是的。中路的话，一级妮娜是学了 T 来跟这个贴对线。上路是一个4号位牛头啊，他们这边
是3号位凤凰，
路子有点野啊，3号位凤凰。怎么说呢？凤凰这个英雄打3。从 BC 的阵容上来看，其实护弹还是有人给他护弹的，什么锤啊、牛头的弹都给护弹。
但是3号位凤凰感觉有的时候会更像一个比较肥的4号位。
Yeah, he got the kill. He died after. Has boots of
对
speed
啊，因
already,
为
so that's
你
gonna
3号位
be.
凤凰是绝对不可能像一些那种核心的3号位，对，会打出很明显的那种效果吧。我一直觉得3号位凤凰就像一个很肥的4号位。
对。
T1's turn to pick.
火枪才是中路真正的核心。P 打应该还是打不过。
没几个打得过。
那确实。
打点爆发呀。
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team. Raise.
P 刀啊。
了呀，这个马尔是头一品，我跟你说，但凡你想象自己是这个马尔斯，酱油配的不管是小精灵还是蓝泡沫那个剃刀打败，里面还是个大牛加这个电魂的组合，是吧？只放了5刀的这个问题。而且电魂这个英雄其实不弱哈，他有方面战斗力是很强。
Go ahead.
来了，
还真是个火枪。
刀啊，片。我前面想的是他的中路100种死法，但我刚闪过一下，你知道吗？
但是他怎么说呢？你就把那个河道视野做好，防一下对面过来 gank 了，自己打的缩一点吧，不然怎么办呢？
这个牛头配火女，大牛配火女 ，CT 到也要死，牛头反到地到7到也要死。
牛头是3号位，前期你就当他不会来。
当他不会来是吧？
对。
反正就是多了他了，因为都带控嘛，然后到以后爆发，他基本都是必死的。而且以前一般为了补刀会补点爆头和点霰弹枪，然后就是有一个单系人的攻击距离现在不会特别高，最多只有2级吧，应该有很多火枪现在6级都不学大，但是
前2天看过一局也是不学大，
但是不学大感觉少了点什么火枪，至少大招是个扶伤技能。他其实不学大，你
他就追着 A 追着 A 一直 A，
追着 A 吗？这个 A 不掉多少血了呀？哪有人是被 A 死的？
那天是看谁啊？是一个中单火枪，8级9级了都没有血。
他的装备感觉有点酷的啊，这个某种仪式上的这种生物一样的。
哦，我熟呀。
那还是T1这么好打点啊，看好T1。大概这个阵容选出来，T1有个等吧，高了，选完。
T1的这个控制来的更直接一些呢，然后线上也比较强势。
他的双大哥不管是电魔还是妮娜，他火枪手一般是打什么情况？是打那种什么站桩流行英雄，像那种美杜莎、黑鸟这种，对不对？我站桩输出的一个远程，或者打炮才比较厉害。那电魂妮娜这都是高机动型，都属于高机动型，很灵活的英雄都很快。像那种出飞鞋，电魂有3级的被动，这球起来1慢1速的，人家小短腿，我们腿给打跑了。
可能是看队友掩护他们，看着打吧，已经选出来了，就看他们怎么发挥了。
先走，我来垫后，是吧？我指给你看，胖子再撞一下，撞到木了。有板在板上好像杀不了。
饼干晕到，这样板
扶住，封红牌，那这样的话有点危险。哎呀，这个封路好像是5秒的，应该是要死了。
完全封在这卡死。马尔斯已经尽可能救一下他。
比如说这个板好像是削过了，以前最开始板好像是封的时间好改了吧。30 seconds to battle。他这边是5个人抱团过来封这个小野，打这个小野。
攻克持续时间6.5秒。
它是有持续增加的是吧？看
对，持续增加的。那其实8秒。
600也够了，封死600，占有率600不动不对于吃600控制力。
最主要是5个人在打他。
你吃600控制力，在意吗？
最后2局。
3把这个猛犸发挥很棒，这把又是个攻击。高马高，火枪不太好打，因为火枪消耗不到，3好消息了啊，出不能要长的，还要点2级的被动开始才手跟不大后期要长一点点，都一样，都是没有一样。那好凶啊，这么走位，好凶，这个被动。
然后流线弹再消耗一下。他现在只能就是通过这个流线弹去逼迫火女的一些走位什么的吧。
火女好没理他，只专注于普刀，连 A 普攻都没有 A 过一下，好吧？保守普刀派的。
这个火枪敢这么凶，也是知道火女前期。反正学的是这个龙破斩嘛。
那这样的话，他把这两个远征兵拉的塔后来补就很。首先下一波兵线肯定是在塔前的，然后这2个兵全收。
火枪应该在卡，哦没卡。
没有吃到反哺经验，这样的话5杠1的补刀还是比较舒服的。然后快做完之后兵到3级，续一个2层的自魂，然后追着火枪再点的话，这个应该现在时间快到了，到3级了，这样的话这边蓝胖加马尔斯打电魂加老奶奶，电魂要3级开始开发。然后
疯狂耗啊，只要敢上来就放血。
他这一局抽攻的话，应该是马尔斯留着那个战人迅矛把人给戳走，这样可以让他抽的不是那么的多，也只能是通过这种办法去缓解了。
剑和前几局不看，因为他那个抽攻的持续时间和 CD 相距间隔太长了，而且一局抽攻抽的并不多。
对，
他一局的话 CD 特别长。大牛加这个深度是不是出点毛病啊？为什么是大牛加小牛在下路，上路不是大牛保电魂，下路老奶奶配那个不是出马，我一直就是双击双眼或者路的。
这个
一远一近是标准搭配吗？标准搭配就是对的。我是觉得大牛加电魂走一起走上路厉害一点。
远近搭配确实会更好打。
这个大牛吸个魂，蓝胖打不过的。
他追着这个蓝胖锤，蓝胖也没办法。
是的，蓝胖凭什么打得过？老奶奶有个屁用啊！
有一个饼干，
屁股坐下来，毛一下。
他的用处体现出来了，狗哥。
是的，下路同时这边大牛也是杀掉了一只。我以为下路同时开花了，开错了。
杀了一只鸡。
给2下，把火枪带到播出。
这也是火枪。
他那个弹道速度好像计算过是4000还是多少？弹道的速度最快的，弹道速度最快，具体多少我也不好说。有点着急。
这个问题确实我也不知道。
我其实也不知道，我问一下，好像基本上好像看到那么多有弹道速度。
但他出手肯定比火女要舒服太多了。
他等于反复了2下，火女然后就反复了，证明那个命运好。
对。
不太舒服呀！这个第2个补22刀。
马尔斯其实还好啊，他补刀挺多的。
6刀。
对，P 刀只有11个刀。我觉得这个也跟他们这个比有点关系。大牛如果来上路的话，可能消耗能力，马尔斯什么他也能跟着冲。如果是光说 P 刀去抽马尔斯，他留一个战人迅猛，抽开距离抽不到。
风也封得好，这边希望这个几个队的出门先是封小一点，大也封了，封的很拉。
哎，真假野人在这里。
啊？谁的？阿傻，好像是这边 A 队的真假眼是用鸡把丢在地上，等会过来捡，然后反观这边好像是发现了，发现点什么，然后偷眼太过分了。
看一下，
都不是钱的问题啊。
哎，
偷了一组还可以用
这是 FNG 蓝胖的，心情无脸笑。
不是有内奸呀，我怎么感觉？
怎么回事？还有送眼的，对吧？
对吧？我见过送人头是吧？
送信使，
送信使的没见过送眼的，这兄弟有问题啊，有问题，眼怎么会在地上了？
夜眼那个位置高台是有真假眼。
Do I need to fade away or stay here laying down on the floor? I want to know if you beat the shoulder that I need. I want to go. Take me to Neverland.
他没点，他那个8个反补。
在个人经济的话，火女2600开了3场比赛。马尔斯开外种差不多。
开了一个雾网，我也在赶啊，花50块钱补运费，有点奢侈，开雾赶路。
再加上自己赤魂。
差这2块钱吧，这早点跑过来就多50块啊！来，这边想动手，
全员跳线了。
跳线的话，我就说这个老奶奶应该是暴露了，有点尴尬到了，好吧？这边进来的话，干克应该只有惨了。上点3个老奶奶，应该不杀吧？
这个车不杀，电就是应该是现在。
太远了，拉了。
火枪应该是能撤回来吧？
根本杀不到，火枪还有好像有旁边的蓝帽子在。 像现在6级2个人战斗力还是刚到6，3级的现在强，然后觉得大的话，留了个点没。
蓝胖的出来，又补了个
国内加仙灵火的满状态火枪洗的还挺多，他2个人不够，除非再叫一个，要强杀得再叫一个。他这个等于相当于多少血啊？现在860嘛，仙灵火就950了，我魂类再打100就1000了，对不对？那可能你要击杀他会打2次伤害，相当于你要击杀一个1100就血的满血塔前，打不了。
这火枪很多时候你觉得他前期先见的，因为他流线弹一放，然后他又不会站得太靠前的位置，队友踢过来，甚至就可以达成反杀了。
感觉 T1 的这把他这个东单这叫卡尔的兄弟，他没怎么打消耗，因为我像这个英雄他要出属性装一直补刀拼正反补，他其实对这个他是不出平的，他补给是不太够的。如果你技能一直是甩脸的情况下，他其实状态比较上，我看他一级开始就疯狂 S 键补刀，他不 A 人。你没发现吗？
他 A 人火枪往后撤，他可能觉得火枪手长，他强行去 A 的话，自己也很难受啊。
A 想往回拉一下，妮娜的手出门不能被火枪抓了再点吧？火枪不敢倒流。火枪现在改了以后，那个3技能开的时候好像是100%爆头的。
那火女士没怎么确实没怎么消耗他有时候也不是那么好消耗，但线上那会儿确实想着要好好补刀。他这个是6级就学了太高了。
他有魂类蓝，其实完全，而且有那个魂类回蓝，一般也不乱放。
来了，辅助支援过来。
要干嘛？好像是死了。
确实，双倍补的不吃了吗？
不敢吃呀，不敢吃呀，这怎么吃？
他反正要死了，索性 A 掉。
他不想死，不想死。
小精灵也被拼掉，好伤。
枪，看好远。
蓝胖的引燃给不到。
看看这个装备打钱的快点，把这波经验做完，装备还没消，还可以打波小野。然后3大哥经济实力这边领先，烈火也来了一下吗？
来，饼干晕一下，开始抽攻。
有大招，直接抽起来。
TP 回家。
也很果断，烈火输出也是不够。
他第一时间那个战士须毛在 CD， 如果没有 CD 的话，他都不用回去，直接一毛把剃刀给扎走了。
你看甚至想反杀呀！
中路这里关键是没有晕到人啊，大牛没法走了，这火枪直接把他给点死了。
3兄弟开会有点打不过，这边小精灵死了，大牛还没死。
暗杀肯定死的。
好，暗杀一枪，那好这样的话1换2，烈火都起了过来了，反了一个高太眼。这边是做了一个视野，在蹲那个点。3兄弟也不想做人了，这边牛头还没到6，快6了。
中路压力给到，这样的话，开白熊下路也没什么来找他了。
看开白熊这波10个魔棒，这边的话牛头是满级余剩快6了。
还差8分钟，没有碰到符，上路刷了个隐身，电焰绝手吃了走了。
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress.
包后，多法器嘛，这个马斯也摇人的呀，马斯这边摇了个人，这边然后来这边。
他是隐身锁，马尔斯加上一个暗杀，想走没走掉，他饼干已经把他喂出来了，但没有用啊。我看特罗去到上路又收了一个人头。
电公子吃饼，电公子吃饼。
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
虽说天辉的3和电火球，但是没有拉开差距。剃刀只是没打出效果来，剃刀被线上。
走过来插个高太远吗？太耿直了，可爱。
他被控制啊！哎，开白就过来了，想 TP 走。
禁区了，
来不及。
对，这个话是有抬手的，确实能够打断这个体系。这边的话，小精灵也是感受到高台有眼，根本这样的话也不会掉到这个点。闪掉，小精灵吃那个毛布棒还是比较多的，现在应该是有一些力气。好吧，应该是出来出这个圣洁吊坠。
相位借出跳。
最后有点花3800一记了。
这个拍拍熊虽然说是3800，但是你看他还有一个蓝胖的嗜血术，再加上小精灵，所以他的战斗力是更强的。
拍拍熊走，拍拍熊移速很快。
小牛无处可逃，卡住。
再移一下，
封住，不让你走。
想让人头。边还是最后边还是让拍拍熊坐在这个。
两个辅助各种在堵路。
硬堵，就感觉两个保安一样的也不动手，看着被打，看着你打人。
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower.
要说这个拍拍熊像那个霸道公主哥的话，这旁边兄弟们都被动让我来。
我要亲自动手，然后他们就只负责堵门。这局火枪前期3个人头到手，168个补刀，哎，又是一毛扎到了火女，拍拍熊过来顶个闪就已经来不及了。
漂亮，把优势有点大呀。
对，而且中路这个号塔他们现在没法来人手。
他们其实要等牛头的跳刀啊，没先手，希望没先手，而且发育都不良。大哥现在大哥电魂行状态，没有人打压能力。这个变身，开大刷呀！没想打架这个
这局剃刀挺难的，因为剃刀它不像是23常规玩的那些1号位英雄，这些英雄刷起来没有那么快。
再起点还。
还有想法，勾引。
在摇人，这边的话可以别让胖子走。
再往上，这俩辅助凶啊！就这样子跑到人家3角区，是不是有点不讲道理啊？
对的，好不讲理，就
大哥都不在，就他们俩辅助啊。
也不想杀他们俩，
因为他2个辅助，其实说实话还挺不好杀的，蓝胖体质比较好，在后面连一个小精灵。
还在玩。
他在这个3角区也让他们不好去屯野给大哥，影响到他们核心的一个发育了就。
过分了，我是他们早。
火女来了，风阵晕到，我就不信杀不死你，大招一给，一个龙魔斩收到了。这个叫
该摇的人得摇，好吧？
装过头了，又是一个暗杀，飘了。哦，反过来暗杀另外一个，但也杀不了呀。
给牛打了一枪。
小牛这局的跳刀还差一点，身上1800。火枪出了个魔龙枪，
这还是挺高的，6500一记。
It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
谢双收。拍拍熊这边也是好像
他暂时在运了，
很快啊，13分钟。
下路这边要守这个下塔，看小牛，但是小牛的跳刀还没出来啊。
你这一个板接那个
走板被锤了，比该晕没晕到啊，晕到了，但是这边也稍微救了一下。
他有那个小精灵，不，他想用那个小弹跳，然后放大吧，感觉。
小弹跳他弹了，但是
不够。腿短了，弹不上去。
这才多少距离啊？
杂技，
杂耍玩具吧。
杂技玩具。
Top tower is under attack.
杂技玩具。
小杂技用的。
这个跳刀太关键了，马尔斯跳过去一个大招，反过来要杀牛，被扎在墙上。
很好。
火枪能跟暗杀过，火枪直接有危险，电决手轰炮可以把他烧死，反倒是来胖也被带走。
位置不好打呀。
这波夜人
偷塔去杀小刘啊，位置实在太差了。
震撼大地走个地形。
这波只能撤了，也算是这边 AJ 的一波强势期，打了一波冲塔，来给
2换1。虽说断了小牛是一波节奏，但他们损失了自己的单呀。
那这个火枪不能死呀，火枪也太嚣张了。
火枪看到他是个残血，很想去把他 A 死了，但是电源绝手这个轰炮的魔法爆发，他体质也遭不住呀。
我只能说第一时间还是酱油 AJ 的酱油胆子小，像蓝胖这种英雄是不是？
啊，蓝胖应该冲前面去，
上去把技能给吃了，把人家难受，用身体挡住，对吧？做这个全墙，你让火枪走在最危险的位置，你心里过意得去吗？
这波肉山盾夜眼要过来守，但是已经来不及了。海外全控制，这边还是没有拉开地域差距。火枪再出飓风，
再抽大推推。
他这局保住自己的命就是最重要的。
为了控制不够硬，像牛的这种板，他直接推走。
但小牛有跳了，应该是会起一波节奏吧。烈焰绝手的大招还差20多秒，上是有2个物的，可以考虑开波物啊。对啊，已经拿到了，已经拿到。来，4人物。
想抓人，我还是比较明显吧，应该是。
就是你这个夜间能看到火枪吗？小精灵过来吃符，但这个板效果非常一般，只能说是守了一下这边的双倍。
位置不好，不敢上。
这个双倍符也没给大哥，电源绝手直接吃了。
Not sure how I feel about that. Oh, he's flying off the map here, JT. Barely outside of vision.
That was bold.
Now we have a pause, and that is when the fans go wild.
Right.
We love breaks.
Now, what do you think about this? PSG LGD. You see this tower right here?
But Alliance, they still have that Aegis. 3 minutes.
Constant problem. That's Borax. I mean, Borax is...
Sure, 26 minutes in.
Look at K1, man. Okay. He pushes that way all the way to tier 3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
They can chase us, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch. We're
Brace yourself for sad tidings. Radiant's turret has been
I know I should respect the
We're invincible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's escape.
Oh, has that ever been cause for celebration? Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it.
Don't you see we're invincible? We're invincible.
regeneration.
We're invincible.
I'll take that.
We're invincible. We're invincible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current. No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Double time.
I feel like a broken record. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. No reason to lie about someone must be very pleased with themselves. Radiant's middle barracks has Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. And yet, all is not Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic. I spy with my little eye that Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. I don't believe it. Could still Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. Money changes hands. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional? Radiant's top tower is under attack. Well, it seems that Radiant's top tower has fallen. A little bird tells me that Radiant's top barracks are fascinating. Radiant's late barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps.
It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Bounty. Can you hear the sound? Illusion. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. And I do mean himself. Singular antecedent, singular pronoun.
fought back, died again, kind of.
The ET, he just stomped, appeared on top of him. They force-stabbed him to dodge the splitter.
Well, what did he have? He had E on disc and a blink dagger pretty much at the end.
Yeah, he had a couple of good fishers. I think 2 very good echo slams, but
information. Nico maybe tries to jump.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Well, not it because that Radiant's top tower has fallen.
有点不知所措了，而且这边不知道怎么打了。现在对手带个盾，基本上这把可能还会有很长时间。虽然带盾，但是火枪手的高地，好吧，看过Dota比赛的都懂。
手高还是很强的。
打不过我就手塔手高了呀，出去出不了门，除非你把我继续拆了，不然我不可能对，好吧？而且还是PI。多获的距离啊，这边牛头点了多获距离。哎。 牛头距离的容易反弹火枪，我看牛头这个英雄他为什么11天不点个3血技术攻击链，80有伤害都没有。
哎，人过一个牛，
飞天巨流，已经跳过去个板，一个夜海配一下普攻，再踩一脚，掉。
他是这边有视野吗？没有啊。
不知道盲丢的，或者刚刚应该是蓝胖子，我感觉啊，他在反这个野，蓝胖就反这个高台野的那个，没有啊。
可能是那边高台有一个野，另外野区的入口那个左边，有可能是卡到了。
反正先把人丢过去再说嘛，也不管那么多了，对，也死不了，然后也不容易。交手刀。这样的话可能5分钟的经济，这派位球是在外面外出觅食。
哎，其实想了想，这个TN选手的非常用的好，真的好用，因为他能迅速帮助队友晋升火枪呀。
对啊，直接贴火枪点。再下路，上面没推的。
野外团火枪打不过，高地那好打他。
但是话又说回来了，我感觉希望就不可能上去刚好。
啊，就打压制了。
对。啊，这个点呢，就很可靠手高地。我塔这边是这么多版本，没选哪个版本手高地挂技能影响。除非对手无所谓啊，这不上高你怎么办？你就只能肥一个大格，收一下进塔的线。我这边打5肥啊，我这样回去刷自家野，门口也不蹲你人。
守高地守赢的，就是对面没耐心了嘛，你冲了嘛，然后他抓住机会的呀。
保住了，保住关键性人物小刘直接被秒掉啊！这火枪是有进攻棒的，飞得好远。还是找到一波机会杀了出来。这在家里忍不住了，好吧，实在忍不住了。
哎，人过来一个劈了，有点慌。
结果需要3个打。
火女后眼一击，加上攻击阵晕到，再给顶干，推抢救，马尔斯开始了，
毛了一下。
不过他憋死一个剃刀，
还能接吗？
选手。
还要接。
火焰暴风雨。
伤害太高。
台湾想过来跟输出，但他一个人打不过这边的火女。
来了，台湾球可能要死，还有刷星球的。
一个等离子场。
这样的话，小精灵推，
刷星球往里面冲。
刷球一开，大头又一举，这边的话来了一个
蓝胖一个火焰爆后晕到了火女，给上分身面杀，但是火枪的位置被大牛踢脸了。大牛这个位置有点撤不回去，哎 A 死他，蓝胖还能不能再继续留人？
这个大牛不会就在自己家小区散步吧？这么走的？
他太想去贴这个火枪的脸了。
这个大牛吃个酱油冲到别人高地上面去贴火枪的脸，然后火枪大腿腿和引刀是假的吗？
他觉得自己找到火枪贴到脸，然后火女跟输出杀死他，太年轻了。
感觉自己又行了。
不过小精灵刚刚是买活了。
他怎么进去？他不会是被那个什么老奶奶给吐进去？
没太注意。
他总不可能是把这样闪进去了，也不会是走进去的。走进去第一排前排没看到他呀，第二次被老奶奶吃了，丢到火枪脸上去。配合大狙，然后把这个火枪给打。
哎，这边发现一个牛，但是 是火女也在。
光被俘的火女。
又
来了。
很怕，先撤一波，马尔这个大招，但是自己被抽空了。举盾先溜，夜焰绝手大招甩起来，火枪有 BKB 站桩输出，火女的位置被点的有点残，再给个饼干救了一手。暗杀，盾在这个时候也消了。
这个刷新球和这就顺便全都交掉了。
高地还是能上吗？
上就别上了。
头盔是需要上的，
宁可多打一会儿，也不可能是吧？卖破绽输一把。
刚刚有盾都没上下来，现在肯定不会上了啊。
但是 A 队应该会出来，不可能在高地上锁住，都赢不了啊。要等一个来上子服。现在火枪和拍拍熊都很久没打钱了，你看拍拍熊前面成绩还挺好的，现在已经落后敌方大哥中单已经落后了1万，这边大哥也是个2万2的大哥。
因为他们在高地上确实蹲了有一会儿时间了，国团没打赢，要跟火女，尤其是这个火女啊，跳刀一会儿都去跳这个，
该出跳刀的得出，跳的打不到的。拍拍熊，别看有1万9的经济，还有4000块钱没消费，那价值1万5的装备，差得很远。他们等电魂再跟一个西瓦，但估计打不了。
火女出了西瓦了。
火女就大跳刀，你让自己不出西瓦。
两个都是跳脸啊。
跳他这个基础属性的17点甲，跳进去碰了大牛不就赢了吗？没有，大牛是这一点。
我在想，大牛这局冲脸大牛也是有点想法啊。
玩的有点嗨啊，冲脸大牛。冲脸 A 杖，
战鼓，
竟然有这么玩的？
他已经不把自己当
100%分裂，看到没刷起来？这把往后打，这个大牛估计是个6神。
他已经不把自己当辅助了，他也要出个跳刀去冲脸了。
刷下去他可能是个6神。大牛有100%分裂的天赋技能吗？
哎，这波可以拦截，跳走了。
很快。
小牛，
但是要
再追。另外一边火女过来，秒掉了个小精灵，
完全打不了。
马尔斯 BKB 想 TP， BKB 已经结束了，但是没有打断啊。
还好只死了一个臭酱油呀，全跑掉了。
小精灵上一波是买火锅的，现在没得。有火枪的局就会出现这种情况。要么就是火枪带着队友很快把对面推了，对面想上高上不去。火枪无限手高，
多还有11秒的发现了。
拿个多长时间？
这把现在落后1万8，往后打还是希望好打。现在主要是打团的时候必须打先手，要不然拍拍熊一旦被抽攻。对面就没有人了，他又不能抵着抽攻不动是吧？吃伤害。
对，刚刚那几波主要还是让 T1 的双核 BKB 的那个强势啊，打出了效果。但马尔斯对面 BKB 出他就没用了，等于是。
那团战就看着这个。
对。
但是你火枪和马尔斯一旦往回拉，你的火枪就不敢输出了。你们俩移动500码，我也得往后退500码。正常情况下我们是保持在一个极限的距离，对不对？你往回走一步，火枪就得往回走一步。输的话，你输出动一下，后面输出也动一下。
在 T1 这边人手想出跳刀，电焰绝手还有一个 A 杖可以吃人往他脸上吐，他其实位置需要找得非常刁钻才行。
他其实就站着不动 A， 也飞过来这种人，看个 BKB 的对 A 啊，还有突击型，还有大引刀、大推推可以走。
那小牛最好是把 A 杖出一出。他出 A 杖，电焰就是扔一个过去，他自己跟着往里面拱，这样2个人配合，像火枪的一个输出只能打一个嘛。不过火枪自己 AB 之后，好歹这个战斗。
但感觉还得报输出好。
还有个格子吗？
有大炮。你也应该不输吧？要不沙弹吸血吗？沙弹感觉攻击。
感觉就得报输出，好吧？他的话，我建议他出把圣剑，翻盘就靠圣剑翻盘，不然出啥呀？出啥有用？没有。
但出圣剑的话，最好办法把这个他。
他现在门都出不了，先打架，应该4个点不可能。这边的话，大刘的进程跟这边的小刘快差不多了，已经跟这边马尔斯已经差不多了。
蓝胖有点过早放弃自己的一个发育了。
打不到钱，就说了一句打不到。
钱都给队友了。那蓝胖如果他的话，如果他能够预见到这局会那么难打，整个点金手点到这会儿应该有不少钱。比赛里面很少有人会出。
比赛打个那都会保输的。
但这种有的呀，像他比，如果是他比，他就会
看局是吧？看局势。
他觉得这局不能快速结束了，那把整个点都打一打，万一我能多出点这个装备，一个什么羊刀之类的东西。
胖子还是很容易，差不多3到4件很容易。在门口晃，后到我们
哎呀，这边有一个蓝胖出来做眼的吧，应该是出来做眼的。
首先做了眼会被秒反，出来就容易死。
但不做眼，大哥也没地儿发育了，所以辅助有时候打到这种局啊，他也。地图上全是黑的，哪个大哥敢下？
啊，这好，待会应该高地站好了，卫兵已就绪。
3号位马尔斯拖到对面 BKB 出来，确实就他也没有说后续的能补上。虽然说出了这个，但是他现在发现自己是没有出，还是上去一波就可能或者被打死了，太高了。
已经能出大跳道，但是没有选择出啊，不急。
他应该是想留个买活嘛。右线刷新了，开路出去，
抓一个核心关键性人物，然后把盾一打。
啊，火女已经更新了。
一下小团。
火女大跳刀压了，这波回家有没有可能是个机会？现在扫描没扫到人，看肉沙已经刷新。火女这个带还在刷钱。小牛引刀，
是啊，这一下往这走，
能秒掉小牛吗？小牛把大招甩出来了，不能买活。
变魂，
小精灵把人给救走，这样只能上个蓝炮。火女开启了炸弹吸，
头上
打不过，
头上有2把电的电魂，太厉害了。这个电魂还在追，看着电魂，
这边被火女给打倒死。
反跑，哎，
跳走，但是火女又跳往前冲。小精灵还在救火女，如果光是迷到了小精灵直接被点死。
球没了，还要追？
那肯定追呀！这个时候火枪死了，他们要上高了。
盾可以不打了，就上高，我这边改。
火枪买就先撤嘛。
我的话就封盾。A 仗给谁打？
给牛啊！
小牛是吧？
对呀。
反正双酱油都有 A 了。你拿的话也可以拿，但是没那么需要。
我觉得牛头 A 仗厉害呀。下路这边大背熊被抓，光之晕到大招直接甩，就让他就往前走，但是自己被引刀抽弓追着往前，这怎么办？
被电波来回摩擦的抽中哈，这样已经被抽晕了。
主要经济差距太大了。我女这个输出有点看不懂。看这个塔，看这个火女的弹道。
瞬间秒掉，火女6神了，还多了6000块钱。
小牛 A 仗，他不吃吗？
放出来打用。反到了这边很危险，开始炸弹，有没有？哎，我靠，无限的。
哎，扔了一个人过去，火枪推一下，但是自己有点跟不住，还好小提兵救了一手。
大牛好狠，
撤一下，站在一个跳的。
但是火枪继续变。
下一个板。
然后回来了，这边的话火枪是把伤害吃完，但是没有掉血。
蓝胖的位置过来回了留人。
蓝胖往上去。这边点死一个大牛，换了自己这。
大牛下一要出水晶剑，他这个出装把自己当佛看，火女双倍佛。上路蓝胖夹着一个马尔斯在往上面走。
一个打车线的小牛电魂吗？够不够？一个毛在墙上，蓝胖跟得不跟得上？好像跟得上。
然后呢？
然后就要辞，然后没有然后了，然后就要死一个。
麒麟带着火枪过来了，这个火枪在这里面瑟瑟发抖。
打4个呀！
麒麟表示快带我走，但是精灵死了，火枪怎么办？火枪有引刀先走，火女是没有反应，找不到这个火枪的位置啊。
下面被发现，这个巴斯走掉了。
你知道这个火枪刚刚有多害怕吗？
肯定怕呀！电魂只要能把 BKB 看出来，谁不怕？他双 BKB 的。
他没有第一时间能够跟上的输出啊！这个看他毛到人之后在那儿半天。
拍拍熊也不在，没人打中这个点。
还活一个蓝炮。剃刀虽然刷新用，但是他有个刷新碎片。龙心。
我又要上高了，规模比较强，好吧。
炸弹开。
还在压制呀。
电锯就吃了他一下，把他扔回安全的位置。中路剃刀过来，哎，开门熊。
耍杂技的这个。上高，比如说上不了高，这边的话电魂开大直接把他给磨掉。这的话一大空血。
仗着自己有盾。
还有盾啊！打掉，但这火枪攻击力还是有。
那
好远。
开门熊想上，但是火女窜走了。
小大鱼留在原地，没有大鱼，只有小鱼。
破了2路，中路的高地塔也没了。
好了，熊这个为了打双远程，原理盒子直接出了个经验。
T1 领先了48000的经济。啊，这个火女个人4万。
这4兄弟感觉在坐牢呀。那不敢吃了。
火女4万，蓝胖5900。
完了不是一把游戏。
打到50分钟，其实辅助通常来讲都有个差不多1万的经济了，但这个蓝胖实在是太宠了。
该有，可能一直死又一直白有，又一直死，打团也没分到过他，猪都碰不到。
看这个开着引刀，开着雾在往上找，开中路和蓝胖，开白是露馅了。哎，吃扔到后排，小心！
开战，
小心雷肯连了队友走掉，小牛正在走，这个开着 BKB 开收工，蓝胖是被打死，但是开白手这个位置，超晕了一下，刷新开启 BKB，他这个主要是掩护队友把那个第3路拆掉了，开白熊抽出来也被打死了啊！这一下竟然没有杀掉，反倒是被烈焰之手完成了一个反杀，
又有一个龙心在回血。
超级兵役。
来呀来呀，来打我呀！
依然等下一波，他们技能 BKB 什么的赚个 CD， 然后回去跟一下装备。哎，下路有
好痛苦啊，打中。
下路有一个双倍。
打这种局 A 队内心很痛苦，这赢不了，但是又不想输。
火女有双倍。
这把全场能买活的只有火女和老奶奶2个单位。
剃刀差200多块钱，应该很快就可以买了。
剃刀打这个点太厉害了吧，29。关键是
太肥了。
现在把你门锁住，60分钟的时候把这个武器装备一道具打出来，就是你打然后再上哪招。
是。
再锁你8分钟，你咋办？
他们现在就算不去打那个装备，也能够完全打赢他了。小牛，马尔斯大招没有毛到火女，哎，这个撞墙，
头好硬，好怕。
他撞了好几次墙，开这个 BKB。其实只要一打起来，这个超级兵就会让他们的这个已经守不住了，就会。
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such
开白熊大晕锤，然后火枪出了大炮，守在4塔处啊。
差距装备差距很多了，反正6神是6神，但是6神感觉不够。
你会发现人人都往他脸上拱，他一个人不敢站在那儿突出。
多帮大炮，接敌，那就是大一杆，没一件废装。
月也吃了，现在想出他出晕锤的话，把哪个换了呢？火女啊！你看他，哎，我刚刚是看到他拉了晕锤，
出了没用啊！
对啊，我也在想，
你说晕锤不如出阳刀是吧？跳过去阳柱不好吗？
出了个刷新好。
刷新这个球，这个装备我一直觉得不他里面这个球，但是有个缺点应该懂。
啊，他的缺点。
但是缺点你不知道吗？
你说的是什么呢？
操作不过来啊，有时候操作反了挺死的呀。
好吧，我还以为你说要担心有些英雄可能胆量什么不够或者怎么样。
有时候一按错是吧？你一紧张一按错，说不定这波团操作稀烂，大了。
啊。
很多职业选手都这样子的，这传球也不会玩。不咋，你看那如果主动道具少就算了，你看就是一手的主动道具。
像那些常规的会出刷新的，大家就记那个口诀嘛。
大力刷最大。先5万了，5万了。噎死啊！气死！噎死！
火枪的高地太难上了。
感觉是期望不想冒一丝风险，他不是不能上，他也不上。
他肯定是能上的，但是现在剃刀火女买活小牛和大牛还在那边，他们应该是想等下一个肉山盾。哎，肉山已经刷新了，空盾，把肉山盾打了，总归可以上了吧？
大牛也在出大跳刀。
大牛，
你搞个大炮算了我，狠一点啊！这又刷了 ，A 杖已经没人要了 ，A 杖谁要
？A 杖火女啊，火女现在还是空的。
要的可以反个力啊！火女钱应该是用不完了吧已经。
Whatever race Roshan represented is now officially extinct.
打个盾，经济拉到了6万。
4舍5入，这是6万，差一点点。最主要是这个火女万一的惊喜，她已经
须要上高了，这一波直接往上靠，然后开个视野，给个 P， 假装一个假动作，假动作也是防止你小球跳上去，同时被对面那个刚才那种大晕锤。
扔了个谁？扔了个地刀。
电魂上来直接开启大招，开剑。
一个避开，蓝胖阵亡，然后马尔斯位置开始牛逼抢走，
再刷了，又开基地了。
这个基地有塔防，有塔防，但拍拍熊的位置被火女输出。
这个大牛在干嘛？
大牛在开了火枪把火死了这个大牛。
风拳对吧？全在了，第一波直接对面踢望。
在经历了57分钟的长时间鏖战之后，最终是64000的经济领先，赢下了这个比赛，2比0战胜了 Alliance。其实跟赛前
if we had delay, then
wind lace and a salve. And
you definitely said it before the hero was picked.
Okay.
And you also
You really should prepare for battle. Seconds to battle. Will I need my calculator for this? The battle begins. Or so
Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. Concerned, like we're gonna drown, but we both know how to swim. No worries as we're falling down. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. know I'm not easy. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby you're still. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And you know what we do. There's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you.
It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you go. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going.
Radiant's courier has been
Let's
slain.
take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time whenever you go. Bounty.
Leave me here, you were good enough. Won't change a thing now, there was never trust. Don't you say a word, cause I've heard it all.
For a kill on a
Rush to Javelin against a Timbersaw, and because Javelin, the proc, is magic damage, it actually gives you a